Little Condor naturally could tell that this phoenix was incredible, much more so than he was. Now, this brat actually wanted to follow Master to train in the outside world. Wasn't she trying to fight for Master's favor with Condor-sama? The crucial point was that this brat was female and was beautiful. It was too much of a challenge for Condor-sama. All right, Futian replied as he nodded his head. He naturally would not reject a sacred phoenix from following him. This sacred phoenix had unlimited potential and could cultivate to become a top-tier demonic existence. There were many demonic beasts in the world, yet there were a rare few that could cultivate to become a top-tier demonic beast. By cultivating the divine fire of Wutong, sacred phoenix, who had a flawless great path, would have a chance. Eastern Deity Island Lord also agreed to let her pursue her own cultivation. That way, Futian could establish his relationship with Eastern Deity Island. After he left Eastern Deity Island, the pressure from the Jun clan of the Penglai continent would naturally be solved. What about the divine fire of Wutong? Futian asked as he smiled at Zifeng. Zifeng revealed a strange look. The divine fire of Wutong was in the Wutong. She could only rely on its power to cultivate. It was difficult to take it with her. Can I try and see whether we can take it with you? Futian said to Zifeng. Zifeng's beautiful eyes revealed a strange look as she looked at him. She could take the divine fire with her? Then, before this, when he played the guqin and approached her, why did she feel as though she had been conned? That is if you need it. If you don't need it, then forget about it, Futian continued with a smile. His gaze was gentle and made others feel very comfortable. Zifeng looked him in the eye. He did not seem like a trickster. She had already made arrangements with elder sister Island Lord. She naturally could not change her mind. However, could he truly bring the divine fire of Wutong along with them? In front of them, Jiang Jiuming turned his head back and glanced at Zifeng and Futian. He never imagined that the offspring of Lord Phoenix would actually follow Futian willingly. As expected, this person was extremely outstanding. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to emerge victorious in the game of chess and enter through the Eastern Deity Gate. The group continued advancing. Bai Mu, who was beside Futian, said to him, "Island Lord has ordered us to prepare a banquet and to also allow you to select pills." "Many thanks," Futian replied as he nodded his head. The group continued forward and passed by many places. The core island of Eastern Deity Island was like a painting. It was a sight to behold. Walking around here made people feel comfortable, like they were encapsulated in its poetic beauty. Finally, they came before an ancient palace. A banquet was already laid out. Many goddesses were standing in various locations, seeming there to welcome them. Such a scale made Futian and the others feel flattered. Eastern Deity Island's standing was extraordinary. They bestowed cultivators with fateful encounters of the Great Path and also gifted them pills. They also treated them so well that there was nothing for them to nitpick about. "Everyone, please be seated. Make yourselves comfortable," Goddess Huang announced with a smile. The group immediately found their seats. Goddess Huang brought Jiang Jiuming to the head seat. After all, the status of the ancient royal family Jiang clan needed to be respected. Futian did not mind. His group simply found a spot to sit in the center of the crowd. Bai Mu was also taking care of them, occasionally chatting with them. There were many seats in front of the banquet, seemingly prepared for the other cultivators of Eastern Deity Island. Aside from that, at the very front, there was a master seat that was reserved for the master of this banquet. "Island Lord will come in person momentarily," Bai Mu explained softly when she saw Futian glancing over in that direction. Futian nodded. He had never imagined that Eastern Deity Island would be so grand. Voices could be heard coming from nearby. The crowd turned their gazes in the direction of the voices. They saw a group of silhouettes, who were talking casually to each other, appear. These people had an outstanding temperament, and their cultivation was all at the Renhuang plane. Some had dignified appearances, while others had elegant airs to them. Previously, every person the crowd had seen was a woman. This group of silhouettes that appeared was all men. "It is Emperor Pingyuan," Shangguan Choye said at that moment as she narrowed her gaze slightly. She was focused on one person among them. Her beautiful eyes revealed a strange look. Two other Penglai continent cultivators also made sounds. They also seemed to call out someone's name. They had clearly recognized someone. Yi Futian looked at Shangguan Chuye. As she looked over there, she explained, "He is a renowned Renhuang on Penglai continent. He has been famous for a long time. 10 years ago, he entered Eastern Deity Island to cultivate. After coming back, he rarely appeared in public. I never thought that he had entered Eastern Deity Island again. It seems that the rumors were actually true." "What rumors?" Yi Futian asked. "Many powerful Renhuangs who come to Eastern Deity Island to train will be invited to stay here to cultivate, becoming a member of the island. My clansman once mentioned this before. I have heard of a few of these people. Today, I managed to see some of them with my own eyes. It still comes as a surprise," Shangguan Chuye explained. "There are actually so many cultivators here. There seem to be many famous figures from long ago among them." Yi Futian did not feel too surprised by this. Eastern Deity Island had invited cultivators from thousands of continents to come here to train. They provided many benefits to the cultivators. They naturally had their own agenda for doing so. It was impossible for them to do so purely just to aid the people of the world in their cultivation. Eastern Deity Island should be planning to bolster their forces. This might be related to the fall of Eastern Deity Island's supreme deity Donglai back then. With so many prominent figures coming to Eastern Deity Island each time, how could Eastern Deity Island miss this opportunity? They would naturally extend invitations to Yi Futian and the rest. They would receive similar treatment as well. On the other hand, the cultivators who came to Eastern Deity Island similarly wanted to rely on the resources of the island. Either that or Eastern Deity Island proposed enough favorable conditions to make the offer irresistible. If so, it was not strange for the cultivators to join Eastern Deity Island. The cultivators who arrived chatted and laughed as they looked over at the people sitting here. Many of them revealed friendly smiles. From the appearances of the cultivators, they seemed to be living very fulfilled lives. "Do you know who I am?" Emperor Pingyuan asked as he looked at Shangguan Chuye. Prior to this, Shangguan Chuye had not spoken through transmitted thoughts. She had been talking to them out loud. With Emperor Pingyuan's level of cultivation, he naturally overheard her. Shangguan Chuye replied, nodding her head. "I am Shangguan Chuye from Shangguan clan. Pleased to meet you, senior. So you are the little girl from the Shangguan clan. You have reached such a high plane to be able to come here." "Not bad," Emperor Pingyuan commented. His cultivation was powerful. He was now an 8th-tier existence. Shangguan Chuye was indeed a junior in his eyes. "Senior, have you been cultivating on Eastern Deity Island all this while?" Shangguan Chuye asked. "Most of the time. I will occasionally go outside," Emperor Pingyuan replied. Eastern Deity Island has many special training grounds as well as countless pills and spirit herbs suitable for cultivating. "Little girl, you should also join Eastern Deity Island. It will certainly be greatly beneficial to your cultivation." Shangguan Chuye smiled but did not give a reply. Emperor Pingyuan had praised Eastern Deity Island so highly. From the looks of it, these people were indeed sincere. Eastern Deity Island must have aided them in their cultivation with sufficient sincerity in order for these cultivators to actively invite other Renhuangs to join. At that moment, there were cries of astonishment. Many goddesses bowed slightly in one direction and called out, "Island Lord." The crowd turned to look in that direction. They saw an empress-like silhouette walk over towards them. Her appearance was otherworldly, it made others feel enchanted at a glance. At the same time, those who gazed upon her felt a sense of distance between them, as though she was untouchable. She was the Eastern Deity Island Lord. Shangguan Chuye thought to herself. This was also her first time seeing the Island Lord. Prior to this, she had heard about her. Almost no one from the Penglai continent had seen her before. Island Lord's beauty was peerless. She walked up to the master seat and looked at the crowd. "Greeting, Island Lord." Right now, even the powerful cultivators who just arrived also bowed slightly as they greeted the Island Lord. They seemed to show this female island lord great respect. "Everyone, you are all too kind," Island Lord replied as she bowed back at the crowd with a smile. Her gaze shifted over to Yi Futian's side. She said, "This time, Eastern Deity Island is open and once again has welcomed prominent figures from all over. This is a grand occasion for the island. Hence, we have invited you all here today for a few drinks. I hope you all won't mind the short notice." "Island Lord is too kind," someone said. Eastern Deity Island Lord had such a high status. She would definitely not be inferior when compared to the heads of the top forces of the Penglai continent. For her to personally appear to sit with them was already a great honor. "Everyone, you do not need to be so formal. Please sit," Island Lord said as she extended her hand when she saw many people getting up. She also sat on her master seat. She looked at the crowd and said, "Eastern Deity Island has a rule that those who can make it here will be gifted with pills. Naturally, today will be no exception. I am sure that you all have been waiting for this moment for a long while." As she said this, she looked behind her. 9 silhouettes stepped forward. In each of their hands, they held a porcelain bottle. Inside, the bottles contained extremely precious pills of the Great Path. There are 9 pills here. Each pill is a superb grade pill. The 9 people who have made it here today can each choose 1 pill. Please choose, the female island lord continued. The gazes of the crowd were all on the pills in the hands of the 9 goddesses. However, Jiang Jiuming still had his head lowered as he sat there quietly. He did not look at the pills. Although these pills were precious for cultivating, for him, these were not that important. The reason why he had come here was not for these pills, but for the Eastern Deity Island's elixir. The female island lord looked at the crowd in the banquet below and ordered the goddesses, "Introduce these pills to our guests." "Understood," the 9 goddesses answered as they nodded their heads. The first person looked at the pill she held in her hands and explained, "This is the refined thunder mastering pellet. After refining it into one's body, it can immediately improve one's physical constitution, even if they are at the Renhuang plane. It can improve one's sensory control over the great path of thunder. It can also refine one's body into a body of thunder. The pellet is refined from cloud wood." "Cloud wood," Yi Futian stated as he looked at the purple pill. It was extremely eye-catching. There was frightening energy contained within it that could be felt even though it was sealed away within the pill. Before this, Beigong Ao had broken through to the next plane after obtaining cloud wood. His abilities had greatly improved, and he had defeated many 8th-tier existences. Now, this pill was refined from cloud wood. It was a superb grade lightning attribute pill. "I will take it," Yi Futian exclaimed. This caused the crowd to be stunned. The female island lord looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Have you decided so quickly? Don't you want to take a look at the other pills first?" "There is no need to do so. Since I have decided, may I make my pick first?" Yi Futian replied with a smile. The female island lord nodded her head and answered, "Of course you can. Since Renhuang Yi has laid claim to this pill first, it will go to Renhuang Yi." "Many thanks, island lord," Yi Futian thanked her as he nodded his head. The goddess immediately handed over the pill to Yi Futian. After receiving the pill, Yi Futian turned around and passed it to Beigong Shuang. He said, "This pill is more suitable for your use. After we are done here, refine it and cultivate." The people at the banquet were stunned when they saw this. Some looked at Yi Futian with strange looks. Yi Futian had given a top-grade pill to someone else just like that. Pills were very precious. The higher the grade of a pill was, the rarer they would be. Very few people could refine them in the first place. Many cultivators were absorbed in their cultivation. Few people would spend large amounts of time on other matters. After all, the priority in the world of cultivation was one's cultivation. The strength of one's ability was more important than anything else. However, Yi Futian had given a top-grade pill to someone else immediately after receiving it. From the looks of it, he had rushed to choose to give it to her. He didn't even bother to listen to the introduction of the other pills. This could only mean that Yi Futian was not concerned about this pill at all. The female island lord also glanced at Yi Futian with a smile. Before this, she had seen Yi Futian's performance. He was indeed perfect and extremely outstanding. It was normal for such an extraordinary person not to consider such a pill precious. This fellow was somewhat interesting. Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were also stunned. Beigong Shuang looked at Yi Futian with a strange look. Before this fellow had not allowed her to approach him. Now, he had given her such a precious pill. She truly could not understand him. "Pavilion Master, we cannot accept any more gifts from you," Beigong Ao said. Yi Futian had already allowed Beigong Ao a fateful encounter. Now, he had given his daughter a precious pill. His debt of gratitude towards Yi Futian was growing larger and larger. "Take it. Didn't you mention before that you initially wanted her to inherit the Cloud Wood? You broke through to the next plane after obtaining the Cloud Wood. It was a great achievement. Now that this pill is suitable for her, why do you refuse?" Yi Futian asked casually. He did not seem to mind at all. Beigong Ao had no counter to him. He then nodded his head seriously and said, "Many thanks, Pavilion Master." Beigong Ao was intelligent and good at making decisions. He prioritized benefits. However, right now, he was moved. The demeanor of some people could make one change. Now he knew what others meant when they said a man would die for his friends. Previously, he was just a 7th-tier upper-level Renhuang. Be it the Cloudwood or the pill, both were beyond his level. If it weren't for Yi Futian, these objects would be unattainable. On the other side, Emperor Helion revealed a faint look of disappointment. However, he quickly covered it up. He had known Yi Futian first. At that time, Beigong Ao was still against them. Although they would later come together, Emperor Helion was still closer to Yi Futian. Yet, after entering Eastern Deity Island, they coincidentally came across the Cloud Wood and Beigong Ao received a fateful encounter with the Great Path. He was more of a help to Yi Futian than Emperor Helion was. Emperor Helion knew that Yi Futian was not playing favorites and that these events had all been coincidences. If they encountered an item that could aid Emperor Helion's cultivation, Yi Futian would also help him obtain it. However, Emperor Helion could not help but admire Beigong Ao as he became better. Yi Futian also did not say anything. He was indeed not picking favorites. Everything was just luck. They just had to bow to fate. If Yi Futian had the chance, he would naturally also help Emperor Helion. Once one reached their plane, some things did not need to be further explained. After that, the goddesses continued introducing the other pills one by one. They were all very precious pills of the Great Path. Yi Futian listened attentively. Among them, a few pills made his heart itch slightly. However, it was just an urge. The pills could not result in any material changes to his cultivation. With the life spirit of the world tree, his sensory ability of the Great Path was already extremely powerful. The effects of the pills would most likely be limited. It was just as Yi Futian had raved about before. He had a divine body of the heavenly path. Even though it was an arrogant form of speech, in reality, this could be considered his talent in cultivation. The other cultivators chose their pills one after another. Very quickly, the pills were chosen until only one was left. Only one person had yet to choose. This person was surprisingly Jiang Jioming. As a descendant of the ancient royal family, these pills did not tempt him. He did not mind, hence, he did not contend with the others. "Young Master Jiang," Goddess Huang said. "There is only one pill left." "No problem. I will take this pill then." "It is quite all right," Jiang Jioming replied with a smile as he received the pill. He appeared very casual about it. The members of Eastern Deity Island could tell that Jiang Jioming was not too concerned about it. These pills did not draw his attention. However, the members of Eastern Deity Island naturally knew his identity, so they would not think much of it. The 9 goddesses stepped down. The island lord looked at the crowd and said, "Please enjoy the banquet. Make yourselves comfortable." "Many thanks, island lord," the crowd thanked her as they nodded their heads. They began to enjoy the banquet. Once wine was down their throats, some people began to reveal drunken looks. They had strange expressions as they continued to enjoy their food. They discovered that the power of the great path in their bodies was fluctuating. They were all surprised. They looked at each other. They wanted to say something, yet no one did so first. Ha, an elder, who cultivated on Eastern Deity Island, laughed in another corner. He said, "You should be feeling it now. This banquet is prepared using the ingredients harvested off Eastern Deity Island. All of the dishes are beneficial for cultivation. Although the effects are not as strong as the pills, if taken over long periods of time, they are still very beneficial. Do you want to enjoy such delicacies every day in the future?" The crowd looked at each other. They were all moved. No wonder so many powerful cultivators were willing to stay on Eastern Deity Island to cultivate. The temptation was indeed strong. If you do not have a spiritual partner, you will also have the chance to train with the goddesses of Eastern Deity Island. "It all depends on your level," another cultivator jokingly said. He pointed towards a couple across from him and said, "Look at these two. They are a model couple." The crowd looked over at the couple. They were sitting together. The man was handsome and looked extraordinary, while the woman had beauty beyond comparison. They both had an otherworldly air to them. They were both Renhuangs who had become spiritual partners, training together. The goddesses of Eastern Deity Island are not so easy to curry favor from. Whether or not these cultivators have the ability to do so has yet to be determined, another person said with a laugh. The island lord had yet to speak, and these fellows had praised Eastern Deity Island so highly. However, the draw of Eastern Deity Island for cultivators was indeed powerful. "Young Master Yi, do you have a spiritual partner?" Bai Mu asked softly beside Yi Futian. She looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. Her voice was gentle. "I have," Yi Futian replied as he smiled and nodded his head. Bai Mu glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was beside him. She seemed to be sitting the closest to Yi Futian. There was more to their relationship than met the eye. She might be his spiritual partner. For someone to be young Master Yi's spiritual partner, the person must certainly be extremely outstanding, Bai Mu said as she looked at Xia Qingyuan and smiled. However, Xia Qingyuan sat quietly there and did not respond. She did not even look at Bai Mu. "Has Goddess always trained on Eastern Deity Island?" Yi Futian asked, not continuing to discuss the topic of spiritual partners. "Yes," Bai Mu answered, nodding her head. "Many years ago, I was found by my master and brought to Eastern Deity Island to train. If it weren't for my master, I would probably have a different life now." Training on Eastern Deity Island could transform one's cultivation physique and talents, forming them into a powerful cultivator. In reality, most of the goddesses of Eastern Deity Island came from non-prominent families. Otherwise, they would not have been brought to Eastern Deity Island. After coming here, their cultivation could be said to have skyrocketed. Hence, they were all grateful towards Eastern Deity Island. Eastern Deity Island also did not force them to do anything. Even on the matter of their spiritual partners, they could choose of their own free will. Yi Futian nodded his head. Eastern Deity Island had innate conditions, which indeed were very attractive to cultivators. From the looks of it now, the ability that Eastern Deity Island accumulated over these past few years was far more powerful than what the outside world imagined it to be. Are you all interested in joining Eastern Deity Island to cultivate? If you are willing to join us, you can freely comprehend any of the Great Path's fateful encounters on the island in the future. We will also provide sufficient pills to aid you all in cultivating higher planes. At that moment, the master of the banquet, the island lord, finally spoke. She extended her invitation to the cultivators here. The crowd was somewhat quiet. Such a matter was not easily decided in a short amount of time. If they were to receive these benefits and train on Eastern Deity Island, they would be considered members of the island. Eastern Deity Island must be planning for something in the future for them to do so. "I will not be joining Eastern Deity Island to train," Jiang Jioming said with a smile. "That is not the reason why I came here." "Young Master Jiang, why have you come to Eastern Deity Island?" the island lord inquired. Jiang Jioming looked at the island lord. He smiled and replied, "I am here for the item that Senior Supreme Deity Donglai was seeking back in the day." When Jiang Jioming said this, Many gazes immediately looked towards him. The item that senior supreme deity Donglai was seeking for back in the day? Yi Futian revealed a curious look. He looked at Beigong Ao and the others beside him. He saw that Beigong Ao was also shaking his head. Clearly, Beigong Ao also did not know about it. Did the legendary elixir actually exist? A thought surfaced in Shangguan Chuye's mind. There had indeed been such a rumor circulating within the Penglai continent. It was rumored that Eastern Deity Island had an elixir and that Supreme Deity Donglai had not truly perished back then. Instead, he had kept sustaining his life with the nourishment of the elixir. However, most people did not believe such rumors. Countless years had passed. It was impossible for Supreme Deity Donglai to still be alive. Island Lord had her gaze similarly locked on Jiang Jiuming. Those beautiful eyes suddenly contained a formless pressure that landed on Jiang Jiuming. These past few years, many people with agendas had made their way to Eastern Deity Island. Jiang clan was an ancient royal family. It was not strange for Jiang Jiuming to know about this. It was just that ever since so many people had failed back then, it had been a long time since anyone had made such a request. She never imagined that Jiang Jiuming would come here for this. Could it be that he thought that he was special? Your level of attainment is still too low. If Renhuang Jiang had come, it might be possible, the female island lord said with a smile. Her tone was somewhat unfriendly. Jiang Jiuming had actually come here, seeking the elixir. How will I know if I don't try? Jiang Jiuming asked, not heeding the attitude of the island lord. He continued saying, even if there is no chance for me, I can at least broaden my horizons. I will have at least seen it before. Are you sure you want to see it? The island lord continued asking. Jiang Jiuming nodded his head and replied, before coming here, I heard of how miraculous the elixir was. Hence, I wanted to see it. I used this opportunity to come to Eastern Deity Island for this reason. I hope Island Lord may grant my wish. Island Lord lifted a wine glass and sipped it with her red lips. She then put it down and looked towards Jiang Jiuming. She immediately got up and came forward. Her long dress trailed behind her. She appeared graceful and dignified, as though she was a peerless empress. All right, since the ancient royal family, Jiang clan wants to see it, I will grant you your wish, the island lord proclaimed loudly. Follow me to the restricted area of Eastern Deity Island. Yes, many goddesses replied as they stood up and followed Island Lord. Many cultivators looked at each other. Most people also knew about this matter. However, no one had mentioned it before. This was the first time they had heard someone mention it up front. Would the Island Lord also allow them to see it? What was the elixir actually like? On Yi Futian's side, their group was whispering amongst themselves. They were all discussing the elixir. Clearly, for many of them, the elixir of Eastern Deity Island was just the stuff of rumors. It was not real. However, it seemed that it truly existed. Island Lord was also leading them to take a look at it now. Most of the crowd followed the Island Lord. Very quickly, a group of people was traversing through the sky above Eastern Deity Island. After a short while, they arrived at a vast expanse of herb forest. Many cultivators were guarding this place. All sorts of precious and rare medicinal herbs and plants were grown here. They passed over this place. Yi Futian glanced down at the ground below. He actually saw many precious plants that they had seen before on the island. This region was filled with extremely rich signs of life. As they advanced, they came before an ancient towering mountain. A crack was opened on the side of this mountain. A frightening aura emanated from within. It was a rich life aura that made everyone feel very comfortable. The elixir is inside. If you want it, you can enter to retrieve it, the island lord declared. This caused the crowd to reveal strange expressions. Would Eastern Deity Island allow people to take the elixir so easily? Of course, this was impossible. That meant that the elixir was not so easily retrieved. However, why was it that a mere pill could not be taken away? Many people were filled with curiosity. Yi Futian looked at Jiang Jiuming. He saw that the other party had a very serious expression. Since he had come for the elixir, he clearly knew more about it than others. He should be clear about everything regarding the elixir. From his expression, Futian understood that the elixir would not be easy to obtain. Island Lord did not say anything. She merely stood quietly to the side and watched them. Then, Jiang Zhoming led the Jiang clan cultivators forward. The rest of the crowd wanted to follow them, yet they were somewhat hesitant to do so. They were worried that the Island Lord would be dissatisfied, so they waited outside. The group of cultivators from the Jiang clan very quickly disappeared into the crack of the ancient mountain, stepping into it. There, the frightening aura of the great path immediately cut off their wills. They were unable to sense what was inside. They could only see with their eyes, but they could not see clearly at all. Rumble. The sound of intense collisions came from inside. It was as though intense currents of the great path were present within there. Various sounds kept coming out from within. The rumbling continued without end. Beside Futian, Zifeng glanced ahead with a cold gaze. She had entered this place before. Even a cultivator of the ancient royal family would not be able to take away the elixir. As expected, not long after, the crowd saw silhouettes emerge from the crack. It was Jiang Zhoming and his group. They all appeared rather disheveled. Many of their clothes were tattered, and some were even injured. It was as though they had been through a huge battle. This caused Futian to reveal a strange expression. Wasn't the elixir hidden within? Why had they emerged in such a state? Could it be that the elixir could fight back? That was impossible. Or could it be that the elixir had a guardian beast protecting it? Jiang Zhoming revealed a look of disappointment. He saluted with his fists at the Island Lord and said, "Thank you very much for your generosity, Island Lord." "You are welcome," Island Lord replied casually. "If anyone here is interested, you can continue to give it a try. As long as you can retrieve the elixir, it is yours." These words were like a slap to the face. It was obvious that they would not be able to take the elixir away. This scene caused Futian to reveal a bizarre expression. From their conversation, it was clear that the elixir was indeed inside. Otherwise, the cultivators of the ancient royal family Jiang clan would not have spoken so politely. Although the elixir was in there, no one could take it away. It was not just Futian. Everyone else was also filled with curiosity. They wanted to know what exactly had happened inside. Island Lord obviously noticed the crowd's interest. She looked towards the crack and said, "If you want to know, you can go inside and take a look. However, be careful. Is the divine item, which was refined by the supreme deity Donglai back in the day, truly in there?" someone asked. "You will know if you go in and see for yourself. Since I allowed you to enter, I will not mind. If you want to, you may enter to take a look. If you can retrieve the elixir, that is fine as well," Island Lord continued. She seemed extremely confident that no one could take away the elixir from the Eastern Deity Island's restricted area. "If that is the case, there is no harm in letting an old man like me go in and have a look around," an elder said as he walked into the crack. Very soon, the sound of an intense collision could be heard. Not long after, the elder also returned. He was similarly disheveled. His face revealed a bitter smile. Many people looked at him. He merely shook his head and commented, "The Creator is truly miraculous. You will understand when you see it yourself." Upon hearing his words, even more cultivators were curious. Silhouettes entered into the crack one by one, only to return disappointed. Of course, aside from being disappointed, they were also astonished. It was just that none of them revealed what they saw inside, letting the others venture inside to see for themselves. Seeing the returning figures, Shangguan Qiuye, who was beside Futian, asked him, "Are you going in to take a look?" Futian's talent was extraordinary. Before this, he had inherited the fateful encounter of the great path on the cliff face. If he entered the crack in the mountain, would the result be the same? "Do you want to go in?" Futian asked her back. Shangguan Qiuye replied, nodding her head. "You can go first." "I'll wait and see," Futian answered. Shangguan Qiuye did not hold back and actually walked right in. However, not long after, Shangguan Qiuye also emerged like everyone else. Her beautiful eyes contained a look of astonishment. "What is in there?" Futian inquired. Go take a look for yourself, Shangguan Chuya replied, not telling Yi Futian what she saw. He also did not pursue the matter, waiting there quietly. As figures entered and emerged, no one managed to succeed. However, they had all been awed by something. When those who entered before saw the others emerge just like they had, they breathed sighs of relief. Most likely, no one would be able to retrieve this elixir. It was just as the island lord had said. If the Jiang clan's powerful existence were to come, only he may have a chance of retrieving the elixir. Finally, no one else entered into the crack. Island Lord asked out loud, "Does anyone else want to go in to take a look?" No one responded. Just then, Yi Futian stepped out and said, "I also wish to broaden my horizons." "Suit yourself," Island Lord replied. Her expression remained the same. She did not think much about it. Yi Futian then stepped forward and entered into the crack in the ancient mountain. He directly passed through the mountain and entered a gigantic space. When Yi Futian arrived on this side, he instantly sensed an extremely intimate aura. When he saw the scene before him, his eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Before him, there was a tree. It was a gigantic divine tree with countless branches and leaves. This tree seemed to nurture all forms of paths, emanating many different types of auras of the Great Path. It was as though the tree could accommodate all things within it. Inside the ancient tree, the most powerful aura of the Great Path was the aura of the Great Path of Life. This was the ancient tree's original aura. What astonished Yi Futian was that this gigantic ancient tree actually had a human shape. It was as though it was a humongous tree god. This human-shaped divine tree had a head, eyes, arms, body, as well as 2 legs. It completely resembled a human. Right then, a brilliant life aura was shining from the head of this human-shaped tree. There seemed to be an elixir there. Chapter 1935, Merging. Yi Futian revealed a bizarre expression. The elixir was nurturing life. This ancient tree was born from the elixir. Although it was just a tree, Yi Futian felt as though he was being watched. The ancient tree before him was even richer in spirit than the flowering tree he encountered before entering Eastern Deity Island. It was as though he was facing a person. The life aura contained within the ancient tree astonished him. Endless emerald green divine halos shone all around, sealing off this space. The swaying branches kept growing, blocking out the sun and the sky. It seemed to truly be a divine tree. It had a perfect way of life. Was this the power of the origin of the way of life? Yi Futian thought to himself. The sense of familiarity grew stronger. The life spirit of the world tree within him swayed and began to stir. This was another object that caused his life spirit to stir. It was certainly an extremely precious item. Yi Futian approached the tree. Yet, in an instant, the branches and leaves that blocked out the sun and the sky descended upon him. They became countless vines and tendrils that instantly flooded around him. Yin divine light surged over Yi Futian's figure. He tried to freeze the vines of the ancient tree, but he saw the emerald green divine halos above the ancient tree shine. Its vitality was overwhelming, immediately breaking through the power of the yin divine light as it continued towards Yi Futian. Sword will, lightning, and other powers of the Great Path burst forth from Yi Futian, attempting to block off the vines. However, they were all useless. The branches and leaves seemed to be unable to decay. Their vitality was overwhelming to the point of making them immortal. Be it destruction or death, they could not corrupt the branches and leaves. With a swooshing sound, Yi Futian's figure was completely tied up in an instant. He could not resist at all. When this power bound him, he did not have the ability to struggle at all. He frenziedly unleashed his aura of the Great Path, but he could not break free. At that moment, Yi Futian understood what the others had been through. Like him, they must have been unable to offer up any resistance. They had all been bullied by a tree. The branches of the ancient tree wrapped him within them. Yi Futian felt his body spinning. He then appeared before the divine tree. The head of the tree seemed to be staring at him. An object shone with brilliant divine light in its head. The power within the divine light was bestowing life to the divine tree. Swoosh! Yi Futian heard high-pitched squeaks. The branches of the divine tree seemed to become razor-sharp. They were aimed at Yi Futian, seemingly wanting to pierce through his body. Yi Futian knew that the situation was bad. The way of life in his body also burst forth at that instant. The divine halo of the world tree emanated from him. Currents of the great path enveloped the vast space. His figure suddenly became a frightening spiral that consumed the way of life of the tree. In just a split second, the surrounding way of life surged into his body. Inside his body, there was also a divine tree shining with a strange divine halo. It seemed ethereal, like a king among divine trees. It was staring back at the ancient tree outside. The ancient tree outside also sensed its presence. The two actually developed some form of resonance with each other. Swooshing sounds kept ringing in Yi Futian's ear as the branches frenziedly swept towards Yi Futian. The branches actually dove into Yi Futian's body, being drawn towards his aura, allowing themselves to be consumed by the aura. The elixir on the ancient tree released blinding divine light. From within the elixir that was merged with the divine tree, an illusory figure seemed to faintly appear. The figure's temperament was ethereal, as though he was a celestial being. Supreme deity Donglai. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. Could it be that the absurd things that Shangguan Chuya previously told him were true? Yi Futian saw the light released by the elixir grow brighter and brighter. Frightening divine halos completely lit up the space within this domain of the Great Path. The emerald green divine light was like the light of life. He could hear a crisp sound, as though the elixir was shattering. It merged directly into the divine tree and then continued to surge into Yi Futian's body, merging once again with the divine tree within him. Yi Futian greedily absorbed this power of the great path of life. He felt his life aura swell. It was still continuing to rise. His organs, meridians, and life force seemed to also grow stronger. He was full of life force. He could clearly sense that as his life force grew stronger, his blood, qi, and will were also strengthened. Life force was the source of human existence. As time passed slowly, both the divine tree as well the elixir contained within it disappeared, consumed by Yi Futian. The exuberant life aura within him made him feel as though he was filled with endless power. His temperament also went through some changes. Yet, he could not describe what had changed exactly. Just them, a will suddenly surfaced within his mind. This caused him to be momentarily stunned. The illusory figure had directly appeared in his mind in the form of will. He was still ethereal, as though he was a celestial being. "Are you senior supreme deity Donglai?" Yi Futian asked as his will wavered. The other party replied, nodding his head. He continued, "Let down your will. I will let you know everything that you wish to know." "All right," Yi Futian answered. He was not on guard. The other party's will was weak and feeble. It was impossible for him to take anything from Yi Futian. Hence, Yi Futian was at ease to allow the other party's will to merge into his own. In an instant, countless images surfaced in his mind. They seemed to be images of supreme deity Donglai's legendary life. Of course, what was more precious was that supreme deity Donglai imparted everything he had learned into Yi Futian's will, including his vast knowledge in alchemy techniques. This made Yi Futian feel strange. He had just come in here to try his luck. He never imagined that he would not only consume the elixir but also receive the lifelong teachings of supreme deity Donglai. This, from the looks of it, he was truly fortunate to stumble upon this. He did not know how the successor of supreme deity Donglai, the female island lord, would think of this. The elixir nurtured the life of the divine tree and nourished the remaining will of supreme deity Donglai. Supreme deity Donglai had wanted to utilize the elixir and the divine tree to remain immortal. Yet, his plans had all been wrecked by Yi Futian. "It is your good fortune to be able to come here. You can now be considered half a disciple of mine. I hope that you can take care of Eastern Deity Island." Supreme deity Donglai directly imprinted this thought in Yi Futian's mind. Yi Futian nodded his head and answered solemnly, "Senior, rest assured. I will do whatever is within my power." The illusory figure nodded his head slightly. He then gradually turned blurrier until he completely disappeared, vanishing into thin air. At that moment, Supreme deity Donglai was truly considered to have disappeared from the world. Yi Futian took a deep breath. He looked at the empty ancient mountain. All the power of the way of life here was no longer present. Right now, he still had another predicament to face. He did not know what the island lord would do to him. Yi Futian turned around and headed outside. The people outside were all idly chatting to one another. They appeared exceptionally casual, as though they did not take this event to be a big issue anymore. When they saw Yi Futian equally as disheveled as the rest, they only smiled, revealing understanding looks. Island Lord glanced over at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She then looked at the crowd and said, "Let's go." As she said this, she turned around and walked away. The rest followed her and left the place. After the crowd returned to the island, they were invited to rest on Eastern Deity Island. They could move around freely and also contemplate on whether or not they wanted to stay to cultivate on Eastern Deity Island. A palace was arranged for Yi Futian's group to cultivate in. The place was elegant. Xie Qingyuan's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked back at her and asked, "What are you looking at?" "You seem somewhat different," Xie Qingyuan replied. Yi Futian was stunned. She could tell. "What seems different about me?" Yi Futian inquired. Xie Qingyuan shook her head gently and said, "It's just a feeling." "Your senses are really sharp," Yi Futian said with a smile. Xie Qingyuan looked at him. Yi Futian then said, "The members of Eastern Deity Island should be coming to find me soon." When Xie Qingyuan heard Yi Futian say this, she immediately understood. He must have had a different experience compared to other people when he was in the ancient mountain. Just as they were chatting, a group of silhouettes traversed across the sky. They quickly arrived outside their palace. One of the silhouettes said, "Bai Mu wishes to see Pavilion Master Yi." "Goddess, please come in," Yi Futian turned his head and said out loud. Xie Qingyuan also looked over in that direction. The members of Eastern Deity Island actually came. Bai Mu and her group immediately came up to Yi Futian. She bowed slightly and said, "Island Lord invites Pavilion Master Yi to meet with her." "All right," Yi Futian replied, nodding his head. He could not just leave Eastern Deity Island like that. He wouldn't be able to either. "Many thanks, Pavilion Master Yi," Bai Mu thanked him as she nodded. She then turned and headed off. Yi Futian told Xie Qingyuan and the others, "Wait for me here." As he said this, he followed Bai Mu alone and came to the residence of the Island Lord. When Yi Futian arrived, there were only a few people present. Aside from the Island Lord, there were a few figures with very powerful auras. This alarmed Bai Mu and the other goddesses. What was going to happen? "Greetings, Island Lord," Yi Futian said as he bowed slightly. Island Lord acknowledged his greeting by nodding her head. She then said to Bai Mu and the other goddesses, "You may all step down." Understood. Although Bai Mu and the rest were curious, they still stepped down and left the place. There were only a few members, and the Island Lord left in this place together with Yi Futian. A formless pressure landed on Yi Futian. This peerless Island Lord released a terrifying pressure of the great path that enveloped Yi Futian. "What happened to the divine tree as well as the elixir?" she interrogated in a cold tone. "I happened to obtain them by chance. They have already merged into my body," Yi Futian responded. The female Island Lord had waited until now to meet with him privately. She must not want other people to know about this. From the looks of it, he should be quite safe. The other party would not do anything to him. Chapter 1936, The Second Island Lord. The female Island Lord stared at Yi Futian. The coercion of the Great Path was still strong. Had it been integrated by him? "What did you get?" she asked. "Elixir, the life force of the Great Path." As soon as Yi Futian's voice fell, a most sacred emerald green divine brilliance gleamed. His body seemed to have been transformed into a divine tree with countless branches and leaves spread out, swaying in this space. The Great Path of Life was extremely majestic and vibrant. Yi Futian's body was also filled with radiant green divine brilliance, with a most powerful vitality. "What else?" the other continued to ask him, her gaze fixed on him. Yi Futian looked into those deep eyes and responded, and I have inherited everything from the supreme deity Donglai. As soon as his voice fell, an invisible pressure of the great path enveloped this area. Not just the female island lord, but the few cultivators next to her also emitted an extremely powerful aura. Supreme deity Donglai was the belief of Eastern Deity Island. Even though he had fallen for many years, the people on Eastern Deity Island knew that he hadn't completely disappeared. They had always hoped that he would continue to exist forever so that one day he might wake up one way or another. But now, it was inherited by Futian. He's gone. A terrible power of the great path surged over the woman, and it seemed rather cold. He's gone, Futian responded frankly. Supreme deity Donglai proclaimed that I could be counted as half a disciple of his and asked me to look after Eastern Deity Island in the future. You, look after Eastern Deity Island, said the other while looking at Futian. I can't now, Futian responded, but does the island lord think it will not be possible even in the future? The woman fell silent when she heard Futian's words. She had been watching Futian's performance. Even with Jiang Zhoming present, Futian was still the one with the most outstanding performance in Eastern Deity Island. So, the movement of the flowering tree was also because of you. She continued, and Futian nodded, did not deny it. Who are you? There is no major clan with the last name Yi in the surrounding continents. The female island lord stared at Futian. She was a little suspicious of Futian's identity and wondered whether he was coming for the elixir just like Jiang Zhoming. Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion, Futian responded. Dongyuan Pavilion can't tolerate the likes of you, the other responded bluntly. Futian gave a look at the people next to her, which caught her attention. Did he mean to have her dismiss her people before he would say more? You may go now, the island lord commanded. Several people glanced at Futian coldly, then turned to leave. The island lord looked at Futian and said, you can spill it now. Sure enough, just as she had thought, this man wasn't so simple. His past was extraordinary, or else, he wouldn't request a private audience with her. An invisible power of the great path enveloped this area and sealed it. Futian looked at the island lord, since I have inherited everything from the supreme deity Donglai, naturally I am aware of its past. As he said, I am indeed half of a disciple to him. I can't cut off my relationship with the Eastern Deity Island. Therefore, I can tell the island lord my secrets to demonstrate my sincerity, but I also hope that the island lord will keep my secrets for me. Of course. The other nodded. I come from the original realm, said Futian. Impossible. The island lord was surprised. How could you possibly come from original realm with this kind of cultivation? Obviously, she had heard of the original realm. After all, Eastern Deity Island was once prosperous. Her father was a top figure. They had talked about it. Whether the island lord believes it or not, I did come from the original realm, it is a fact, Futian continued, while the beautiful eyes of the woman in front of him fixed on him. Although she knew of the original realm, to the vast majority of the forces in Divine Prefecture, the original realm only existed as a myth. And the young man in front of her came from the original realm. Even if I believe you, is this any secret? The island lord said to Futian. Back then, I was hunted by the top powers of the Divine Prefecture in the original realm, including powers such as the Holy Land of Taichu, Futian continued, and the other revealed a look of surprise. She had heard of Holy Land of Taichu, even if it never had any exchanges with Eastern Deity Island, but as one of the top forces in Divine Prefecture, she knew of its existence. Would such forces hunt Futian down? My real name is Futian. Lionian is just a pseudonym. In the original realm, due to some circumstances, I was targeted by the forces in the original realm and those of the lower worlds in the Divine Prefecture, so I fled to Divine Prefecture, Futian said. How did you manage to escape with your realm? The other asked. Princess Donghuang didn't want to see me die, Futian responded. Princess Donghuang? The female island lord was already starting to believe in Futian's story, but the more she listened, the more she felt it was implausible. She felt it's almost like a dream. A man of lower Renhuang realm came to Eastern Deity Island for trial and obtained the opportunity of the Great Path. However, The characters and forces that he mentioned were inaccessible to those on Eastern Deity Island. How could this not make her feel a little surreal? Look at it yourself. Yi Futian shot a thought from his brow chakra toward the center of her brow chakra. She did not refuse and saw scenes appearing before her eyes. The battle in the original realm was also displayed. After watching, the female island lord's aura fluctuated slightly, staring at the man in front of her. This was a veritable genius. In the original realm, he had come into contact with the top powers and was valued by Princess Donghuang. No wonder such an extremely talented person traversed and dominated all of Eastern Deity Island, inherited the opportunity of the Great Path, and seized the elixir. Am I sincere enough? Yi Futian asked while the other still looked at him. Why tell me so much? The other asked him. These were Yi Futian's secrets. There was no need to tell her all of them. I inherited the elixir and the inheritance of the supreme deity Donglai. I could be considered as half of his heir. If I don't convince the island lord of my talent, it may put me at a disadvantage. On the contrary, if the island lord sees all this, the conclusion may very well be the opposite, Yi Futian responded frankly. He learned everything that Eastern Deity Island had experienced through supreme deity Donglai. Eastern Deity Island was now in desperate need of power, the reason why it was using the opportunity of the Great Path to attract talented men from outside. However, no matter how they recruit, even if Eastern Deity Island's strength increased, there would still be an upper limit. As long as Eastern Deity Island failed to produce a major figure, the limitation would always be there. Therefore, this could be the man who will give hope to Eastern Deity Island. Having inherited everything from Supreme Deity Donglai, with the promise to look after Eastern Deity Island, he would not mind help coming from Eastern Deity Island. You go back first, the island lord thought for a moment and said to Yi Futian. Her thoughts were mixed up, and she hadn't sorted them out yet. Very well. Yi Futian nodded slightly and left. Long after he left, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island still stared at his faded figure in a daze. Yi Futian from the original realm. Yi Lionian, the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion. She had been recruiting genius talents for Eastern Deity Island. Finally, on this day, a genius had come, one that even the daughter of the great emperor had appreciated. Yi Futian's talent was undoubted. This was someone who could make the flowering tree run wild, allowing the divine tree to blend into the divine body, someone that Zifeng was willing to follow in cultivation. No matter how she looked at it, Yi Futian was the best candidate for Eastern Deity Island. But, was he reliable? Previously at the banquet, Yi Futian casually gave out the refined thunder mastering pellets to those around him. He had performed well on Eastern Deity Island before. His character was gentle and erudite but ruthless toward the enemy. Perhaps this was destined to send Yi Futian to Eastern Deity Island. Island Lord. At this moment, a group of people landed next to Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island. Their eyes were full of doubts and questions. What did the white-haired man talk about with the Island Lord? From today onwards, Yi Lionian is the second Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island, and you will do all you can to provide full assistance to him. However, this matter is only known to you and cannot be publicized. His status is the same as mine, said the woman. Everyone around was a little surprised, their eyes on her. Was this to confirm the white-haired Renhuang as the heir of Eastern Deity Island? Even if he had gotten the inheritance of Supreme Deity Donglai, should a decision be made so quickly? Island Lord, do we need to discuss this matter further? Someone asked. No, I have made up my mind, so it is decided. The Island Lord's tone was determined, and everyone was a little concerned, unaware of what the two had talked about. But they knew the Island Lord, an extremely outstanding leader, whose action was always swift. Since she had already made the decision, they would not question her. They all nodded in response and left. Second Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island? Yi Futian didn't know any of this. After he returned, Zifeng asked him, what did Sister Island Lord say to you? Nothing, just concerned for me, Yi Futian smiled. Concerned for you? Zifeng's beautiful eyes glanced at him with a look of contempt. This Island Lord did care for anyone, much less a man. Yi Futian nodded. Although you plan to follow me to cultivate, you may still be on Eastern Deity Island often. Zifeng didn't quite understand it, and Yi Futian didn't bother to explain further. In his opinion, such a choice was actually straightforward. As smart as the island lord of Eastern Deity Island, she would make the best judgment. When faced with a win-win option, no one would choose to lose. When are we leaving? Beigong Shuang came over and asked Yi Futian. Leave. Yi Futian looked at Beigong Shuang and said, Eastern Deity Island's fine wines and delicacies are all great. Why leave? Wasn't it nice to stay a few more days and enjoy the feast? You are not leaving? Beigong Shuang looked confused, didn't quite understand. Yi Futian smiled and didn't say anything more. Of course, he wouldn't leave. From now on, this would be like his own backyard. Chapter 1937, Conferred. Eastern Deity Island. Those who planned to enter the core island gradually left. Several others chose to join Eastern Deity Island, preparing to stay there to cultivate. Yi Futian did not leave, staying on Eastern Deity Island to continue his cultivation. At Eastern Deity Island, delicacies were provided every day, with Goddess Baimu from Eastern Deity Island personally waiting on him daily. Many cultivators were a little unhappy with the situation, saying that Baimu was almost like Yi Futian's servant girl. They thought that Yi Futian must have agreed to join Eastern Deity Island to cultivate. But even if he had outstanding talents, there was no need to degrade Baimu like this. On Eastern Deity Island, Baimu's talent was one of the most outstanding. An empress who was so out of this world, now serving Yi Futian every day, made many felt quite odd. If the two were path companions, they would understand it. But Baimu didn't say anything, nor felt that she was being wronged. The order of the island lord must have its own reasons. As for the matter regarding the second island lord, it was not publicized by Eastern Deity Island, and only a few key people knew about it. Even the goddesses of Eastern Deity Island did not know anything. Of course, Yi Futian himself didn't know it either, but judging from the attitude of everyone, many things were becoming clear to him. On this day, in a hall on Eastern Deity Island, Baimu and a goddess Huang stood there, respectfully facing the peerless empress in front of him, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island. Baimu, how are you getting along with Pavilion Master Yi these past few days? The island lord asked. Very well. Baimu nodded slightly. Pavilion Master Yi is easygoing and easy to get along with. The island lord nodded slightly and glanced at that goddess Huang. Her name was Huang Yang, a direct disciple of the island lord herself. She was extremely talented and was regarded very highly. Seeing that her master now looked at her, Huang Yang said, Master, there has been some gossip on the island these past few days. It's true that Pavilion Master Yi is extremely talented. Although he has entered the Eastern Deity Island to cultivate, is it necessary to give him such grand treatments? The island lord glanced at her and said, Huang Yang, you can leave for the moment now. Huang Yang was stunned by this reply. With some puzzlements in her eyes, she nodded and replied, Yes, master. After that, she left, not knowing what she said that had displeased her master. Neither did Baimu. She was the only one left. Baimu, what do you think of Pavilion Master Yi? The island lord asked. His talent is unparalleled. Baimu responded, even Jiang Jiuming from the ancient royal family is not necessarily more outstanding than him. Whether inside or outside of Eastern Deity Island, he had demonstrated unparalleled talent. The island lord nodded. Do you want to cultivate with him? Baimu was stunned. A strange look appeared in her beautiful eyes as she lowered her head slightly. Master, Pavilion Master Yi already has a path companion. Not as path companion, just to follow him in cultivation. The island lord knew that Baimu had misunderstood her meaning, and continued. Baimu looked up at her master in surprise. Did her master really want her to follow Yi Futian and serve him? Just how important was Yi Futian? Baimu will obey master's order, Baimu replied softly. It's not an order. I'm simply asking if you are willing. If you are not, I won't force you. What I need is someone who truly wanted to follow him in cultivation, and not just because I ordered it. He is here because you recommended him, so you know him the best, that's why I am asking for your opinion, the island lord continued. Baimu looked pensive when she heard her master's words. Judging from what her master said, she held Yi Futian in higher regard than she had previously thought. Baimu thought of how she had gotten to know Yi Futian. First, it was the battle between him and Jun Chuyen. Later, in Eastern Deity Island, when he disabled Jun Chuyen. At the time, she felt that Yi Futian was a little too impulsive and should not made such a move against Jun Chuyen. Things could be very dangerous to him in the future when he's in the outside world. However, now she realized that she might have overthought the matter. In Eastern Deity Island, Yi Futian was able to have an effect on her master to the point of assigning her to follow him. If the Jun family ever wanted to harm Yi Futian, it would be impossible for Eastern Deity Island not to get involved. I am willing. Baimu nodded and bowed. Perhaps following Yi Futian in cultivation was also a fated encounter. Let's see what it might bring. The island lord nodded slightly and said, in that case, I will tell you the truth. I have made Yi Futian the second island lord of Eastern Deity Island. The future of Eastern Deity Island may be tied to him. Do you understand? Baimu's beautiful eyes showed some surprise as she raised her head to look at her master. Elixir was obtained by him, and he had also gotten the inheritance of my father, the island lord continued. Her every word made Baimu's heart tremble. Indeed, she had underestimated him. No wonder the master wanted her to follow him around. At this time, the island lord took out a sacred ancient decree, which was filled with a powerful aura of the Great Path. The ancient decree flew toward Baimu and hovered in front of her. When Baimu laid eyes on the decree, her eyes betrayed her emotions, clearly recognizing it. Seeing it is like seeing me. Take it. Whenever you need it, you may use it. In addition, I will confer you as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island. The voice of the island lord caused an uneasiness inside Baimu. The bestowing of the ancient decree, and conferring her as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island, all these just so that she would follow Yi Futian in cultivation. Most people on Eastern Deity Island don't know what happened today. It is only for your own knowledge, so do not disclose it to the others. Yes, Master. Baimu nodded. It seemed that Master chose her this time and entrusted her with an important task. Go, said the island lord. Baimu bowed slightly, then turned to leave. There was a great disturbance in her heart that was difficult to calm down for a long while. The island lord of Eastern Deity Island watched the other leave and sat there quietly. Yi Futian had inherited everything from her father and obtained the elixir. Apart from not being the actual descendant of her father by blood, he was more of an heir in every way, so she bestowed him the title as the second island lord. She was not hungry for power. Only strength could bring power. Otherwise, it was as fleeting as the clouds. If one day Yi Futian could reach a certain height, she wouldn't mind Yi Futian inheriting Eastern Deity Island. Although Zifeng was following him, she didn't think it was enough. Yi Futian was not from Eastern Deity Island and would not have a sense of belonging regarding Eastern Deity Island. She needed to strengthen that feeling for him consistently. Since she had already approved of Yi Futian, she needed to do everything to bind him. Therefore, she decided to send Baimu to take care of him. She thought of choosing Huang Yang, but Huang Yang was a proud one. She probably would never serve Yi Futian willingly, so she decided to give this task to Baimu. As for this business about the goddess, Huang Yang had to stand down. If there was no Yi Futian, the official position for the goddess should have gone to Huang Yang. Her eyes focused outside and said clearly, today, disciple Baimu is officially designated as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island, ranking first among all the disciples, and her orders are to be obeyed by all. This voice came out and spread throughout Eastern Deity Island. In an instant, it resounded above the entire island. Baimu, who had just left, stopped in her tracks, but she did not look back. At this moment, she felt no joy or excitement. On the contrary, all this meant more responsibilities, and she still had a long way to go. She was not quite deserving of the position of goddess at present, and now the master had bestowed such position to her, she had to work on making herself worthy. Huang Yang was in another place. She looked back at the ancient temple from which she had just came out, her beautiful eyes fixated there, with confusion and doubts in her eyes. conferring the title to Baimu, as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island. But why? Was it because of what happened in the ancient temple before? Because of what she said? She was a little puzzled and couldn't understand. She was not jealous, only that she could not understand why Master had made such a decision. In all aspects, she was more outstanding than Baimu. It was not just her, but everyone on Eastern Deity Island was looking in the direction of the voice, and their hearts were slightly disturbed. Baimu had been conferred as the goddess. Then what about Huang Yang? Why did the island lord choose to confer the title to Baimu at this time? By order of the island lord, congratulations to the goddess. At this moment, another voice resounded throughout Eastern Deity Island. It was a powerful figure in Eastern Deity Island. By order of the island lord, congratulations to the goddess. After that, there were other voices that were heard in response to the island lord of Eastern Deity Island. Soon, these voices flooded the island, resonating with the world, as if it was the will of the great path that must be accepted by those who heard it. In the palace where Futian was, he raised his head slightly as the voices fell, and their sounds still lingered. Did this matter have anything to do with him? Emperor Yi. At this time, Shangguan Choya walked over this way and said to him, Baimu has been conferred as the goddess. Wasn't Baimu the one who invited you to Eastern Deity? Yi Futian nodded. I didn't expect Goddess Baimu to have such luck, Shangguan Choya marveled. Just as she was speaking, a figure in the distance came in this direction. Shangguan Choya was taken aback when she saw who it was. Just as she was speaking of Baimu, here she came. Baimu's appearance surprised her. Baimu had just been conferred as the goddess. Even though there was no official ceremony, shouldn't she be with the island lord at a time like this? No matter what, this was the last place she should be at this time. Pavilion Master Yi. Baimu landed and nodded at Yi Futian with a smile. Congratulations to the goddess. Yi Futian smiled. Congratulations to the goddess. Shangguan Choya did the same. Thank you, Baimu responded with a smile. Goddess has just been conferred. How is it that you are already here? Shangguan Choya asked with some doubt, but Yi Futian didn't. Instinctively, he felt that this matter might have something to do with him. On this trip to Eastern Deity Island, Pavilion Master Yi demonstrated unparalleled talent. Master conferred the title of goddess on me so I could follow Pavilion Master Yi in cultivation. For many years, I have been cultivating in Eastern Deity Island, and it's time that I cultivate outside of the island. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to cultivate with Pavilion Master Yi in the outside world. Baimu spoke with a very soft voice, and her tone was very polite. Hearing her words, Yi Futian was assured of his speculation. It seemed that the island lord had made her decision so that a goddess would follow him in cultivation. Indeed, Baimu was conferred as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island because of him. On the side, Shangguan Choya looked shocked. In such a circumstance, how could she fail to understand that for Baimu, who had just been named as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island, to follow Yi Futian out in the world to cultivate, implied that a goddess was to be Yi Futian's path companion? Obviously, her understanding was a little off. Chapter 1938, Attainment of the Divine Flame. Yi Futian's understanding was different from that of Shangguan Choya. For the island lord of Eastern Deity Island to confer the title of goddess just to let that goddess follow him in cultivation was all but acknowledged his status. However, for a goddess to follow him might also be a way to keep tabs on him. However, he had a good impression of Baimu. They had picked the right person, so he had no reason to refuse her. He nodded and said, if the goddess doesn't object, I would have no reason to decline. Then it's settled. From now on, I will cultivate in this palace. If Pavilion Master Yi has any instructions, just let me know, Baimu said. Yi Futian nodded and began to understand the intention of the island lord. She wanted to use Baimu to connect him to Eastern Deity Island. Thank you, goddess. Yi Futian smiled and nodded once he understood the intention, while Shangguan Choya beside him blinked and wondered if that was all. He was not humble at all, shameless to the extreme. Shangguan Choya still thought that Eastern Deity Island was using Baimu to win Yi Futian over. She didn't know that Yi Futian had already inherited from the supreme deity Donglai, swallowed the elixir of Eastern Deity Island, and was now the second island lord of Eastern Deity Island. Pavilion Master, ye need not address me as goddess anymore, just call me by my name, Baimu said. Very well, Yi Futian nodded. Baimu, Eastern Deity Island should have a place for alchemy, right? Baimu nodded. Eastern Deity Island was created by Supreme Deity Donglai, who was a master-level alchemist. Eastern Deity Island was steeped in alchemy, and many of its people were experts in the art of alchemy. Are you good at it? Yi Futian asked. Baimu shook her head. I am not gifted in alchemy. Alchemy requires a strong comprehension of the Great Path. Any good alchemist could induce movements from the flowering tree. So, a powerful alchemist must have a strong talent for cultivation? Yi Futian asked, and Baimu nodded. This was also the reason why a powerful alchemist was extremely rare. For a person with outstanding talent, it was enough to improve his strength through cultivation. There was no need to be distracted by alchemy. If so, I should have great potential for it. When you have time, you can take me to observe the alchemy in action here. Maybe I have a hidden talent in alchemy, Yi Futian said with a smile. Baimu knew the inside story and understood the reason behind Yi Futian's request to observe. Having inherited everything from Supreme Deity Donglai, Yi Futian now had a real chance to become a top master alchemist, provided that he was willing to spend time and energy on it. When will Eastern Deity Island be closed? Yi Futian asked. It will be closed in 3 days. By then, all the cultivators will leave Eastern Deity Island, Baimu said, as Yi Futian nodded in acknowledgement. Once Eastern Deity Island closed, the news would be spread to the outside, and all of the Penglai continent would know what happened to Jun Chuyen. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that the other party already knew of it, and this possibility was very high. After all, there were indeed such magical treasures in the world of cultivation. He and Xia Qingyuan owned a Zimu Yuanyang mirror, and it was highly probable that the news had already leaked out. But Jun Chuyen was in his hands, so the cultivators from the Jun family should not dare to provoke him. However, now was the time to consider the next step. Before that, they must first collect the divine fire of Wutong. Zifeng, shall we go to Wutong Island now? Yi Futian said to the phoenix that was not far away. Obviously, the two had reached an agreement to let Yi Futian take ownership of the divine fire of Wutong. Yes, Zifeng nodded, and the two walked away together. Shangguan Qiuye, Baimu, and the others looked at them in amazement. What were they going to do on Wutong Island? Wait for the little condor. A voice came from behind. Condor Sama spread his wings to catch up. If he didn't, he would be left behind. Before long, they appeared on Wutong Island together. Although Zifeng was not there, the Wutong divine tree was still on the island. No one had been able to take away the Wutong divine flame. This was a divine fire, and it was a divine fire of the great path conceived by the phoenix. It was possible to leverage its power to cultivate, but impossible to refine it for one's own possession. At least there was no one strong enough yet in Eastern Deity Island to do so. However, Yi Futian claimed he had a way. Leave Wutong Island immediately. Zifeng swooped down, her red dress was brilliant, and a sudden burst of overwhelming pressure bloomed from her. An illusion of the divine phoenix appeared on her body, sheltering the sky and the sun. The divine flame enveloped the entire Wutong Island so that all the Wutong trees on the island swayed, as traces of divine flames diffused into the atmosphere. In just an instant, the temperature of Wutong Island suddenly rose. With the Wutong divine tree as the center, wisps of elusive flames lingered. The cultivators on the island glanced at Zifeng and knew that this was probably the master of Wutong Island, and they retreated toward the void. Yi Futian and the little condor swooped down and landed next to the Wutong divine tree. Yi Futian walked under the Wutong tree and sat down in a cross-legged pose. Zifeng was suspended above the Wutong divine tree, quietly watching Yi Futian, wondering how he could take away the divine fire of Wutong from the tree. At this moment, she faintly perceived traces of invisible air currents that came from Yi Futian, covering the Wutong divine tree. At this moment, the power of the flaming great path above the divine tree was constantly flowing toward him. Caution flashed across Zifeng's beautiful eyes, and she became a little more serious. At this moment, she was faintly aware that an independent area of the Great Path had appeared in this space, and the divine tree was shrouded within. In this area, there seemed to be invisible, ancient tree branches and leaves spreading, turning into the currents of the Great Path, infiltrated into the Wutong divine tree so that Yi Futian's body and the Wutong divine tree became one, continuing to swallow and absorb the light of the divine flame. The terrible divine brilliance was shining, and an indescribably blazing aura permeated the atmosphere. Divine Wutong tree turned into the color of the flame as if a golden divine fire was burning had rendered Yi Futian's entire body extremely radiant. Divine flame. Little Condor retreated into the void. He couldn't possibly withstand the power of this divine fire. But even the power of the divine fire was still being absorbed by Yi Futian little by little, which caused the surprised look on Zifeng's face. Unless he could resonate with divine flame, anyone else who came in contact with the divine flame, such as herself, would be incinerated, body and soul. This was also why the Wutong divine flame was still here, though there was no one guarding it, because no one was able to take it away. But why was Yi Futian not hurt by it? Yi Futian's body was lit up with the divine brilliance of the flame, sparkled without ceasing, his entire body was radiant. The divine fire flowed about his body, also under great coercion. But even so, he didn't stop what he was doing. The strength of the shadow power that he encountered in the Shadow Realm Center was far more terrifying than this Wutong divine flame, yet it was absorbed and swallowed by him. Today, it would be the same with this Wutong divine flame. It was precisely because of the experience he had in the Shadow Realm that he could be this confident. After a long while, the divine glory on the divine Wutong tree gradually dimmed, and the divine light inside Yi Futian's body became even brighter. It was as if his entire body was bathed in the divine fire. He sat there cross-legged in cultivation, nor did he move. At the same time, the flame aura on the entire Wutong island became weakened, and the power of the Great Path gradually dissipated on this island. It had been swallowed. Zifeng stared at Yi Futian below. Although she had been watching, she still did not understand how Yi Futian had done it. She could only feel that Yi Futian was an expert at a mysterious power and that this power was strong enough to tolerate the divine fire of Wutong. After some time had passed, the brilliance of the divine flame flowed over Yi Futian's body. He stood up and exhaled a long breath, which actually turned into a frightful hot current. Lifting his head, Yi Futian looked at Zifeng and said with a smile, "It's done." "Where is the divine flame?" Zifeng looked at Yi Futian, her eyes wide. Didn't he say that he would help her to take it? Where was the divine flame? Could it be pocketed by this guy? "Don't worry." Yi Futian saw Zifeng's expression and said with a smile, "Let's go back." As he finished speaking, he left in a flash, leaving behind an empty Wutong island. After they left, many came to this side, and someone asked, "Who was that man?" "Yi Liunian." He had already destroyed many opportunities of the Great Path, and they were all monopolized by him. Later, he breached the chessboard matrix and entered the core island. Now it seems that he may have been invited to cultivate on Eastern Deity Island and once again monopolize the opportunity on Wutong Island. How heartless, someone said. It seemed that Yi Futian was already quite famous on Eastern Deity Island. Yi Liunian, the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion, I have heard about him. He disabled Jun Qiuyan of his cultivation, slaughtered hundreds of cultivators from the Jun family of Penglai continent. Even cultivators of the 8th realm couldn't escape fast enough. He is a ruthless man, who knows what will happen if he goes into the outside world, someone next to him added. It seemed that everyone knew all that had happened on Eastern Deity Island in the past few days. After Yi Futian returned to Core Island, he continued to enjoy life, served daily with fine wine and delicacies, with more than one beauty by his side. Not only him but even those who came with him, such as Emperor Helion and Beigong Ao, were all enjoying the most luxurious lifestyle. He even asked Baimu to get him some magical pellets on account of cultivation and shared them with those who were the closest to him. Sometimes, he would even go and cultivate in alchemy. Shangguan Qiuye watched all this, and her thoughts were tangled. Even though Yi Futian's talent was outstanding, and now he had entered Eastern Deity Island to cultivate, Was there really a need for Eastern Deity Island to treat him so well? Moreover, the life that this guy led in Eastern Deity Island was practically like that of a king, perfect beyond words. Time seemed to go by very quickly. Finally, on this day, the journey to Eastern Deity Island was over. Eastern Deity Island invited several other geniuses who were on the island to stay and continue to cultivate there. At the same time, Eastern Deity Island opened up, and those cultivators who came for trials left successively. Some were happy, and some were sad. But when the gates of Eastern Deity Island were opened, the whole of Penglai continent was shaken. A battle occurred on Eastern Deity Island, which affected several top forces in Penglai continent. Among them, many cultivators of the Jun family were slaughtered, and the great loss they suffered included their young master, Jun Chuyan, who lost his cultivation. This news caused a great sensation in an instant, so much so that even a mighty army descended on Penglai deity region. Chapter 1939. What a good person. Eastern Deity Island, Alchemy Area. Yi Futian sat cross-legged in front of an alchemy cauldron. His full head of long silver hair glimmered under the glow of the flames. With a bright sheen on his hair, he was like a fallen deity. The alchemy cauldron in front of him floated in mid-air. Flames of the way enveloped the cauldron and entered it, setting the inside on fire as well. From within the cauldron came waves of fragrance from elixirs. Threads of flames of the way seeped into the alchemy cauldron, causing continuous transformations inside the cauldron. Both his hands were busy forming seals. In the cauldron, an ethereal silhouette seemed to appear and control everything that was happening inside. To refine elixirs, one had to send his spiritual energy into the cauldron to carefully control every step in the refining process. Thus, anyone with a low level of cultivation would not be able to refine powerful elixirs. After some time, the alchemy cauldron emanated a bright divine light of the great path. An exquisite pill was forming within, and a loud rumble resonated out from the alchemy cauldron. It's more or less ready. Yi Futian's white hair suddenly fluttered. He slapped his palm on the cauldron, and a beam of light shot out. The cauldron lid opened, and an elixir in the form of a pill flew out. When Yi Futian saw the pill, he hesitated a moment, and his face revealed a grim expression. Although the pill levitating in the air emanated radiance of the Great Path and exuded an extremely strong aura of the Great Path, its physical appearance was weird and ugly. It looked just like an irregular and deformed stone and not at all like an elixir. Blunder, Yi Futian heard several people nearby whisper as they turned their gaze towards him. What an embarrassment. While this was his first time officially practicing alchemy, he had tried quite a few times before, and yet the elixir that he refined was still this ugly. Seeing him, the alchemy masters of the Eastern Deity Island were rendered speechless. How could this be the prodigy alchemist that the Island Lord found for them? Perhaps the Island Lord wanted them to guide Yi Futian with the hopes that he would one day become a powerful alchemy master. My young friend, don't lose heart. You have already done well to be able to refine an elixir successfully on your first try. It isn't important what color it is, a Ren Huang said with a smile. Yes, its color is not crucial, and neither is its shape, another person said. Yi Futian nearly couldn't stay there any longer. What else was important then? I've suddenly remembered that I still have something on. I'll leave first, Yi Futian said aloud, and then scurried away, with Bai Mu following behind him. After they left, the others started giggling. It seems like the one chosen by the Island Lord still has a long way to go. Alchemy will not be that simple, an old man said as he stroked his beard. It seemed that they were all in good spirits after seeing Yi Futian in such a state. This was to be expected. The Island Lord had Bai Mu bring Yi Futian over and allowed him to try his hand at refining elixirs with any materials he wanted to use. Such special treatment had them speechless with shock. It was his first time refining elixirs, and he also used the best ingredients. What was the outcome? Look at the elixir he refined. With this color, can it even be consumed? Everyone walked forward, and instantly, they all laughed. Who dares to try it? How about you? Oh, no, thank you. You can have it instead, the people at the sides refused. They walked up to the front and drew the elixir pill out from the cauldron. Instantly, An intense wave of elixir fragrance washed over them. Although the elixir looked strange, its aura was certainly not weak. This contrast puzzled them greatly. After carefully examining the aura of the great path contained within the pill, a few people's expressions changed. "It seems all right. I'll give it a try," someone said aloud. "It's such an ugly elixir. Let me take one for the team instead," another person from the side also said. The people behind let out a puzzled expression. What was going on? Didn't they say they didn't dare take the elixir just moments ago? "Let me try," another person said. However, while they were talking, the person holding on to the elixir swallowed it in one gulp. Everyone else was stunned when they saw this. How shameless. After swallowing the pill, a majestic aura of life seeped out from the person's body. Since he was not well versed in the great path of life, so whatever that was happening must be due to the effect of the elixir. A glorious life force shrouded his body, boosting his vitality unceasingly. It was as though a change was occurring throughout his entire body, and his aura became stronger. At this moment, his white hair turned black, and the wrinkles on his face faded a little. His skin became smoother, and it was as though he was becoming younger. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces, especially those who saw the miraculous changes occurring in the person. They were all astonished. A short while later, the middle-level Renhuang seemed to have been reborn. He looked like he became younger by a few decades, and his aura seemed to emanate strongly. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed aloud, seeming to be full of energy. His voice also seemed full of strength, and said aloud, "The island lord has great foresight indeed. Our young friend Yi is an alchemy prodigy." Everyone was staring with their mouth agape. Just who was it who asked if anyone dared to consume the elixir just moments ago? What a cunning old man. They were greatly frustrated with themselves, bitter that they acted too slowly. "What grade is it?" someone asked. "It is a perfect grade elixir, level 5 pill of the great path," the old man replied aloud. The people who heard him nearly wanted to vomit blood. A perfect grade level 5 pill of the great path had the efficacy of a normal level 7 elixir. No wonder it could restore him to youth. The hue is unimportant, and neither is the shape. In alchemy, the most important thing is the level of elixir produced. The old man chuckled. Our young friend Yi is indeed a prodigy. He isn't bounded by rigid rules and takes the road not taken by others, forming his own style. He spent all his effort on maximizing the level of the elixir and disregarded the opinions of others. It is so rare to see someone of such strong will. This old man admires him indeed. Hearing the old man bragging, every one of them stared with their mouths agape. This was way too. What are you all looking at? As alchemists, you all have the title but don't have the ability to back it up. You only focus on the elixir's physical appearance and pay little attention to the fundamentals of the elixir itself. You even looked down on the elixir refined by Renhuang Yi. Only this old man appreciated his work and thus consumed it. However, seeing this discrepancy in ability, I must also reflect properly. In terms of his competence in the way of alchemy, he is eligible to be this old man's mentor. I shall go visit him now. As he finished, he strode with large steps, and like a meteor, he sped out of the area and went to look for Yi Futian. The crowd who remained behind looked at his shrinking silhouette with mouths agape. How shameless can this old man be? Someone pointed at his shrinking back and scolded angrily. How can such a shameless person exist in the world? The rest of the people were also infuriated. This was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. He was too shameless. After cursing their hearts out, someone asked, "So, are we going?" "I have something else on, so I'll take my leave first," someone said. "I also have something else, so I'll leave you all on your own," another person said. The person who was cursing the most aggressively became the one to run the fastest. The person who posed the question just now was a little stunned. In the blink of an eye, everyone had fled. "Shameless!" he shouted angrily and then followed behind everyone else as he strode away. Everyone who claimed to have something else to do headed in the same direction. Thus, on this day, the pavilion in which Yi Futian was living was especially bustling, causing many people to stare with their mouths agape. The alchemy masters who were normally arrogant were all looking for Renhuang Yi, and their attitudes could even be said to be one of reverence. The Bai Mu, who was in the pavilion, saw the arrival of the alchemy masters and was also speechless. What in the world happened? We are all here to pay a visit to our young friend Yi, someone said. Does he have some spare time now? Pavilion Master Yi was just about to go out for a walk, Bai Mu replied. Is there anything you need from Pavilion Master Yi? She was still confused. What was this scenario? Nothing of great importance, actually. It's just about refining elixirs. We would like to discuss things with him a little more, someone said. Bai Mu let out a puzzled expression. Did they want to discuss things about alchemy with Yi Futian? Little did they know that Yi Futian was just a low-level Renhuang when he managed to refine a perfect grade mid-level pill of the Great Path. He had already surpassed the vast majority of them, which was an impressive feat. Yi Futian had just started learning alchemy. In the future, wouldn't it be easy for him to refine high-level elixirs? It would be effortless for him. Even though they were alchemy masters, they were also practitioners. Therefore, elixirs were extremely important to them as well. Just now, the old man gained a lot of benefits after taking the pill of the Great Path made by Yi Futian. Preparing for your visit had me quite nervous, a voice called out from somewhere. Yi Futian stepped through the air and arrived next to them. My young friend, Yi, please. You managed to refine such a miraculous elixir so casually, and it had us all humbled. Thus, we have come to invite you to discuss more about the way of alchemy. We also have some questions that we hope you can provide some guidance on. Bai Mu, who was listening in, was so surprised that her eyes widened, and she was rendered speechless. These stuck-up alchemy masters were going to seek guidance from Yi Futian. Yi Futian had just begun to learn alchemy. She was under the impression that alchemy was very difficult. Could it be that Yi Futian refined an extremely powerful elixir just now? I would like to exchange more ideas with you seniors, however, I'm afraid I won't have many more chances in the future. Yi Futian sighed. Now that the Eastern Deity Island has opened, I might have to leave. While I was training on the Eastern Deity Island, I was continuously pursued by people who wanted me dead and had no choice but to offend the Jun family virtuosos. The Jun family of the Penglai continent probably hates my guys now, but for some personal reasons, I have no choice but to face them. Once I leave, I don't think I can return. PFFFT, a Penglai continent is no big deal. My young friend Yi, wait a little while, and I'll get some people to help and accompany you. Exactly, my young friend Yi, don't worry. We will accompany you. I'll go find the island lord now. Leave these matters to us. Voices offering help sounded out, and Yi Futian was almost moved to tears. Such a bunch of wonderful people. Having understood that he suffered injustice, they were willing to help him out. Bai Mu stood there, feeling quite perplexed indeed. Chapter 1940, Departure from the Island. Many virtuosos hailing from various continents gathered after the Eastern Deity Island trial ended in the Penglai Deity region. Many virtuosos did not leave straight away. All the practitioners gained something from this journey, and several people obtained huge benefits. Of course, none of them could compare to Yi Futian. After all, Yi Futian obtained the source of a relic of the Great Path. Furthermore, this was only one of the few relics of the Great Path that Yi Futian had taken for himself. He did not even touch the vast majority of relics. Nonetheless, everyone had their own chance meetings and benefits gained. After they departed from the Eastern Deity Island, the Penglai Deity region became even busier, and trades became even more common. Apart from this, many people were exchanging stories and discussing the Eastern Deity Island's gossip and what happened there. For example, some rumors said that among the people who entered the Eastern Deity Island, one of them was a mysterious virtuoso from the ancient royal family, the Jiang clan. To most of the practitioners who went to the Eastern Deity Island, the ancient royal family was an unrelatable entity. Thus, many people were quite surprised that the Eastern Deity Island had actually managed to attract the ancient royal family's virtuosos. However, the person that attracted the most attention this time was not the virtuosos from the ancient royal family, the Jiang clan. Rather, that person was a Renhuang who was apparently the pavilion master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, Yi Lionian. This person performed outstandingly well in the Eastern Deity Island. He managed to obtain relics of the Great Path consecutively and killed many Renhuangs, and his methods were callous and cold. What really made people afraid of him was that he had slain nearly all the virtuosos from the Jun family, one of the top-tier factions in the Penglai continent. Moreover, he completely crippled Jun Chuyen's cultivation. This event had already made its way around the Penglai deity region, and the practitioners of the Penglai continent had also dispatched virtuosos to this place. In this Penglai deity region, virtuosos of the Jun family could be found everywhere. As long as the Dongyuan Pavilion master came out, the only fate that awaited him was death. However, it was said that the Dongyuan Pavilion master had been regarded as an important figure by the Eastern Deity Island and had entered the island to cultivate. At the same time, there was another rumor that was spreading through the Penglai deity region. The rumor said that when the Eastern Deity Island initially opened, a mysterious virtuoso caused the flowering tree to blossom to its full glory. However, no one knew who this person was. Some people thought it was a phenomenon caused by the tree itself, while others believed that someone was intentionally hiding his identity. Many people guessed that the practitioner who caused such an extraordinary reaction in the tree was none other than the Dongyuan Pavilion master Yi Lionian. This person's performance in the Eastern Deity Island was far too outstanding. He managed to obtain opportunities of the Great Path, and he entered the Eastern Deity Island with a record low loss of 0 helpers. No one could compare to him. It was also said that after that, he returned to Wutong Island and took away the divine fire of Wutong. However, this was merely a rumor, and many people did not know how true it was. No matter the factual accuracies of these rumors, it was undisputed that the person who caught the most attention during this journey in the Eastern Deity Island was the Dongyuan Pavilion master, the one who could escape the incessant murderous pursuit of Jun Chuyen only due to Bai Mu's assistance. In the Penglai deity region, many silhouettes flashed by. Some were walking on the ground, while in the skies above, others were walking in midair. At that moment, another overpowering aura washed over from the space above. All the virtuosos raised their heads and saw a group of darkly clothed virtuosos traversing in the air above them. This caused quite a flurry among the crowd. That group was an entire army of Renhuangs. "Are they Jun family virtuosos?" someone asked. "Nope." In the crowd, someone had a quizzical expression in their eyes. He continued in a low voice, "They are Yun family virtuosos. The Yun family of the Penglai continent." The people surrounding were silently shocked. In the Penglai continent, the Yun clan and the Jun family were factions of the same level. What were they going to do, bringing in such a large army? Before everyone recovered from their shock, another strong aura descended upon them. Raising their heads, they saw, once again, a large army rush past them. This caused many people to be stunned. What was going on? Are they also Yun clan virtuosos? I've seen one of them in the Eastern Deity Island. At that time, that person was with Shangguan clan's Shangguan Choye, guarding her, someone said. This caused another shock among the crowd. The virtuosos of the Shangguan clan had also arrived. In the Eastern Deity Island, even though the Jun family and the Shangguan clan did not clash face to face, there were certainly conflicts between them, and in particular, that happened when Jun Chuyen's cultivation was crippled. Everyone could vaguely feel that a huge storm was brewing. It seemed that 3 of the top-tier factions in the Penglai continent had already gathered in the Penglai deity region. At the entrance to the Eastern Deity Island, a column of silhouettes walked out. The person taking the lead was a lady who had an extraordinary air about her and stunning features. When she stepped out, she looked at the crowd surrounding her and sent out her divine consciousness. Right after that, a row of virtuosos appeared and flashed toward her. Very quickly, they stopped next to Shangguan Choye. One of them said, "My lady." Shangguan Choye nodded her head slightly and said, "Have you all arrived?" "Yes, all of us have arrived," the other person replied. Shangguan Choye took a step out and said, "Let's go." As she finished, the row of people strode away from where they were. Before she came out of the island, she had already notified her clan and had her clan's virtuosos come over as reinforcements. Due to what happened on the Eastern Deity Island, she was worried that something might happen, so she had already started making arrangements some time ago. A short while later, they arrived at a tavern in the Penglai deity region. It was rather quiet around here, and the atmosphere had a refined feel to it. There were no unwanted noises around. The entire tavern had been rented by someone. A middle-aged man sat there quietly, drinking alcohol. It was when Shangguan Choye arrived that he put down his cup of wine and shouted, "Choye." "Father," Shangguan Choye replied. The middle-aged man turned out to be Shangguan Choye's father. This meant that he was the Shangguan clan's current leader, Shangguan Hong. "How did your cultivation at the Eastern Deity Island go?" Shangguan Hong asked Shangguan Choye as he looked at her. He felt that his daughter's aura had a slight change and thought she probably achieved significant progress. I obtained quite several opportunities." Shangguan Choye nodded. "Of course, in this journey, the most important thing was that I made an acquaintance with someone." "The Dongyuan Pavilion Master?" Shangguan Hong asked. "Yes, the Dongyuan Pavilion Master Yi Lionian." Shangguan Choye nodded. "Previously, I've sent father some news. This Yi Lionian has astounding potential. We might even not be able to find someone who can rival him in the entire Penglai continent." Shangguan Hong nodded his head slightly. "I have also heard quite a few rumors about him. On the Eastern Deity Island, did you observe their attitude?" Shangguan Choye replied, "The Eastern Deity Island will definitely support him." "Are you certain?" Shangguan Hong asked. "To what extent are they willing to do it?" "I'm certain," Shangguan Choye replied very seriously. "If I guessed correctly, the Eastern Deity Island will definitely guarantee his safety even at the cost of declaring war." Before she exited the island, Yi Futian had spoken a little to her. Even if they didn't talk, in the Eastern Deity Island, she could observe the situation and clearly tell how the people of the Eastern Deity Island treated Yi Futian. This Yi Futian was enjoying an emperor's treatment on the Eastern Deity Island. The feeling that it gave people was that Yi Futian was the Eastern Deity Island's young lord. "I understand now." Shangguan Hong nodded his head, his eyes glinting sharply. He had already more or less decided in his heart. This was a huge opportunity for him. At that moment, an overpowering aura washed over the tavern from the outside. The Shangguan clan virtuosos immediately went out to stop the hostile guests. From afar, a row of silhouettes descended majestically. They levitated in midair, staring at the tavern. "Shangguan Hong," a cold voice sounded. Shangguan Hong stood up and took a few steps forward. He looked up at the silhouette in the sky. "Jun Xiaoyao." Shangguan Hong looked toward the person who arrived. The leader of the Jun family had also arrived. Jun Choyan was this Jun Xiaoyao's son. Behind him, the Renhuangs were exuding a terrifying aura. Jun Xiaoyao's sights settled on Shangguan Choye. His eyes carried a murderous intent. He said, "I heard that on the Eastern Deity Island, Shangguan Choye was going to lead the people of the Shangguan clan to deal with my Jun family, causing the countless deaths and severe injuries suffered by Jun family's virtuosos. Shangguan Hong, is the Shangguan clan going to give me an explanation?" "Brother Xiaoyao, I'm afraid you are mistaken," Shangguan Hong calmly replied. "I've just asked my last Choye just now. She said that she had not even acted once since the beginning, and the people of my Shangguan clan also did not partake in it. I believe they would not lie to me." "Shangguan Hong, I do not wish to debate with you over this matter any longer," Jun Xiaoyao coldly replied. "Answer my question directly. How are you going to settle this?" "I don't understand what you mean," Shangguan Hong replied blandly, as though he was completely indifferent to Jun Xiaoyao. Just as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao's body exuded an incomparably intimidating might of the Great Path. In their surroundings, it seemed like storms of the Great Path were brewing. Many people felt it pierce into their bones, and in the distance, many felt waves of coldness wash over them. As they were speaking, practitioners were continuously walking out of Eastern Deity Island. Finally, at the entrance to the Eastern Deity Island, a white-haired silhouette walked out. The moment he appeared, countless people set their sights on him, as though everyone was staring at him. The silhouette that walked out of the eastern deity island was Yi Futian. He stood there quietly and felt countless gazes. He was a little surprised. He did not expect himself to be this popular. There were also many divine consciousnesses sweeping toward him from afar. Yi Futian turned his head behind and looked at the crippled Jun Chuyen and said, "Your family has come to welcome you back." Jun Chuyen's aura had already deteriorated to an extremely weak state. He was almost half dead. His eyes carried a poisonous hatred, but there was also a glint of hope in them. Now that Yi Futian had finally left the eastern deity island, he was going to witness, for himself, how Yi Futian died. From a great distance away came strong auras. Yi Futian looked in that direction, and in a moment, he saw that renhuangs appeared everywhere. They were standing in different places. The area had already completely been sealed by them. It was obvious that they had waited for a long time. Yi Futian naturally knew who they were. He could sense the level of cultivation from the divine consciousness that swept over him. Among them were several high-level renhuang virtuosos. Furthermore, there were still virtuosos coming over swiftly from a great distance away. While they were physically still a long way from here, their divine consciousness had already descended. Their strong auras of the great path shrouded the entire sky, pressurizing the area around the eastern deity island entrance to the maximum. Yi Futian looked into a great distance into the skies and saw silhouettes walking over. Only he was standing there alone. He too felt a faint pressure, but he was not bothered by it. He still stood there quietly, his white robes fluttering in the air. If the top-tier faction of the Penglai continent, the Jun family, was willing to let it go, he too could let things be. After all, it was only Jun Chuyen who enraged him. However, this was not likely to happen. Chapter 1941, Surrounded. "Save me!" Jun Chuyen screamed as he saw the silhouettes who arrived. However, his voice was rather hoarse, so there was no way his plea for help could have traveled such a great distance. However, they certainly heard him. Their divine consciousness shrouded the entire area, so, of course, they would be able to hear his voice. The silhouettes emitted a fearsome aura of the great path. Many among them had a murderous intent in their eyes. The Jun family members were outraged when they heard the news of Jun Chuyen being crippled. Furthermore, the practitioners from the Jun family who entered the eastern deity island were nearly annihilated. Now, the very fact that Yi Futian was walking out of the eastern deity island with the crippled Jun Chuyen in tow was a form of humiliation to the Jun family. However, Yi Futian turned his gaze towards the majestic army of silhouettes and said, "While I was in the eastern deity island, Jun Chuyen led many virtuosos in an attempt to kill me. I have thus crippled his cultivation as punishment. I am willing to spare his life if you all are willing to let this matter end right here." As he finished speaking, he pushed Jun Chuyen's body away from him. A renhuang stepped out and caught Jun Chuyen, who was being pushed outwards by an invisible force. Then, with the renhuang supporting him, they returned to the crowd of Jun family virtuosos. The people from a distance who were onlooking had some thoughts in their minds. It seemed like the Dongyuan pavilion master wanted to make peace, but how could the other party agree? Since he had released Jun Chuyen, the Jun family no longer had anything to be worried about and could deal with him straight on. However, he probably did not have any other choice but to do what he did. A top-tier faction of the Penglai continent had led an army over here, ready to fight him. There were thus countless virtuosos in the Penglai deity region. Apart from the raw strength of the family, they were also greatly influential. They had influence and power even in the Penglai deity region. Destroy his cultivation, but don't let him die yet. When Jun Chuyen returned to his family, his eyes suddenly had a terrifying look, and they carried an incomparably strong hatred. Yi Futian had utterly ruined his life. To have one's cultivation stripped was worse than death. He also wanted Yi Futian to experience this personally. Thus, he wanted Yi Futian to live while being crippled and take his time to torture him. Yi Futian glanced at Jun Chuyen with a bland expression. It seemed that Jun Chuyen did not even have a tinge of gratitude in him. "Are you going to follow us? Do you want us to force you?" an elderly man asked aloud as he walked out from the crowd. He was an elder of the Jun family and was at the pinnacle of the 8th level of cultivation. The level 8 virtuoso who abandoned Jun Choyen behind on the eastern deity island and fled alone stood beside him. Hearing the other party speak, Yi Futian smiled a little. It was exactly like how he predicted. This matter could not be resolved peacefully. The Jun family would not give up and would deal with him at all costs. Since that's the case, do what you want then, Yi Futian said aloud. He was willing to let it go, not because he was afraid of the Jun family virtuosos but because he did not want to waste time on this matter. However, since they weren't willing to let it go, then he could only fight. Renhuangs stepped out one after another, their bodies emitting fearsome auras of the Great Path. The level 8 virtuoso who was on the eastern deity island cautioned them, "Be careful. This person is powerful. He has the combat power of a high-level Renhuang." The Jun family virtuosos had heard of this before. This ridiculously powerful low-level Renhuang, in fact, had the combat power of a high-level Renhuang. He single-handedly dove straight into an enemy of over 100 Jun family Renhuangs. He nearly annihilated the Jun family virtuosos who had entered the eastern deity island. Only a few remained alive. With a battle record like that, of course, no one would dare be careless. They were rather wary and did not get too close to Yi Futian. A storm of the Great Path gathered, and then from afar, they unleashed it toward Yi Futian. The terrifying attack spell descended from the heavens. Wisps of will of the sword appeared around Yi Futian's body, and they morphed into a sword screen, sealing the entire area. The attacks that descended on him were shattered directly. Once they even got close to this sword realm, they were instantly pulverized. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and sweeping his glance across the majestic-looking group of virtuosos, he spoke aloud, "So the Jun family is set on going up against me?" "Yes." From a distance away, a strong and sure voice echoed out. In the skies above, a silhouette traveled over. He emitted a powerful aura brimming with power that exerted immense pressure on the great path space that Yi Futian was in. That was Jun Choyen's father, Jun Xiaoyao. He came from where Shangguan Choye and the rest were at. The virtuosos of the Shangguan family followed closely behind. Shangguan Hong and Shangguan Choye were both there. They stood at another place and said, "According to what I know, the dispute between both parties had always been started by Jun Choyen, beginning from the Penglai deity lake in the Penglai deity region. Many people could bear witness to it. Now, he is only getting his just deserts. Brother Xiaoyao need not pursue this matter anymore." Many people let out a shocked expression. That was the leader of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Hong. His words directly represented the will of the Shangguan clan. Did this mean that they wanted to participate in this too? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were as cold as ice, and he turned them to look at Shangguan Hong. Last time he had not even sought revenge on the Shangguan family. How dare they interfere with this too? "Brother Shangguan, you really want chaos to descend on this world, eh?" Another voice echoed out. From another direction came another grand army of virtuosos. This time, they were virtuosos from the Yun clan. Many people felt a tremor in their hearts. Before this, many people had noticed that armies from the 3 top-tier factions of the Penglai continent had arrived at the Penglai deity region. Now that Yi Futian had walked out of the eastern deity island, as expected, the virtuosos from each faction appeared simultaneously. The Shangguan clan had always been subtly at odds with the Jun family. On the other hand, the Yun clan seemed to have allied with the Jun family. Looking at the vast number of people that each faction had brought along, each of them must have considered things very carefully beforehand. "Then does this matter also involve the Yun clan?" Shangguan Hong asked. If he guessed correctly, everyone wanted to make use of the opportunity of this dispute to further their own agenda. Apart from slaying Yi Futian, it seemed that the Jun family also wanted to join hands with the Yun clan to deal with the Shangguan clan. Then again, he also had a very similar plan. He wanted to make use of the possibility that the eastern deity island would be involved and deal with the Jun family. The situation at that moment was like an arrow that had already been strung. There was no going back. All that was left unknown was whether Shangguan Chuya's information was accurate and how much Yi Futian was worth to the eastern deity island. Yi Lionian was extremely wanton in the Eastern Deity Island. He massacred without a second thought. He has the blood of countless practitioners on his hands. As a faction of the Penglai continent, the Jun family also suffered the loss of many renhuangs, and even our nephew Jun Chuyen had his cultivation crippled. Given this circumstance, you dare say this matter has nothing to do with the Yun clan, said Yun Mu, the leader of the Yun clan. Beside him, Yunja glanced at Yi Futian. He did not dare to provoke him on the Eastern Deity Island. However, now that he had exited the Eastern Deity Island, no matter how talented he was bound to die this time. There were rumors about how Yi Futian had joined the Eastern Deity Island and was in their favor. However, it was just that. The two top-tier factions had dispatched large armies to slay Yi Futian. Even if Yi Futian is in the Eastern Deity Island's favor, how much were they willing to give up for him? The Eastern Deity Island had hidden for countless years. It was not possible that they would declare war on the two top-tier factions of the Penglai continent for the sake of one Yi Futian. Using this opportunity, the Jun family and Yun clan would kill Yi Futian first, and then annihilate the Shangguan clan. On the Eastern Deity Island, Shangguan Chuye was very brazen. Do you mean that the Yun clan also wants to kill me? Yi Futian asked Yun Mu after hearing what he had said. Yun Mu glanced at Yi Futian and replied, that will depend on Brother Xiaoyao's decision. I understand now. Yi Futian nodded. No matter if I was at the Penglai deity region or on the Eastern Deity Island, I never once provoked anyone. Jun Chuyen thought too highly of himself and wanted me to follow him. When I rejected his offer, he was displeased with me, being the arrogant man that he is. On the Eastern Deity Island, I had also encountered a few people who provoked me, for example, the Jun family virtuosos. After that, they all died. Yi Futian's words made all the virtuosos hesitate a moment. After that, they all died. What did that mean? With the Jun family and Yun clan instigating this conflict, Yi Futian was hinting. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Shangguan Hong could not help but let out a short laugh. This man was interesting, and it sounded like he was very serious. Jun Xiaoyaro still stared at Yi Futian's side without ordering anyone to take action. It seemed like he was waiting to see the Eastern Deity Island's attitude on this matter. The Eastern Deity Island was located on the Penglai continent. While they had been isolated from the rest of the world for countless years, but they had never completely severed their connection. Every 10 years, they would open themselves up, and from within, he could sense an extreme power emanating from the Eastern Deity Island. It was just that he was unsure if they would stand up against the top-tier factions of the Penglai continent for the sake of just one man, albeit a prodigy. Jun Xiaoyaro stepped forward and announced, "Today, whoever tries to stop the Jun family from killing Yi Lionian would be declaring war on us. Kill him." As he ordered, an incomparably dominating might of the Great Path exploded out from the renhuangs. An elderly man stepped forward in midair and stopped above Yi Futian. He raised his palm and pressed it down. Instantly, the glow of a divine blade pierced through the heaven and earth. From the skies above, it shot down straight towards Yi Futian. Another divine sword appeared in the air. A fearsome will of the sword was infused into the divine sword. Countless wisps of will of the sword swirled around the divine sword, and it shot towards the air. The two blades of light collided together, causing a destructive sword glow to explode out into the horizon from the heavens above. When the battle broke out, silhouettes shot out from the entrance to the Eastern Deity Island. The goddesses had an ethereal air about them, and the aura of the Great Path from them permeated the entire space. A part of majestic renhuangs appeared simultaneously, causing the surrounding virtuosos to hesitate a moment in a short while. At this moment, Bai Mu walked out of the group. She looked at the Jun family and Yun clan. Beside her, there were a few people who were exuding an extremely fearsome aura, but she was nonetheless the leader. After all, Bai Mu already had the status of a goddess and could thus represent the will of the Eastern Deity Island. Does the Eastern Deity Island wish to interfere with the matters of the Penglai continent? Jun Xiaoyaro looked in Bai Mu's direction and said coldly. Standing high in the skies, his divine halo permeated the space. The might of a level 9 renhuang exploded outwards, and the heavens and earth appeared to tremble in fear. Under this immense pressure, everyone felt Zhang Xiaoyao's strength and determination. Even if the virtuosos of the Eastern Deity Island appeared, he still emitted his might of the Great Path. His adamant attitude was obvious. This time, it was not just about the grudge between Yi Futian and Zhang Qiuyan. It also determined if the Zhang family would become prosper or wither. It was a battle for the future of his clan, and it was the same for the Shangguan clan. Pavilion Master Yi is a valuable guest of the Eastern Deity Island. Anyone who dares to touch him dies, Bai Mu coldly said. The virtuosos behind her spread out. At the same time, from a distance away in the surrounding regions, came virtuosos from all directions one after another. Stepping through the air, they descended in this area. They emanated a terrifying aura and surrounded everyone. Chapter 1942, The Beginning of War. Seeing the scene unfold before him, Shangguan Hong was more certain. It seemed like Qiuye did not read the situation wrongly. The Eastern Deity Island was willing to declare war for Yi Futian. Flame Emperor. Some people turned to look at an elderly man who was wearing robes with flame motifs. He had long hair and beard, an extraordinary aura and an ethereal air about him. Around him a terrifyingly hot air flowed. He was one of the very powerful level 8 figures in the Penglai continent, and was well versed in the path of the flame, and so his flame of the path was extremely fearsome. He had come from a great distance away, and appeared in the group high in the skies surrounding everyone else. He had come to aid the Eastern Deity Island. Again, a couple of people looked towards another direction. Among the Renhuangs who came to render aid, a number were renowned figures in the Penglai continent, and some were even familiar with the various factions. They all actually had ties with the Eastern Deity Island. For so many years the Eastern Island had never been concerned about what was happening in the outside world, and neither had it participated in any conflict in the Penglai continent. With so many years that have passed by, the Penglai continent had already forgotten about the existence of the Eastern Deity Island. At this moment, behind Bai Mu, an elderly man with a high level of cultivation spoke aloud. He was an alchemy master in the Eastern Deity Island. Beside him were several practitioners. For so many years, while they had not concerned themselves with the events of the outer world, it did not mean that they had completely isolated themselves. Many people from the Penglai continent had come to the Eastern Deity Island to seek elixirs. Having received favors from the Eastern Deity Island, with a single call for aid, these people would naturally come over to help. The Eastern Deity Island of the past were the absolute rulers of the Penglai continent, and its influence even extended far beyond the Penglai continent. However, even though the various factions of the Penglai continent knew that Yi Futian had already joined the Eastern Deity Island, they still dared to try to capture him, and even requested that the Eastern Deity Island stay out of this matter. Obviously, they had almost forgotten just how high the status of the Eastern Deity Island was on the Penglai continent in the past. Hearing his words, Zhang Xiaoyao's and Yun Mu's expressions changed slightly. Of course they knew just how powerful the Eastern Deity Island was in the past. However, humans had the tendency to forget, and with the passage of countless years, the fact that the Eastern Deity Island was still the ultimate ruler of the Penglai continent was gradually being forgotten. They did understand that the Eastern Deity Island was certainly not weak, and could even likely be stronger than any of them. However, the two powerful factions were joining hands to capture only one person, so the Eastern Deity Island should not even have bothered to interfere to such an extent. Perhaps in the past, they might not have. This time, however, they had obviously guessed wrongly. The entire strength of the Eastern Deity Island had emerged, and not only that, they had already gathered virtuosos from all places beforehand. Now, in this vast region, the pressure that they exuded was so terrifying that practitioners who had a low level of cultivation did not even dare get close to them, and retreated quickly to a safe distance from this battlefield. This time, the Eastern Deity Island had re-emerged in the Penglai continent. Every 10 years the Eastern Deity Island will gift opportunities of the Great Path, and naturally every practitioner on the Penglai continent is respectable. We do not mean to provoke anyone, but this person has slayed many Renhuangs from my Jun family, and there are quite a few people who were invited, and the Jun family must give them a satisfactory explanation and conclusion. We do not have any intention of targeting the Eastern Deity Island. This time our only target is him. There is no reason for you to involve the Eastern Deity Island. Zhang Xiaoyao's tone seemed to be less overbearing than before. It was obvious that he did not want to clash with the Eastern Deity Island head-on. Furthermore, there was still the Shangguan clan at the side looking out for chances to strike. If things really progressed to an all-out war, even if they could emerge victorious, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. There would be no winners. Just now the goddess had already explained very clearly that the Eastern Deity Island has its own rules. They entered the Eastern Deity Island to kill Pavilion Master Yi. Do you expect him to let himself be killed without retaliating at all? The elderly man said coldly. If the Eastern Deity Island were the Eastern Deity Island of the past, would you have the guts to come and ask for Yi Futian's life? In other words, they did not treat the current Eastern Deity Island seriously. They thought that no matter what, the Eastern Deity Island would not dare to declare war. Of course, anyone should follow the Eastern Deity Island's rules on the island. However, we have waited till he has left the Eastern Deity Island before acting. I'm sure we did not affect the Eastern Deity Island, right? Zhang Xiaoyao replied. Why would the Eastern Deity Island interfere with the grudge between the Zhang family and Yi Futian? Let's not waste more time talking uselessly. Act now, the elderly man said. As he finished speaking, a breath-stopping pressure permeated the vast space. Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes turned cold as he looked at the practitioners of the Eastern Deity Island. He did not expect the Eastern Deity Island to act without hesitation at all. In fact, the scene before his eyes suggested that they had been preparing for this battle for quite some time already. All for the sake of Yi Futian. However, the situation now was irreversible. Even if they were willing to let it go now, the other party might not be willing anymore. Outside this region remained the virtuosos from the various continents. They all wanted to witness the battle before them. They did not expect that they could spectate such a massive battle even after leaving the Eastern Deity Island. This battle would completely determine the future hierarchy of the Penglai continent. No one would have initially thought that because of one Yi Futian, or rather the one small incident of conflict that occurred in the Penglai deity lake caused by Zhang Chuyan's provocation of Yi Futian, could eventually lead to the change in the social structure of the Penglai continent. Even Zhang Chuyan himself did not foresee this day. Even though his cultivation had been crippled, he could still sense the terrifying might of the great path circulating heaven and earth. He felt a tremble in his heart on sight of the majestic Renhuang armies. This time, the Zhang family were not the only ones with a Renhuang army. Their opponent also had a huge army of Renhuangs. Due to his personal matters, not only was his cultivation crippled, but he was also forced to wage war with the Eastern Deity Island. Zhang Xiaoyao stepped out in mid-air, and an incomparably strong might of the great path descended upon the space. In the heavens above, a golden divine light radiated out into the vast space. A humongous, magnificent ancient palace formed from the divine light. The ancient palace had 9 floors, and it seemed to be built from pure gold. Its sheer might pressurized heaven and earth. It was his divine wheel of the great path. Zhang Xiaoyao waved his palm, and an aurora appeared through the vast heavens. The 9-floored ancient palace pressed down menacingly, and a terrifying rumble resounded throughout. Many great paths were shattered straight away. Several halos of the ancient palace also formed from the divine light, and hammered straight down, attacking in the direction of Yi Futian. Wherever it passed, destruction followed. From the Eastern Deity Island's side, an elderly man stepped out and with one step he crossed the vast empty space, coming to a stop below the ancient palace. He faced Zhang Xiaoyao, and between heaven and earth a divine matrix appeared, radiating outwards into the boundless space and creating a barrier. The ancient palace plummeted downwards with a thunderous rumble, and collided onto the matrix, but it was unable to destroy the barrier. In another direction, Yun Mu of the Yun clan also stepped out. He emanated the overpowering aura of a level 9 practitioner, pressurizing the entire area. Seeing him act, Shangguan Hong crossed the distance with a step and faced Yun Mu straight on. The two of them each controlled a top-tier faction and disputes had existed between them since a long time ago. Now that things had progressed to this stage, they both had no choice but to wage war. It was a fight for their fates. The one who lost would be fated to stay defeated forever. The other virtuosos also started unleashing their attacks. Looking towards the battlefield, Futian also walked into it. Since the war had already begun, then he could only annihilate the Jun family and the Yun clan. Chapter 1943. The Divine Tree appears. Futian's body levitated mid-air. With his white hair and dressed in white, his eyes were as bright as stars as they swept through the battlefield. Boom, a loud sound resounded, and Futian saw an implement shooting towards him in an attack. It was a golden wheel that cut straight through the space. It emitted a sharp, piercing sound, and even the fabric of space itself seemed to be torn apart under its immense speed. However, Futian's silhouette was like a beam of light, and from where he stood, he vanished. The implement cut straight through his afterimage, and tore the mirage into pieces. In the skies above, Futian looked at the person who attacked him. His opponent was a high-level Renhuang virtuoso. The Jun family knew that his combat abilities were extremely high. Unless they were high-level Renhuangs, they dare not fight him face to face. The person who attacked was at the pinnacle of the 7th level of cultivation. It was only because of his cultivation level and the fact that he also had the support of an implement that he dared to attack Futian. He wanted to see for himself just how strong Futian was. He heard that Futian killed many Renhuangs from his Jun family. He was very curious to find out how true the rumors were, that Futian was so powerful that a level 7 virtuoso could not even retaliate. Raising his head, he saw Futian floating in the skies above. In front of him, a sacred divine sword glowed brightly and whistled while it floated in the air. Above him, there was vaguely an ethereal form of a Buddha. This Buddha halo emanated an endless glow of the great path of the Buddha. The voice of the Buddha permeated the space, and morphed into endless ancient scripts, radiating out in an instant. The voice of the great path resounded throughout the heavens, and echoed in the eardrums of many people who then suffered attacks on their spiritual soul. The level 7 Renhuang who tried to attack Futian felt a Buddha enter his mind. The Vajra demon-slaying rhythm sounded out through his mind, overwhelming him. His spiritual soul trembled violently, as though it was about to leave his body. Even his vision became a little blurry. At that moment, he felt an extremely fearsome and murderous sword will. His heart could not help but beat violently. With a roar, his implement flew back to his body and revolved around him, guarding him by tearing apart the space in front of him. When the divine sword descended in its attack, it was like a stream of swords descending from the 9 heavens. Destruction followed wherever it passed. With a thunderous sound, Futian's opponent's implement cracked, and the power of the great path was split in half. The level 7 virtuoso retreated hastily, but the divine sword was faster. With a flash of the sword glow like lightning, the person was pierced straight down from his head. In his eyes was an intense fear. He wanted to experience Futian's strength, and he had. In an instant, he was killed. Several people were paying attention to the battle over here. Even the practitioners from various continents watching from afar were focused on this duel. Apart from the fights between the most powerful figures, everyone was most interested in Futian's strength. After all the conflicts leading to this battle stemmed from him, so naturally they were curious to find out just how strong this person in the rumors was. They had witnessed his strength. A level 7 virtuoso was killed by him with just a thought. He did not even have a chance to retaliate. Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, many older practitioners of the Penglai continent whispered under their breaths when they saw the power of the Buddha that Futian used. Among them, some had heard about the powers of the Buddha, and had also previously entered the eastern deity island to cultivate in front of the Buddha cliff face. However, no one had truly managed to fully learn the techniques. They had all only managed to comprehend snippets of the technique. Even then, it was enough to strengthen their way of sonic wave. No one expected that one day a low-level Renhuang practitioner would inherit and fully comprehend this particular technique. Even more surprisingly, he had managed to incorporate it into his combat techniques in such a short time. Its power was extremely strong. The rhythm of the Buddha caused his opponent to lose focus for a moment, and that resulted in him being slayed in one strike. However, At that moment, an even more terrifying pressure shrouded Yi Futian. In the air above him, several high-level renhuangs appeared in different locations. They were all level 7 high-level renhuangs. They seemed to have discussed this strategy before the battle even started. The moment the battle started, they headed straight for Yi Futian with other virtuosos clearing the way for them. Behind Yi Futian, Beigong Ao and the virtuosos from the Eastern Deity Island swiftly flew over, but the huge Renhuang army appeared before them, preventing from going to Yi Futian's aid. Although just from the size of their armies, the Jun family was not as strong as the Eastern Deity Island, but their armies were far more concentrated. Their strength was focused around Yi Futian. Killing Yi Futian was their goal, but waging war against the Eastern Deity Island was not their intention. However, given the current circumstance, they could only get rid of Yi Futian first. Perhaps once Yi Futian died, the Eastern Deity Island would give up and no longer be stubborn about waging war against them. Terrifying palaces of the Great Path floated above Yi Futian's head. They were similar to the divine wheel of Jun Xiaoyaro, leader of the Jun family. It was obvious that they were all members of the Jun family. Since they had the same spirit, the divine wheel that they forged would also be very alike. A breath-stopping pressure pressed down from the heavens, causing the air in the entire area to become impossibly heavy. It was as though one could not even stand steadily. Yi Futian felt a limitless power pressing against him. The divine palaces hammered down. Aurorae of the Great Path stretched across the skies. These aurorae contained enough power to dominate and shatter any great path, and it was like they could flatten any and everything. Yi Futian's divine sword swept across the air, his will of the sword raged, whipping up a violent storm around him. However, the terrifying blades of light were continuously pulverized. A fearsome rumble reverberated throughout the skies, and the divine palaces descended, as though they were going to seal the heavens. In the face of this power, the Yi Futian below seemed to be especially minuscule and powerless. Is the Eastern Deity Island actually not going to help him? The virtuosos onlooking from afar spoke aloud. Even though the Jun family had a lot of virtuosos blocking the people from the Eastern Deity Island in their attempt to hunt Yi Futian down, the Eastern Deity Island certainly had the ability to render aid. However, they did not do this. Rather, they stayed outside the encirclement, holding their opponents back. Was this because they had confidence in Yi Futian? The people attacking Yi Futian were all core members of the Jun family, and were all level 7 high-level renhuangs. When they unleashed their well-honed skills simultaneously, their powers resonated with each other, and the entire space would completely fall under their control. The region would morph into a great path domain, and everything within it would be utterly dominated and shattered. The endless divine palaces were about to hammer down on Yi Futian and smash him into smithereens, when all of a sudden Yi Futian's body radiated an incomparably glorious green divine glow. In that instant, a divine tree appeared with his body at its center. Countless trees and branches sprouted and spread outwards, continuously winding towards the divine palaces that were closing in on him. Many people let out a strange expression. Was this also his spirit? The ancient tree was growing at a rate that was too terrifying, and it expanded out at a fearsome speed, eventually morphing into a divine tree that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its incomparably thick trunk was even larger than a divine palace. The vines and branches that twirled towards the divine palaces were similarly extremely sturdy, emanating an unrivaled, green divine glow. However, this was not what made the divine tree amazing. Normally, ancient trees were very weak and could be easily destroyed. This divine tree, however, seemed to have an unrivaled life force. The divine attacks of the great path that rained down on the divine tree actually failed to destroy it. Even if some of the branches were damaged, they grew out again in an instant. Thus, a majestic view was formed in the region. A heaven-reaching ancient tree that was continuously growing, and its vines, branches, and leaves that tangled around the divine palaces. It seemed like that divine tree had carved out a space for itself. The powers of the divine palaces were subtly being weakened. The destructive powers of the great path seemed to have been completely restrained in that moment. The virtuosos who were observing the battle were all shocked. Was this Yi Futian's divine wheel of the great path? Was the sword not what he was well versed in? Many people know him as the white-haired Sword Emperor, since he had a sword-type divine wheel of the Great Path. The practitioners who had been to the core island of the Eastern Deity Island let out a strange expression. That feeling that they had was very familiar. It was like they had experienced it before. In the forbidden grounds of the core island of the Eastern Deity Island, they had also seen a divine tree. That tree had tortured them very horribly. Now then, what did this divine tree mean? They did not know that Futian intentionally let them see this divine tree. His natal spirit was the world tree, which was also an ancient tree. Moreover, the world tree very likely was closely related to very huge secrets. Previously, his foster father did not allow him to reveal it in front of others. Now that he was in the divine prefectures, he had to be even more careful about it. Fortunately, he had gained a relic of the Great Path on the Eastern Deity Island that could work as his cover very nicely. He obtained the divine tree from the forbidden grounds. Could it be that the people who had entered the forbidden grounds had a sudden epiphany? They recalled that there was a divine elixir. Did Futian manage to obtain the elixir? After coming out that day, Futian was also similarly quite beaten. However, upon more careful recall, he seemed to be a little different from the rest at that time. His aura had changed a little. However, they all did not put it to heart. After all, they had all been quite unsuccessful and was utterly beaten up, so of course they believed that there was no way Futian succeeded. However, seeing the scene unfold before their eyes, as well as the Eastern Deity Island's persistence in protecting Futian, they vaguely started to feel that they might have been mistaken after all. Futian might have already obtained the divine elixir, so his value to the Eastern Deity Island would be extraordinary. The leaves and branches of the ancient tree wrapped around the divine palaces of the Great Path, and even reached up into the heavens. The Renhuangs wanted to flee, but felt a chilly intent wash over them from the divine tree. The entire space of the Great Path seemed to be frozen. Many people subtly felt that their blood circulations had become a lot slower, and they could not emanate their powers of the Great Path as smoothly. More terrifyingly, at that moment, the voice of the Buddha resounded straight into their minds, violently shaking their spiritual souls. Layer upon layer of attacks of the Great Path hammered on them, leaving the high-level Renhuang virtuosos no chance to fend for themselves. Oin, the vines of the divine tree wrapped around their body, and channeled powers of yin that infiltrated their bodies. They felt their strength leaving them drastically. Their aura of the Great Path exploded to its maximum in their attempt to escape. However, at that moment, divine fire of the Great Path suddenly came alive. The interplay of yin and yang between the extremely cold will and horrifyingly burning hot air that flowed into their bodies simultaneously caused some groan. In an instant, the level 7 Renhuangs in the air let out blood-curdling screams of pain. Their bodies were infiltrated by the flames of the Great Path, and they gradually faded away. Chapter 1944, Killing with Abandon. In the distance, many strong practitioners looked at the scene in front of them with shock. Although the cultivators of all continents had not come into contact with top figures, having reached the Renhuang cultivation realm, they had seen many geniuses before. However, they had never seen such a domineering lower Renhuang. The people who attacked him were all level 7 high-level Renhuangs, and they were also the core members of the Jun family, the top faction of the Penglai continent. Several strong people surrounded them, and they attacked at the same time with the resonance of their great ways, but they were directly countered and killed. None of them escaped. When was a lower Renhuang ever able to have such extraordinary combat strength? They only felt that they had not seen enough of the world. What is that ability of his? There were cultivators from all continents discussing, shocked by the combat strength Futian had displayed. In an instantaneous attack, he exhibited at least 3 Dao abilities. Some people were speechless. Moreover, each of the Dao's abilities was terrifying. There's more than, the person next to him whispered, and the people agreed. Swordsmanship, way of sonic wave, path of the flame, power of yin, and that divine tree. Each ability was terrifying. Moreover, his divine wheel of the Great Path must have been perfect. No one doubted that. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have this kind of combat strength. Ignoring them for now, Even those who had seen Yi Futian attack before on Eastern Deity Island were deeply awed as well. Although Yi Futian could already kill level 7 mighty figures when he was at Eastern Deity Island, he could do it much more easily now. Or rather, he could do it more directly and domineeringly, crushing and killing them with his most domineering stance. This gave people a feeling that level 7s were like ants and could be destroyed with a snap of the fingers. However, in reality, level 7s were already high-level Renhuangs and stood in the upper echelons of Renhuangs. If the whole divine prefecture is the base, they would definitely be considered to be at the upper echelons of the divine prefecture. But at this moment, they were so fragile. But who was considered strong would also depend on who they were compared with. Seeing the fall of those strong people, the Renhuangs of the Jun family also had gloomy faces. Was he that strong? How great would the potential of this power that made waves of chill run down their spines be? No wonder the Eastern Deity Island would try to protect him, not hesitating to go to war. Jun Chioyen was brought to the farthest direction at the back. Those who were killed were his clan members, blood relatives. But because of this incident, they all died in Yi Futian's hands. He felt extremely complicated emotions. There was hate, endless hatred, and everything was because of Yi Futian. But also, there was a sense of strong regret. If he was not so self-righteous at first in the Penglai deity lake and did not provoke Yi Futian, or no longer pursued that matter afterward, then all this would not have happened. Seeing the situation in front of him, he was clear that he brought his whole family into a storm that could have destroyed his whole family. Moreover, they were already destined to be unable to escape from the situation. They could only continue moving forward. In the cultivation world, when one was vulnerable, no one will forgive them for their mistakes and show mercy. They would only cut the weeds and dig up the roots to eliminate future problems. Kill him. Jun Xiaoyaro, who was in battle, roared. Although he was being held back, he could still see Yi Futian's side of the battle. It was enough to just split out on a wisp of consciousness. Seeing Yi Futian's strength, not only did he not want to retreat, he developed a greater determination. Yi Futian must be killed to allow the Eastern Deity Island to exit this battle. If not, the Eastern Deity Island would go to war at any cost for this genius. Even as a level 9, after witnessing Yi Futian's battle with his own eyes, Jun Xiaoyaro had to admit that this was probably the most outstanding lower Renhuang he had ever seen, bar none. Must you block me? He looked at the old man in front of him. The matrix covered the sky and held him in this space. There was no way for him to kill Yi Futian, so he could only order other strong people to do so. Jun Xiaoyao, this time, you went the wrong way, the old man responded. It was true that the Jun family was the top faction of the Penglai continent, but they still should not choose to start a war outside the Eastern Deity Island. Although he could understand the attitude of the Jun family, after all, in the Eastern Deity Island, many strong cultivators of the Jun family were killed. Jun Qiuyang, the son of Jun Xiaoyaro, was crippled, so the other side felt that it was imperative to kill Yi Futian. But the timing was not right. Jun Xiaoyaro should not have come so directly. Unless he expected that the Eastern Deity Island would not fight, his presence would be forcing the Eastern Deity Island's hand. That way, he would make it so that they themselves had no path of retreat. Now, the Eastern Deity Island had chosen to go to war. The Jun family could not retreat even if they wanted to. What is right or wrong? Jun Xiaoyaro said in a loud voice. His voice shook the void, and his power of the great path of attack descended. Countless sacred halls descended from the firmament, trying to suppress and shatter the space. Strong cultivators of the Jun family were killed in the Eastern Deity Island. Could the Jun family choose to avoid and not fight because of the Eastern Deity Island? Even if the two sides clashed, within the rules of the Eastern Deity Island, slaughter was slaughter. They naturally wanted revenge. The cultivation world was built like this. There was no right or wrong, only a difference in perspectives. Because of one's thought, the situation in the Penglai continent is going to change. Why suffer? The old man responded. The huge boundless spell matrix erupted with a beam of light that shot towards the heavens, colliding with the descending palace. On the other side, the battle between Shangguan Hong and Yun Mu was also extremely intense. Both of them were level 9s. The sky and the earth broke apart when they fought. Meanwhile, cultivators from the Shangguan clan and Yun clan clashed and fought violently. The boundless heaven and earth on the periphery of the eastern deity island turned into a terrifying battlefield. After the order of Jun Xiaoyaro, more strong cultivators went in the direction of Yi Futian, swarming to kill Yi Futian. Some of them attacked with their Dao abilities through the air, but there were many strong cultivators around to help Yi Futian intercept. There was no lack of mighty cultivators from the eastern deity island. After all, this was their home turf. Bai Mu looked at the battlefield, thinking of her master's order. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she opened her mouth. Today, the Jun family and the Yun clan want to kill the esteemed guest of our eastern deity island, breaking the rules of the eastern deity island. Now that the war has started, you all don't need to care about sentiment anymore. Kill all who resist. Out of all the invited Renhuangs, many were not putting in all their effort and hiding their strength. They all held back somewhat. After all, they did not know how this matter would end up, and without the protection of the eastern deity island, if the Jun family wanted to deal with them in the future, it would be a huge hidden danger. However, Bai Mu's words seemed to have made it very clear. In the future, the Jun family would probably cease to exist. When they thought of this, they also made a decision, and the great will might on their bodies became even more terrifying. They no longer held back and began to kill with abandon. In one direction, several Renhuangs were heading towards Yi Futian's direction to kill him, but they were blocked by a line of people who released flames of the way at the same time. In an instant, the void of heaven and earth turned into a field of flame, burning mountains and cooking the sea. The horrifying divine beams of flame shot towards the heavens as their opponents seemed to have been directly buried in the sea of flame. Those strong cultivators also released strong power of the Great Way, but different flames of the Way were distributed in different directions, turning into multiple flames of the Way. Those strong cultivators made their seals at the same time, and then a furnace tripod of the Great Way appeared in that space filled with flames of the Way, and the flames of the Way refined all existence. In another direction, the same group of strong people who went towards Yi Futian was stopped. A group of goddesses of the eastern deity island faced them. They released similar auras, and strong and extreme life force was released from their bodies. Several queens released ancient trees of the Great Way. Those were their divine wheels. They rolled towards the crowd, instantly flooding the space. I'm afraid the Jun family won't be able to kill him. The bystanders would always be the most clear-minded. The strong cultivators of various continents were all watching the battle in the distance and could see the entire battle situation clearly. The eastern deity island side was at ease as this was their home turf after all. From an onlooker's point of view, the eastern deity island had the absolute initiative. They could almost be considered to have been firmly in control of the battle. If they did not allow a group of people to go towards Yi Futian previously, those strong cultivators might not have been able to reach him anyway. From the current situation, one could see that after Yi Futian killed that group of strong cultivators, he stood alone in the center of the battlefield. Except for some ripples of wind from Dao abilities that rolled towards him, no Renhuangs or attack could come to his side. They were all cut off. This created a rather strange situation. Yi Futian stood there, and no one could fight. Standing in the center of the battlefield, he seemed to have nothing to do. Yi Futian himself was also depressed. The eastern deity island arranged properly and defended his side so well it was impenetrable. But this made him idle in the middle of the storm. He had nothing to do as he watched the battle play out around him. Behind him, Beigong Ao and Emperor Helion were here as well. They were protecting him to his left and right. But in reality, they knew that with Yi Futian's abilities, he no longer needed their protection. Beigong Ao could possibly still be stronger than him, but Emperor Helion was definitely no match for Yi Futian. The previous battle could already show this clearly. Yi Futian's gaze swept to one of the battlefields, then his body moved. Although the eastern deity island was protecting him, he could not stand here to watch the battle. With his strength today, not many people from the opposing side could directly threaten his life. As long as the strongest people were held back, there was no threat to him. His body turned into a ray of light. In one direction, The mighty cultivators of both sides were clashing when they suddenly felt a powerful sword will descend. The expressions of the strong fighters of the Jun family all changed. When they turned their heads, they saw a blade of light flash past. After that, blood spurted out as multiple people were killed consecutively. However, Yi Futian's body did not stop. That gorgeous blade of light shot through the void. It appeared on another battlefield in an instant. Another splendid divine blade of light descended. Sounds of slashing could be heard continuously as blood splattered in the void. Several more Renhuangs were directly killed as the blade of light was too fast. In the distance, those who watched the battle only saw a divine blade of light weaving through the battlefield, and wherever that light passed, blood would appear, accompanied by the fall of Renhuang realm powerhouses. This made their hearts quite unsettled. The Renhuangs were like ants and were being slaughtered with impunity. In just a few moments, they did not know how many were killed by Yi Futian. If this continued, the Renhuangs of the Jun family would be decimated. Chapter 1945, Doomsday for Jun Clan. It was similarly difficult for the cultivators of the Yun clan. They were already facing the Shangguan clan, who were at a similar level. The cultivators of Eastern Deity Island would also occasionally ambush them. On top of that, Yi Futian's ability had suddenly skyrocketed. He kept killing Renhuangs from the Jun clan, making their decline apparent. Yun Mu, who was battling Shangguan Hong, had a somewhat sullen expression. Aura of the Great Path pressed down on them from the sky. He had a cold and indifferent look as he glanced at Shangguan Hong across from him. He said, "Shangguan clan is also a force from the Penglai continent. Is your clan planning to watch as Eastern Deity Island rises once again in the Penglai continent? Eastern Deity Island has remained secluded for many years. Their ambitions are most likely grand. Shangguan Hong, are you willing to act as a pawn for them?" Shangguan Hong remained unmoved. His expression was indifferent. Yun Mu was trying to incite him. Both sides already had grudges with each other. Before knowing about Eastern Deity Island's stance, the Yun clan probably already had the idea of joining forces with the Jun clan and finding an opportunity to eradicate the Shangguan clan. Now, Yun Mu's words made it seem as though Eastern Deity Island was their common enemy. Shangguan Hong clearly knew that they were not the enemy of Eastern Deity Island. He also knew the reason why Eastern Deity Island had been so reclusive. Moreover, if Eastern Deity Island truly had the ability to suppress the Penglai continent, who could stand in their way? Even large forces could not do so. Now, Shangguan Hong was merely going with the flow. "Yun Mu, why didn't you say this before?" Shangguan Hong asked. Another furious attack crashed towards the other party, knocking Yun Mu's body back. This caused Yun Mu's gaze to turn extremely sullen. His will swept across the entire battlefield. Yi Futian was still continuing his massacre. An 8th-tier cultivator had fallen. If this continued, the Renhuangs of the Jun clan would gradually be killed off, and the Jun clan would be utterly defeated. At that moment, a heavenly might suddenly descended from the sky above. Golden divine light rained down. Divine palaces appeared in the sky above. Among the divine palaces, an elder stood. He looked down below. His aura was powerful beyond comparison. It was the Great Elder. The eyes of the cultivators of the Jun clan lit up when they saw who had arrived. Their ancestor had come. Jun Xiaoyao led the Jun clan. He was their current leader. However, the strongest person in the Jun clan was this Great Elder. After handing the Jun clan's management to Jun Xiaoyao, he no longer concerned himself with the matters of the Jun clan, leaving everything to Jun Xiaoyao. The Great Elder then went in seclusion to cultivate and train in his way. He was trying to break through to the next plane. Although he had not succeeded for many years, his cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the Renhuang plane. His abilities were terrifying. He was the behind-the-scenes figure of the Jun clan, the most powerful existence among them. During this moment of crisis, they never imagined that the Great Elder would appear. The cultivators of Eastern Deity Island and the Shangguan clan frowned when they sensed the terrifying aura. The ancestor of the Jun clan had arrived as well. His aura was terrifying. In an instant, The vast space was enveloped in a majestic power of the Great Path. The great elder of the Jun clan roared angrily. A heavenly might of the Great Path seemed to descend upon them, crashing towards the minds of the crowd. Many cultivators felt their blood and chi churn. Their own great paths were being suppressed. All battles on the battlefield came to a halt because of his cry. Shangguan Hong's expression also changed slightly. He had not imagined that this old fellow would come out from his seclusion and that he had not died. On the contrary, his aura was so powerful. This would be somewhat troublesome. Supreme deity Donglai perished many years ago. The current Penglai continent is already not as it was before. Since Eastern Deity Island is not concerned with outside matters, why have you all come out of your seclusion? The great elder of Jun clan interrogated with a voice that contained the suppressive power of the Great Path. A heavenly might of the Great Path descended from the sky. The cultivators of Eastern Deity Island all frowned when they sensed the aura. They realized that no one here could stand against this great elder. As the great elder said this, he lifted his palm and pressed down on the space below. Instantly, it was as though the sky had collapsed. A gigantic divine palace plunged downwards. Everyone was covered by it. A few powerful cultivators released their own heavenly might of the Great Path to block the attack. However, their efforts were all suppressed and destroyed. They could not hold back the enemy's attack at all. The Penglai continent indeed is not what it once was before. Even though Supreme Deity Donglai has perished for many years, on the Penglai continent, it is not your turn, old fellow, to act presumptuous, a cold, proud voice cried out. The words were barely uttered when an elegant figure emerged from the forces of Eastern Deity Island, appearing like a peerless empress. She took a step forward and immediately traversed the space, appearing before the other party. A sacred phoenix let out a long, loud screech. Illusions of phoenixes appeared all around them. At the same time, an extremely proud phoenix appeared. It spat out divine fire of the Great Path that melted everything in its path as it charged towards the Great Elder. Divine palaces circled the Great Elder, preventing the divine fire of the Great Path from touching him. However, the enormous sacred phoenix spat fire, and its flames flooded the space, enveloping the divine palace. The divine palace was immediately melted and destroyed. It was the divine fire of Wutong. The crowd looked at the divine fire. It was the divine fire that Supreme Deity Donglai had cultivated. It was very frightening and was a destructive fire that would never extinguish. However, it was also an endless divine fire that nurtured all living things. What you say is not wrong. Since you have gone into seclusion to cultivate, stay there. You have managed to live for so long. Why come seek death now? The woman said as her hair fluttered in the wind. She appeared elegant and domineering. Her voice was authoritative. Under the ever-burning fire, the divine palaces were melted and destroyed little by little, causing the great elder of Jun clan to frown. This fire was approaching perfection. She was so powerful. The crowd was surprised when they saw this scene. The elder of the Jun clan might not be able to withstand the might of this fire. This great elder had an astonishing ability, but in the blink of an eye, he had been suppressed by someone else. Was she a flawless level Renhuang? Some people thought to themselves. That wasn't right. If she were a flawless level 9th tier Renhuang, she would be too powerful. The great elder of the Jun clan would not be able to put up a fight and would be immediately killed off. She must have refined the divine fire of the Great Path for her might to be so terrifying. Rumble. The great elder of the Jun clan had a cold look in his eyes. He was actually being suppressed by a little girl. He had lived for so long that even Supreme Deity Donglai was the same generation as him. Of course, even though they were members of the same generation, their statuses were different. Yet, now, the successor of Supreme Deity Donglai was pushing him around. Countless divine palaces circled them. A brilliant and majestic scene appeared in the sky above. He cried out loudly and raised his hand forward. The divine palaces that surrounded them immediately charged with unparalleled might in the direction of the Eastern Deity Island Lord. Yet, at that moment, the Island Lord coldly snorted. A divine tree suddenly sprouted. It was a divine wutong. It covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Each leaf contained the power of the divine fire. The entire divine wutong was covered in flames that frenziedly spread. It blotted out the sky and immediately wrapped around the divine palaces charging down. The divine palaces suppressed everything as they attacked. Yet, they were wrapped up in the branches and leaves of the ancient tree. The might of the divine palaces kept weakening. On top of that, the flames consumed the divine palaces, causing them to melt into nothingness before they managed to descend upon the island lord. Buzz. The island lord's fiery red phoenix robe danced in the wind as her hair fluttered in the breeze. The divine wutong kept expanding outwards. Countless leaves flew out from the expanding divine tree. They swept towards the opponent's figure, becoming a frightening storm. In an instant, the leaves actually became the fiery red flame feathers of a phoenix. A divine phoenix appeared and immediately enveloped the figure of the great elder of Jun clan. It spurted out flames that invaded the area where the great elder stood. The silhouette of the great elder flashed, and the divine palaces enveloped his figure. He wanted to charge out of this domain of the great path. However, as the phoenix spat out flames, the divine wutong that covered the sky and blotted out the sun descended upon him. It swept over this space and completely sealed it off, forming an absolute domain of the divine fire of the great path. It wasn't going to end well for the great elder of the Jun clan. The cultivators watching this scene thought to themselves, this female island lord had powerful abilities. Her domain of the divine fire of the great path encapsulated her opponent. It was enough to kill him off. When the cultivators of the Jun clan saw this scene, they were extremely nervous. Many of them had pale expressions. If the great elder was burnt to death by the flames, what would happen then? Jun clan would be faced with a catastrophe. No one had imagined that Eastern Deity Island would be so dominant. This female island lord, the successor of Supreme Deity Donglai who had never revealed herself in public, was actually so powerful. The domain of the divine fire of the great path seemed to become ethereal. Within the domain, the great elder of the Jun clan was struggling. He wanted to charge his way out, but the divine wheel of the great path transformed from the divine wutong covered the sky and formed an absolute domain. If he could not withstand the might of the fire, there was only one possible outcome: death. It seems I have indeed grown old. My Jun clan will surrender and leave. If we encounter the cultivators of Eastern Deity Island in the future, we will let you have the right of way, a voice called out from within the domain. The once domineering great elder of the Jun clan had begun to show signs of weakness in the blink of an eye. This voice caused the members of the Jun clan to feel their hearts turn cold. They seemed to understand what was happening. Are you dreaming? The Eastern Deity Island Lord replied indifferently. Her flames became even hotter. What does Island Lord want? The other party cried out, his voice changing slightly. Since you have come here, just stay here, the female Renhuang said in a voice that was still domineering. Not long after, there were miserable cries of agony. The other party's voice became even more anxious as he said, in the future, Jun clan is willing to follow the lead of Eastern Deity Island. There is no need. The reply he heard was still delivered with an icy tone. Very quickly, even more cries of agony filled the air. The cultivators of the Jun clan felt their hearts thumping non-stop. They seemed to have already seen their own end. If even the great elder was killed, how would they turn the tables? Among the crowd, Futian also looked towards Eastern Deity Island Lord. What he had witnessed today might still only be a fraction of Eastern Deity Island's ability. In reality, this large-scale battle did not give Eastern Deity Island much trouble. The fate of the Jun clan was already decided. Chapter 1946, Curtain Close. Jun Chuyen felt as though his recent experiences had been somewhat surreal. He was previously the young master of the Jun clan, a top force of the Penglai continent. His status was astounding, and his talents were exceptional. He was also a powerful figure at the Renhuang Plain. In the entire Penglai continent, he could have his say. He had also made ample preparations for this journey to Eastern Deity Island. He had hoped to take this opportunity to come across fateful encounters of the Great Path on Eastern Deity Island to fortify and increase his own abilities. However, he had ended up in such a state. He himself was crippled, and his clan was almost about to face a catastrophe that would eradicate them. The Great Elder was being consumed by flames right now. The Great Elder's miserable screams of agony could be heard. This made his face turn as pale as ash. Was Jun Clan's eradication all because he got them involved? Why was this happening? How could a lower-level Renhuang, whose cultivation was below Jun Chuyen's own, affect Jun Clan's survival, a top force in the Penglai continent? Rumble. In the sky above, divine fire consumed everything. Countless leaves of the Wutong danced in the sky. When the leaves fluttered down to the ground, there was nothing left inside. The Great Elder of the Jun clan had completely disappeared. Only the beautiful Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island remained standing in the sky. Behind her, there was a gigantic illusion of the sacred phoenix that was one with the sky. Everything had ended. The appearance of the Great Elder of Jun clan had not only been unable to turn the tide of the battle, and he instead had drawn out the true ability of the female Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island. He was killed on the spot. There was no suspense left in this war. Gales blew, and countless leaves of the Wutong danced in the air. Each leaf contained the power of the divine fire of the Great Path as they swept through vast space. In an instant, with her figure as the center, the entire world seemed to become scorching hot, seemingly consumed by the formless power of the divine fire of the Great Path. Retreat, Jun Xiaoyao ordered. He sensed that the divine fire of the Great Path was everywhere and had already covered this part of the sky. There was nowhere to escape to unless they could restrict their opponent. Buzz. This part of the world seemed to be burning in flames. A gigantic shadow of the sacred phoenix appeared and descended from the sky. It consumed this part of the sky. The expressions of many Renhuangs of the Jun clan changed drastically. They discovered that the power of the flames surrounded them. The Renhuangs of the Jun clan rose into the sky at the same time as they attempted to retreat. However, right now, it was already too late. In the sky above, Eastern Deity Island Lord was like a peerless goddess. Endless light of the divine fire emanated from her figure. This part of the sky was completely on fire. Endless screams of agony could be heard. Here, Eastern Deity Island Lord was an uncontended existence. Even the Great Elder of Jun clan was immediately burnt to death by the divine fire of the Great Path. Who else could withstand the power of her Great Path? Many Renhuangs were covered in divine flames. They appeared extremely miserable. Island Lord, have mercy, someone cried out, begging for mercy. Even though they were powerful, when truly faced with death, they would still feel terror. Since you dared to bully my Eastern Deity Island, there is no meaning in begging now, a cold and indifferent voice stated in the sky. She initially did not want to fight and let the members of the Penglai continent know her abilities clearly. She had merely been watching from the shadows. However, the Jun clan had charged over to kill them. Even the Great Elder of Jun clan had attacked. She had been forced to emerge from the forces of Eastern Deity Island. Jun clan and Yun clan dared to start the fight today. They must truly believe that her Eastern Deity Island was a pushover. Since that was the case, she had no qualms about killing them. On the battlefield, Renhuangs let out cries of agony. Their bodies were burnt to dust in the divine fire of the Great Path, scattering to the winds. In a battle between cultivators at the peak, if the difference between abilities was sufficiently large, there was no possibility of escape. The weaker of the two could only await death. Island Lord, this matter is unrelated to our Yun clan. Since we were friends with the Jun clan, they invited us here. We had no intention of going against Eastern Deity Island. We hope Island Lord can forgive this trespass. Yunmu also began to waver when he saw the Renhuangs perishing one after another. It was not just the Renhuangs of the Jun clan being slaughtered, their Yun clan Renhuangs were being killed off as well. If this continued, they would be completely wiped up and would all perish here. Since you have come here, stay, Eastern Deity Island Lord said indifferently. The divine fire of the Great Path continued to burn. Renhuangs continued to perish. At the same time, the cultivators of Eastern Deity Island also attacked. Thus, a one-sided massacre began. Eastern Deity Island Lord controlled the entire field. The situation was completely lopsided. She's gone mad. In the distance, many members of the continent felt their hearts tremble as they witnessed this scene. Not long ago, they had sought after fateful encounters of the Great Path on Eastern Deity Island. However, this time, Eastern Deity Island had become cruel and merciless as they began their massacre. There were Renhuangs perishing at every moment. For the cultivators who came from various continents, this was the first time most of them were witnessing such a horrifying scene. Renhuangs were being slaughtered in large droves like ants. Such a scene could only be encountered on the battlefield between Renhuangs. Today, they had witnessed such a scene. On the battlefield, the number of Renhuangs was diminishing. The cultivators of the Jun clan as well as the Yun clan were being killed off. As for Eastern Deity Island and Shangguan clan, they had almost no losses. Under such circumstances, it was a complete landslide massacre. Jun clan and Yun clan were finished. Many local cultivators of the Penglai continent lamented. Fate was a cruel mistress. The two overlord clans, who dominated the Penglai continent, had fallen just like that. They seemed to have forgotten who was the previous overlord of the Penglai continent. Shangguan clan had chosen the right side this time. They would probably have the chance to rise and become even stronger. They would also form ties with Eastern Deity Island. From the looks of it now, anyone could tell that Eastern Deity Island, which had not involved themselves with outside affairs for many years, was still the most powerful force in the Penglai continent. The young city lord of Wushang City of the Penglai continent was also among the crowd. There were also cultivators from Wushang City with him. They watched this scene emotionally. Two giant figures had perished just like that and became history. Who knew how the situation in the Penglai continent would be like in the future? Would Eastern Deity Island directly interfere with the matters of the Penglai continent and re-enter the sights of the world? As the battle continued, the number of cultivators of the two top forces grew fewer and fewer. Jun Xiaoyaro and Yun Mu had been surrounded. Eastern Deity Island Lord also attacked from the sky above when she saw the two of them struggling. Very quickly, the two of them were injured and backed into a corner. Must it end like this? Jun Xiaoyaro asked as he looked at the female Renhuang in the sky. Cultivating was not easy. It was even more difficult to cultivate to his current level of cultivation. Yet, everything was about to be for naught. Kill them. Eastern Deity Island Lord uttered these two words. She did not respond to Jun Xiaoyaro. They had already reached this point. She naturally was not going to show mercy. A sacred phoenix descended upon them, attacking together with the elder. Very soon, Jun Xiaoyaro could not withstand the attack anymore and was burnt by the divine fire. Only Jun Qiuyan remained alive among the two top forces of the Penglai continent when the battle ended. The cultivators who came to join the battle had all been killed. Eastern Deity Island had not shown any mercy. When Jun Qiuyan saw the scene before him, he closed his eyes in pain. He then said, "Kill me, then." Right now, he was dead inside. He no longer had any desire to live. What meaning was there in living? Now, even his clan had been eradicated. Yi Futian walked up to Jun Qiuyan. Yi Futian did not take much pleasure in this ordeal. Before this, he had released Jun Qiuyan. Yi Futian had not been hypocritical. He truly did not want to be involved with the Jun clan anymore and wanted to resolve the matter. Both sides could have just let go of the issue and not pursue it anymore. However, Yi Futian did not know what had happened on Eastern Deity Island for the Jun clan to clearly not agree to this. Hence, they had ended up where they were now. As Jun Qiuyan looked at the silhouette in front of him, he asked, "I want to ask you something. Why did Eastern Deity Island fight for you? Was it just because Yi Futian had extraordinary talent?" Jun Qiuyan still could not understand. Why did Eastern Deity Island, which had not been involved in outside affairs for many years, fight for Yi Futian and re-enter the sights of the world? Yi Futian pointed a finger at Jun Qiuyan. Sword will immediately pierced forwards. With a dull groan, blood spurted out from Jun Qiuyan's glabella. His eyes grew dim, and he died. Jun Chuyen's eyes were wide open. He did not die in peace. Yet, he was unworthy of the answer he wanted to hear. It was over. Such a storm had ended in such a cruel fashion. The cleanup was up next. Many thanks, Island Lord. Yi Futian thanked the Island Lord as he lifted his head to look at her. No matter how he put it, he had relied on the other party this time. Otherwise, how could Yi Futian possibly deal with a ninth-tier existence? Him taking advantage of her forces this time was considered perfect. Of course, the other party had willingly cooperated. He was naturally aware of this point. Eastern Deity Island Lord was also secretly hinting this to him. It is not over yet. Shangguan Hong, I will bring a few members to the Yun clan. Meanwhile, you bring some of your people to pay Jun clan a visit, the Island Lord instructed as she looked at Shangguan Hong. Next, they still had to tie up loose ends and eradicate any unknown risks. Understood, Shangguan Hong replied as he nodded his head. Are we leaving immediately? Let's go now, Eastern Deity Island Lord answered. She swept a glance below and ordered, let's go. As she said this, a group of people traversed across the sky with her, heading to settle things with the Yun clan. Let us also go, Shangguan Hong ordered. He led his group and left, heading towards the Jun clan. Those who saw this scene understood that these two major forces would completely be eradicated. Very soon, many cultivators left the place. Yi Futian quietly watched as everything happened. It was as though he was keeping out of things. It seemed as though all that had happened were unrelated to him. Even the attacks before this had not involved him. Eastern Deity Island had arranged everything. Or rather, the Island Lord had arranged all this. Some alchemy masters approached Yi Futian. They had long known about some of the abilities of Eastern Deity Island. They naturally looked down on the Jun clan and Yun clan. The two clans were just a mob, and they actually thought highly of themselves and dared to challenge Eastern Deity Island. It was suicidal for them to have done so. Now, everything had turned out just nice. Their dreams had burst like a bubble, and they had lost their lives. These matters are really uninteresting. Little friend Yi, let us head back and research how to refine pills, someone said. Yi Futian turned his head. He was speechless. Chapter 1947, Handover. The issue had come to a close. The storm that started because of an exchange finally ended with the elimination of two top forces of the Penglai continent. Many people lamented the end of these two clans. As expected, they had to remember this lesson and not be too full of themselves. Even until his death, Jun Chuyen most likely had never imagined that him acting condescending towards a lower-level Renhuang would actually result in such an end for himself. It was so embarrassing. The cultivators from various continents still did not leave. A senior figure from the Shangguan clan came to Yi Futian with Shangguan Chuye following behind him. He smiled and said, I am Shangguan Yun, Chuye's uncle. I have heard that little friend Yi's talents are peerless and that you are handsome and charming. Now that I have met you today, you are even more outstanding than I imagined. This Shangguan Yun had a cultivation at the 8th tier. He was indeed impressed with Yi Futian's performance. The new generation replaced the old one. In the battle, Yi Futian had yet to display his full abilities. Eastern Deity Island had helped him settle the issue. No one knew what level of combat ability this lower-level Renhuang truly had. Senior, you speak too highly of me, Yi Futian responded with a smile. Miss Shangguan also stands head and shoulders above others. Far from it, the middle-aged man answered with a smile. When we were talking about you before, this little girl Chuya admired you very much. She kept praising you in front of my elder brother, non-stop. My elder brother also wishes for her to learn more from little friend Yi in the future. My cultivation is still low. What could she possibly learn from me? Yi Futian replied. With such combat prowess, your level of cultivation does not matter. When you become an upper-level Renhuang, who could contend with you at the Renhuang plain? Shangguan Yun exclaimed. Chuya's father has headed over to Jun clan. When this whole incident is over, "Little friend, ye must come over to Shangguan clan and be our guest." "If the opportunity arises, I certainly will," Yi Futian replied with a nod. Shangguan Qiuye pouted her mouth as she heard the two of them exchange pleasantries. She had come to understand what sort of fellow this Yi Futian was while she was on Eastern Deity Island. One should never be fooled by his looks. This person was decisive. When he acted cruelly, he struck fear in people's hearts. Had Yi Futian not arranged the end of Jun clan every step of the way? This fellow might have already planned everything when he entered Eastern Deity Island. He might have planned to rely on Eastern Deity Island to eliminate the Jun clan. Of course, ordinary people couldn't persuade Eastern Deity Island to aid them. He had such qualifications, and Eastern Deity Island was willing to attack the Jun clan for him. Ren Huangyi's abilities are indeed unmatched, another person said as they walked over. It was the young city lord of Wushang City, Liu Qing. Before this, on the chessboard, they were brutally pushed around. Now that he had witnessed Yi Futian's true combat ability, he was convinced. This fellow was truly terrifying. Yi Futian nodded at Liu Qing and replied, "You are no slouch yourself." "Far from it. Previously, I believed that the chess match held me back. Now I understand that if it weren't for the chessboard, I would have lost even more miserably. I would not even be qualified to have an exchange with you," Liu Qing said with a bitter smile. Before this, a group of Jun clan 7th-tier cultivators had joined forces. They had all been instantly killed by Yi Futian. Liu Qing still knew his own strength. Yi Futian smiled but did not respond. When the difference between abilities was slight, one might feel dissatisfied. However, when the difference was insurmountable, people of the same generation as Yi Futian could only admire and be impressed by him. It was because they would not be able to surpass Yi Futian. "If the opportunity arises, I hope I can ask Ren Huangyi for a few pointers," said the young city lord of Wushang City, Liu Qing. Yi Futian nodded his head slightly and said, "Sure." Liu Qing saluted with his fists and said, "May we meet again." "May we meet again," Yi Futian replied with a nod. Liu Qing then turned to leave. The cultivators of Wushang City also left in a flash. They also needed to return. After this event, the situation in the Penglai continent would change. It was just that no one knew Eastern Deity Island's stance. If Eastern Deity Island wanted to dominate the Penglai continent, no other force would be able to stand against it. Not long after, news arrived from the Jun clan and Yun clan. "Let's head back," Yi Futian said as he turned to leave. He actually headed back in the direction of Eastern Deity Island. With the close of this incident, the hidden dangers of the outside world had been resolved and would no longer threaten the Dongyuan Pavilion. Beigong Ao and Emperor Helion followed Yi Futian. Many alchemy masters also joined him. Their eyes were exceptionally bright when they looked at Yi Futian. This fellow was a treasure. They needed to properly develop him and teach him to concoct pills, though many of them would not necessarily be able to refine pills of a higher grade than Yi Futian. Nevertheless, Yi Futian still had enormous potential that could be extracted. He needed to be properly guided. When his cultivation increased, his attainments in refining pills would also increase. He would be a walking treasure trove in the future. When they saw Yi Futian's group leave, the cultivators from various continents and the Penglai continent in the distance also dispersed and left. Although this incident had affected the future situation in the Penglai continent, for the other cultivators, it did not affect them much. They would do what they needed to. Yi Futian's ability also moved them greatly. They were inspired to properly cultivate and improve themselves. Yi Futian alone had cultivated so many powers of the Great Path. He had also achieved mastery in all of them. His might was terrifying. The cultivators felt that their own cultivation, which they were proud of, could not hold a candle to Yi Futian's cultivation. The Penglai continent still had many trading places. The other cultivators would see whether they could find a treasure suitable for their cultivation to bring back and train hard for a period of time. As for Yi Futian, he returned once again to Eastern Deity Island. Bai Mu and the others were all beside him. Yi Futian said to Beigong Ao and Emperor Helion, "Seniors, the matters here have been settled. I might not be returning to the Dongyuan Pavilion. Why don't I hand over the Dongyuan Pavilion to the two of you? You are not returning? Beigong Ao exclaimed, stunned. He was still hoping for Yi Futian to act as Dongyuan Pavilion Master. After all, Yi Futian might become a legendary figure in the future. However, after considering Yi Futian's potential, Beigong Ao clearly understood. The Dongyuan Pavilion most likely could not make Yi Futian stay. He did not belong to that continent. How could a nameless continent hold a true dragon like him? Yi Futian replied with a nod. He naturally came to the Divine Prefecture to train in order to steadily increase his abilities and constantly aim for even higher levels of attainment. The Dongyuan Pavilion was just a stepping stone. Now, the Eastern Deity Island was more suitable for his next stage of cultivating. Beigong's cultivation is higher than mine, Emperor Helion said. If Pavilion Master is not planning to return, Dongyuan Pavilion should be handed over to Beigong. There is no one more powerful than he is on the continent now. Yi Futian nodded and said, Senior Beigong is indeed more suitable to be Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Senior Helion can stay for a while on Eastern Deity Island and cultivate here. All right, Emperor Helion answered. He understood that Yi Futian wanted to help him. Eastern Deity Island contained many fateful encounters as well as materials and treasures. Asking him to stay and cultivate for a period of time naturally was Yi Futian hoping to provide benefits for his cultivation. Beigong Ao revealed a look of deep thought. He seemed to have an idea. After a moment of silence, he said, Pavilion Master. Yi Futian asked as he looked at Beigong Ao. Previously, I had always wished to control the Dongyuan Pavilion. Yet, now, I seem to have lost interest in the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. This time, after returning to the continent and the Dongyuan Pavilion, I plan to follow Pavilion Master to cultivate once I have settled matters back home. What do you think? Beigong Ao said. He believed that following Yi Futian was even more precious than the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Emperor Helion was stunned. His footsteps slowed down. Beigong Ao was already at the 8th tier now. He was the continent's top cultivator. It was natural for him to control the Dongyuan Pavilion. He was the top figure of the continent. What an honor that was. Emperor Helion was envious of Beigong Ao. Yet, the other party had changed his mind and gave up all this. Beigong Ao was willing to follow Yi Futian and cultivate by his side. He was aware that by following Yi Futian, he was destined to be unknown. Many cultivators would certainly gather around Yi Futian. Yi Futian's own splendor was enough to outshine everyone around him. Forsaking the status of the top figure of the continent and following Yi Futian to cultivate was a bold move. Emperor Helion knew that Beigong Ao was a shrewd fellow. From the looks of it, he gave up being the top figure of the continent and the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master in order to have the chance of witnessing the view from even higher places. Beigong Ao's ambitions were very grand. Emperor Helion felt that he himself was inferior to Beigong Ao. Yi Futian was also somewhat surprised at this. He looked at Beigong Ao. Although Yi Futian could faintly understand the stance of Eastern Deity Island now, Beigong Ao had followed him from the Dongyuan Pavilion and was more trustworthy. Having an 8th tier cultivator beside him would make life much easier for him. In addition to Zifeng, Yi Futian would not need to attend to ordinary situations. Are you serious? Yi Futian asked. An 8th tier cultivator was already a figure at the peak. Beigong Ao would be the top cultivator on the continent when he returned. I am serious. I have considered this before, Beigong Ao replied. He smiled, seemingly very calm. All right, Yi Futian answered, nodding his head. It is just that there will be inconveniences for you, senior. There won't be any inconveniences. I will return to settle matters in the Dongyuan Pavilion as well as the matters of Yang clan, Beigong Ao said. Yang Dongqing had betrayed Yi Futian on Eastern Deity Island, conspiring with Jun Chuyen, and was killed. The issue with the Yang clan naturally needed to be settled to prevent hidden dangers in the future. Yi Futian nodded. You should head back to make arrangements first. Senior Hellion will cultivate here for a period of time. When the time comes for the handover, Senior Hellion shall inherit the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master until you return. That won't be a problem, Beigong Ao said as he nodded his head. He looked at Beigong Shuang and instructed, you stay here and cultivate with Pavilion Master Yi. Beigong Shuang agreed, nodding her head. Emperor Hellion, who was to the side, glanced at him. This old fox had not forgotten to arrange for his daughter to stay by Yi Futian's side. This scheming fellow. If Yi Futian did not have a partner already, this fellow would most likely want his daughter to pounce on Yi Futian directly. Chapter 1948, Seclusion. The situation in the Penglai continent had changed. 2 top clans had been destroyed. The top figures of Jun clan and Yun clan, 2 giant clans, had been wiped out. After that, the clans were cleaned off by various major and minor forces. Some forces had grudges with them, and others were taking advantage of the situation. There was never a lack of people who would add insult to injury in the world of cultivation. This was especially so for top clans with bountiful resources. There would naturally be people who would not let this chance to loot slip past. Overnight, the 2 top forces fell apart and joined the annals of history. This had all begun due to a simple conflict. Many people lamented over this incident. If the Jun clan was involved due to their junior, Jun Choyen, it was worse for the Yun clan. They merely lacked foresight and got swept into a storm that they shouldn't have entered. From there, they faced annihilation. Who would have thought that it would end like this before? Yet, this was the way of the world. Regardless of how big a storm was, it always began from a tiny incident. Just as many people were anticipating whether Eastern Deity Island would return to the Penglai continent, the island lord led her cultivators back and was no longer heard of. It was as though she had never appeared at all and remained uninterested in the Penglai continent. If the 2 forces had not angered them, Eastern Deity Island might not have emerged. Or rather, it should be said that everything happened because the 2 forces wanted to kill Yi Futian. Eastern Deity Island Lord had come out for the sake of that junior figure. Yet, the superior talent that Yi Futian displayed indeed astonished many and was unforgettable. The name of Dongyuan Pavilion Master, Yi Lionian, spread throughout the Penglai continent. Many people visited the continent where the Dongyuan Pavilion was situated. They wanted to see what was so special about this person. However, when they reached the Dongyuan Pavilion and asked around, they discovered that Yi Futian was still a mystery. It was as though he had appeared from nowhere and became famous overnight. By chance, he obtained the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. This time, he had not returned and had instead relinquished his position. Beigong Ao had returned to arrange the affairs of the Dongyuan Pavilion. After a period of time, everything began to gradually calm down. The cultivators from thousands of continents began to leave the Penglai continent one by one. The number of people on Penglai Deity Island gradually dwindled, and it returned to normal. The next time things would become so lively was most likely 10 years later. However, would a figure like Yi Lionian appear 10 years later? It would be difficult, if not impossible. Many people speculated that Eastern Deity Island would bestow Goddess by Mu to Yi Futian to become his path companion to make him stay and cultivate on Eastern Deity Island. They were all wondering, what was Yi Futian doing on Eastern Deity Island now? He should be enjoying various pills and working hard to improve his own cultivation. He might also be enjoying his time with the ladies. With such talents, Eastern Deity Island would certainly go all out to persuade him to stay. Right now, on Eastern Deity Island, in an alchemy area, Yi Futian's face was covered in dirt and grim. His face was black as though he had been burnt. His white robes had been stained black, and he was covered in weird smells. Where was his usual charm and temperament? He looked completely different from what the people outside imagined him to be. If they saw what Yi Futian looked like now, what would they think? Senior Hellion, although this pill came out a bit ugly, please don't mind and don't waste it, Yi Futian said as he held up the pill he had just refined. Although the aura of the way emanated from the pill, It was hideous and had no sense of form or shape. It appeared very unappetizing. Emperor Helion grimaced as he weakly replied, "Pavilion Master, I have already consumed many pills. I need time to digest them properly. We can save this pill for Baigong Ao. He has yet to savor Pavilion Master's pills." These past few days, Yi Futian had asked Emperor Helion to stay on Eastern Deity Island to cultivate. Emperor Helion had thought that he would be consuming elixirs and miraculous medicines all day long. Yet, in reality, Yi Futian fed Emperor Helion his own refined elixirs every day. The color, smells, and tastes of these elixirs did not need to be mentioned. The pills Yi Futian refined were also varied. There were many grades, and some were even failures. Saying that they should not put the pills to waste, Yi Futian had fed them all to Emperor Helion. The dignified head of the Helion royal family had pitifully become a lab rat for Yi Futian to test his pills on. It was too miserable. Then, "Helion, you, come and try it," Yi Futian ordered. "I think these elixirs are best to be used on father. My cultivation is not high. These elixirs are way too nutritious for me," Helion Yu rejected softly. Yi Futian looked at Baigong Shuang, who was at the side. The latter looked back at him with an innocent gaze as she gently shook her head. "It seems like everyone upholds the virtue of sharing," Yi Futian lamented. He glanced at Black Wind Condor, who was standing near him. When Little Condor sensed Yi Futian's thought, he turned around and left. He knew nothing. "Senior Helion, you have reached the bottleneck in terms of your cultivation." Yi Futian convinced Emperor Helion, saying, "Perhaps some meridians in your body are clogged. You need pills to help you with it. You don't have to be modest and decline it." In the end, Emperor Helion swallowed the pill reluctantly while putting on a long face. It was unhealthy to consume an excessive amount of pills. Moreover, Yi Futian had been feeding Emperor Helion with all sorts of pills non-stop. "Masters," Yi Futian called out. The alchemy masters nearby, who had been pretending that they did not witness anything, shifted their gazes towards Yi Futian and asked, "Liunian, do you have other orders?" Yi Futian replied, "Fetch me more prescriptions and medicinal herbs. The more complicated the prescription, the better it is. It would be best if the recipe is for a bizarre pill." The corners of the alchemy masters' mouths twitched as they heard his reply. They then nodded their heads and said, "All right." Some of them left the place, thinking to themselves that this fellow was indeed a lunatic. Initially, they planned to slowly regulate Yi Futian's body through pills. However, he refused to be nursed and wanted to refine his own pills. Moreover, he only concocted high-level and complicated pills. It was no surprise that his success rate was very low. A fellow who had not even learned the fundamental skills for refining pills wanted to refine the finest pill. He expended alchemy materials here every day. They hated his lavishness and even wondered whether or not asking him to stay was the right decision. Should they ask him to leave as soon as possible? If not, their precious materials would be picked clean by him. What made them even more speechless was that when they sought out Bai Mu, she did not look into the matter. When they asked Island Lord to talk to Yi Futian to ask him to be thriftier, Island Lord told them to let him do as he pleased. What sort of situation was this? Had anyone learned to refine pills in such a manner? If this continued, the alchemy pavilion would be emptied. That was not all. The demonic beast raised by the fellow was also extremely excessive. The Black Wind Condor, who called himself Condor Sama, used the excuse that he helped his master collect spiritual herbs to ransack the herb garden daily. He had sneakily consumed countless precious herbs. The alchemy masters wanted to capture him and beat him up. However, the B***ST* road actually found someone to support him. The descendant of Lord Phoenix could not be offended. A few months passed just like that. One day, a frightening aura spread across Eastern Deity Island. A storm of the Great Path pierced the heavens, and the weather of the world shifted. Many people lifted their heads and looked over in the direction of the source. Their wills swept out, seeking the source of the storm of the Great Path. They were somewhat moved. Someone was about to break through to the next plane. The person who was about to do so was the cultivator who had been testing pills for Yi Futian every day, Emperor Helion. Yi Futian, who was concocting pills, was stunned too. He walked out of the alchemy area and raised his head, gazing into the distance. His eyes revealed a glint of joy. Emperor Helion was no longer young, and his cultivation had been stuck on the same plane for a long time. Actually, even though most of the pills that Yi Futian fed Emperor Helion were low-level pills, many pills were prescriptive and compatible with Emperor Helion's life attributes. These pills would not directly affect the consumer, but they could strengthen the consumer's vigor. Vitality was the root of a person's cultivation. When a cultivator had exuberant vitality and a strong spirit, they would better comprehend the things around them. Yi Futian did not directly refine elixirs that Emperor Helion needed for his training. Instead, he approached it from another angle and strengthened Emperor Helion's foundation. This method was something Yi Futian learned from the memory of Supreme Deity Donglai. For the past few months, Emperor Helion had been reaping the pill's benefits while consuming them in pain. Now, he had finally broken through to the next plane. This storm of the Great Path lasted for a long while. When Emperor Helion was done with his training, he came to meet Yi Futian. A satisfied smile could be seen on Emperor Helion's face. "Congratulations," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Many thanks." Emperor Helion bowed slightly at Yi Futian. He was over the moon to experience a breakthrough. However, as an 8th-tier existence, he was also well aware that his achievement was credited to Yi Futian's hard work. Emperor Helion had not expected that the torture he had suffered for the past few months would result in his breakthrough. "Senior broke through the next plane with your own effort. You don't have to thank me. Senior has endured a lot of hardships for the past few months." Yi Futian continued with a smile. "Since Senior has advanced to the next plane, you may return to the continent without any worries." Emperor Helion felt somewhat emotional too. At this moment, he could vaguely understand the thoughts of Beigong Ao. The idea of letting go of his past and following Yi Futian to train also surfaced in Emperor Helion's mind. "Why don't I also stay?" Emperor Helion suggested. "Senior Beigong has already said that the Dongyuan Pavilion also needs people. He is still waiting for Senior to return to take over things," Yi Futian interrupted. "The future is unpredictable if you follow me. There might even be danger. Senior is in charge of the royal family. It would be best for you to return." Emperor Helion nodded his head slightly. "Go then. Now that you have broken through to the next plane, I have no regrets," Yi Futian continued. Only then did Emperor Helion understand that Yi Futian had actually wanted him to break through to the next plane before letting him leave. Emperor Helion saluted Yi Futian with his fists again and said, "May we meet again." "May we meet again," Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. "Let's go," Emperor Helion said to Helion Yu beside him. Helion Yu looked at Yi Futian, smiled, and said, "I will be in the Dongyuan Pavilion, awaiting the day that your name reaches us." Yi Futian smiled. Helion Yu looked very highly upon his future. Emperor Helion left Eastern Deity Island. After some time, Beigong Ao returned. He had handed his responsibilities to his clansmen and had arranged all his matters. He then came to Eastern Deity Island and began a period of cultivation. It was also the same for Yi Futian. He went into seclusion on Eastern Deity Island. Aside from concocting pills, he trained and cultivated. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1949, Breaking Through to the Next Plane. In the year 10050 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the Penglai continent had returned to its original calm. It had been several years since the storm of events back then. Now, the Penglai continent's Shangguan clan had risen rapidly. Since the battle back then, the rivals of the Shangguan clan, Jun clan, and Yun clan, had been eliminated. On the other hand, the Shangguan clan became more powerful and had even closer ties with Eastern Deity Island. Rumor had it that the Shangguan clan regularly paid a visit to Eastern Deity Island, and they had mutual exchanges. Rumor also has it that Eastern Deity Island supplied the Shangguan clan with many elixirs of the Great Path. After that battle, the Shangguan clan seemed to have won the lottery. Many of their renhuangs broke through to the next plane one after another. They had many more 8th-tier cultivators and were constantly growing even stronger. They had no equals in the Penglai continent. However, some rumors claimed that the Shangguan clan had already allied with Eastern Deity Island and represented Penglai continent. No one knew the exact details, and they had no proof. No one knew what was the exact relationship between Eastern Deity Island and the Shangguan clan either. They only knew that Eastern Deity Island kept an extremely low profile. It was as though they had cut off ties with the outside world. Many people did not understand why Eastern Deity Island was acting this way. They had already proven their might a few years ago. Why did they still need to keep such a low profile and act reserved? Right now, on the calm and peaceful Eastern Deity Island, the father-daughter combo of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Hong and Shangguan Chuye, brought many people to visit. They were waiting quietly in the courtyard of a palace. People were keeping them company as their group quietly waited while sipping tea. "How long does little friend ye still want to cultivate?" Shangguan Hong asked. There were rumors in the outside world that he had close ties with Eastern Deity Island. In reality, it was not so. Although he had visited Eastern Deity Island regularly, he had come to find Yi Futian every time. With Yi Futian's acquaintance with Shangguan Chuye back then and having cooperated before, the Shangguan clan grew closer with Yi Futian. Naturally, it was easier for them to approach each other. Shangguan Hong was also aware that Yi Futian might have an extraordinary position on Eastern Deity Island. As long as Shangguan Hong maintained a good relationship with Yi Futian, that would be enough. Moreover, these past few years, Shangguan Hong discovered that Yi Futian was actually proficient in concocting pills. His ability to refine pills also improved suddenly by leaps and bounds, becoming more powerful each time he visited. Every time Shangguan Hong visited Eastern Deity Island, he would discover Yi Futian's astonishing improvement in his attainments in refining pills. The last time Shangguan Hong visited, the pills Yi Futian concocted were already very close to perfection. They could even affect upper-level renhuangs. Such frightening talent left Shangguan Hong in awe. He had also obtained many pills from Yi Futian to bring back to his clan. "I am not sure," answered Beigong Ao, the person in charge of welcoming Shangguan Hong. He shook his head and said, "He has been in seclusion for a period of time and has not emerged since. You might have come at the wrong time. Why don't you return first and come again some other time?" When Shangguan Hong heard Beigong Ao say this, he secretly thought to himself. It seemed as though this trip had been for naught. However, he was not here for important matters. He had just come to visit Yi Futian and to strengthen their relationship. Shangguan Hong felt that one day, Yi Futian would certainly become the top figure of the Penglai continent. Of course, Shangguan Hong's prediction was based on the premise that Yi Futian had stayed in the Penglai continent. This continent was merely one of the many continents of the Divine Prefecture. It might not be able to keep Yi Futian here. "All right. I will come to visit him some other time." Shangguan Hong nodded slightly in agreement with Beigong Ao's proposal. He said to Shangguan Chuye, "Let's head home." Shangguan Chuye cast a glance in the direction of the palace. In the past, sometimes Beigong Ao would go to inform Yi Futian about their arrival. However, he didn't do so this time. It seemed like Yi Futian was very serious about his seclusion this time. He had most likely ordered Beigong Ao beforehand not to let anything disturb him. Hence, Shangguan Chuye's father had decided to stop waiting and leave. "Be careful on your way back." Beigong Ao personally showed them the way out. After all, Shangguan Hong's position, as the leader of the Shangguan clan, was very high. For Shangguan Hong to have come to visit Yi Futian personally, the former must have regarded Yi Futian highly as well. Shangguan Hong would most likely not even notice Beigong Ao if it wasn't for Yi Futian. From this, one could tell that Yi Futian was really full of potential. Even a powerful 9th-tier renhuang was willing to come over to meet him. Shangguan Hong and Shangguan Chuye were on their way out when suddenly, they seemed to have sensed something. They stopped in their tracks. Shangguan Hong was the first to react. His gaze instantly shifted and looked in the direction of the palace. Shangguan Chuye and the rest followed suit. A brilliant rainbow pierced through the heavens. An overbearing power of the Great Path enveloped the sky. Various types of auras of the Great Path coalesced. This aura of the Great Path appeared to be at the flawless level. "This is," Shangguan Hong said with a twinkle in his eyes. It was a flawless level aura of the Great Path. Someone was breaking through to the next plane on Eastern Deity Island in the palace. Who else could it be? Flawless level, Shangguan Hong mumbled. Before this, Yi Futian's cultivation was already at the peak of the lower-level Renhuang plane when he was a third-tier Renhuang. If he broke through to the next plane now, his cultivation would be at the middle-level Renhuang plane. The divide between the lower-level Renhuang plane and the middle-level Renhuang plane was a pit. Many people had flawless divine wheels of the Great Path when they were at the lower-level Renhuang plane. However, they were unable to continue maintaining their flawless divine wheels at the middle-level Renhuang plane. Would Yi Futian be able to do so then? If Yi Futian still had a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path, his combat ability would be able to threaten a 7th-tier cultivator. In addition to his various other trump cards, his ability would be terrifying. Shangguan Chuye similarly felt her heart tremble. The difference between her plane and Yi Futian's was not very large. Hence, the impact was greater on her. The aura of the Great Path generated as Yi Futian was breaking through to the next plane made her feel ashamed of herself. Her beautiful eyes stared in that direction. Colorful lights rained down from the sky. The colorful rainbow lights were like heavenly signs. The humming of swords, the sound of gukins, the thundering of divine elephants stampeding, celestial bodies appearing in the sky, and the illusory image of an ancient tree filled the vast space. These were heavenly signs. Many people gazed in awe. This scene was a wonder to behold. It was beautiful and seemed to make people forget that someone was breaking through to the next plane. The resonating sound of the Great Path could be heard. In the distance, people kept heading over in this direction. Many cultivators on Eastern Deity Island were drawn over. They stepped into the air and gathered outside the palace. They stopped and looked toward the direction of the strange scene. It was a flawless level aura. Many people were astonished. A middle-level Renhuang managed to maintain a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path. Such talent was rare. Baimu also appeared. She stood in the air, and her heart was moved. She felt that calling her a goddess seemed like a bit of a misnomer. Compared to Yi Futian, she was far inferior. Incredible, many alchemy masters cried out in astonishment as they walked out. This fellow puts us to shame when it comes to concocting pills. Now, even his cultivation is so flawless. How can old fellows like us go on? Someone said. Don't flaunt your seniority. Years ago, that fellow killed 7th-tier cultivators like ants. Now, with his breakthrough, even an 8th tier like yourself might be no match for him, someone said beside the person who had spoken. The old fellow was so angry that his nostrils flared, and he glared at the other person. However, he could not say anything. He clearly knew that what the other person had said was true. He had no words to counter him. After breaking through to the middle-level Renhuang plane while maintaining a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path, how powerful would Yi Futian's combat ability be now? 7th-tier cultivators were no longer worth Yi Futian's consideration unless they were also monstrous figures who forged flawless divine wheels of the Great Path. Otherwise, 7th-tier cultivators without flawless divine wheels would only be killed instantly by him. The brilliant light remained as the Great Path resonated. Strange phenomenon shone, and Yi Futian sat cross-legged among them. He was comprehending the Great Path and absorbing the power of the Great Path. He had entered a state of ecstasy. His soul wandered out from his body and sensed everything around him. Rumbling sounds could be heard constantly, coming from his body. It was a baptism of the Great Path that continued to temper his Renhuang figure. At that moment, an overbearing aura descended from the sky. Many people saluted with their fists as they looked over in the direction of the aura. They wanted to call out to the person who had arrived, but the other party extended her hand, signaling them to remain silent. The figure then waved her hand and said, "Don't let this matter be known. Stand down and let him continue cultivating." This voice rang in everyone's eardrums, causing the crowd to be stunned. However, They still nodded their heads and did as they were told. They left the place one by one. No one dared to disturb Yi Futian's cultivation. Eastern Deity Island Lord glanced at Yi Futian. Her figure gradually disappeared, but her will still lingered, watching over everything. The rumbling of the great path continued without end, persisting for a few days. The entire Eastern Deity Island was stirred up by this incident, but no one disturbed Yi Futian as he broke through to the next plane. They merely observed everything that occurred quietly, watching over him. It was as though Yi Futian's breakthrough was the most anticipated and most important day for Eastern Deity Island. That day, a majestic aura of the Great Path frenziedly erupted. It surged into Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian sat there. It was as though he was experiencing a mighty baptism of the Great Path. The rumbling from inside his body made it seem as though the sky was about to explode. Buzz. An extremely brilliant, colorful light radiated from his figure and swept out across the space. It spread out far into the distance. At that moment, cultivators across the entire Eastern Deity Island saw a resplendent light of the Great Path. They knew that Yi Futian had broken through to the next plane. When they lifted their heads and looked over in that direction, they saw Yi Futian's body floating in the sky above. His temperament was even more outstanding. His dazzling, handsome gaze was full of vigor. After breaking through to the next plane, Yi Futian seemed as divine as a deity. Chapter 1950, The Yin-Yang Diagram. After the power of the Great Path entered Yi Futian's body, the strange signs disappeared. His white robe fluttered in the wind. His long, silver hair was extremely elegant. Down below, many people looked towards him. Xia Qingyuan, Little Condor, Zi Feng, Beigong Ao, and the others smiled as they looked at the brilliant divine halo. Yi Futian had proven his way and become a middle-level Renhuang. His divine wheel of the Great Path became even more dazzling. It was still flawless. Yi Futian's ability had gone up a level. If others did not know and only looked at his cultivation plane, they would most likely be deceived. Who would have thought that a fourth-tier middle-level Renhuang would actually already possess the combat ability of an ordinary eighth-tier Renhuang? Yi Futian's figure descended. When Beigong Ao saw Yi Futian descend, he walked up to welcome Yi Futian. Beigong Ao smiled and said, "After breaking through to the next plane, even I might no longer be a match for you, right?" "You are too modest," Yi Futian said with a smile. "These past few years, Uncle Beigong hasn't been sitting idly either. The cloud wood has completely merged into your body. Your body has become a body of thunder. Your combat ability is powerful." Now, the relationship between the two of them was even closer. Beigong Ao had decided to follow Yi Futian to cultivate. Yi Futian also did not call him senior anymore. Yi Futian directly referred to him as an uncle. Beigong Ao also enjoyed being called so very much. When Beigong Ao heard Yi Futian's modest speech, he smiled. After knowing Yi Futian for so long, Beigong Ao knew what Yi Futian was. How could Yi Futian's words be believed? This was especially so in terms of Yi Futian's cultivation. He claimed that his talent in concocting pills was average, and his cultivation ability was normal. As for what level Yi Futian's combat ability was at, only Yi Futian himself knew. Whoever believed his words would be fooled. Of course, Beigong Ao naturally hoped that Yi Futian would become stronger. After all, Yi Futian was the person who Beigong Ao had decided to follow. Yi Futian's glory was his own glory. Wasn't it because of Yi Futian that he and Emperor Helion managed to break through to the 8th tier? At that moment, the sound of people traversing across the sky could be heard. From afar, they could hear people call out, "Congratulations for breaking through to the next plane, little brother." "Little friend Yi, congratulations," silhouettes greeted as they dashed over. They were cultivators from the Eastern Deity Island's alchemy pavilion chased off by the island lord. Many of them were more elderly fellows. After all, many people, who had outstanding talent and potential in cultivation, were unwilling to waste their time on concocting pills. Yi Futian stepped forward to welcome them. He said, "Many thanks, elder brothers. I merely broke through one plane. It is but a small matter. It is a small matter if other people break through to the next plane. However, if it is you, that is different. Ha ha, an elder said as he laughed out loud. He looked at Yi Futian with a gaze as though he was staring at a treasure. Before this, Yi Futian's ability in concocting pills was already very powerful and was gradually reaching perfection. Now, with his cultivation breakthrough and the fact that his divine wheel of the Great Path was still flawless, that meant that Yi Futian might be able to concoct pills of the Great Path of an even higher grade. Indeed. Now that you have broken through to the next plane, even among the peak giant forces of the Donghua domain, you could still stand out, yet another person chipped in. A middle-level Renhuang who proved his way with a flawless divine will had the potential to continue doing so when he reached the upper-level Renhuang plane. If he became an upper-level Renhuang with a flawless divine wheel, the significance was extraordinary. That meant that he had the potential to reach the top of the cultivation world. Everyone understood the meaning that the speaker implied. Even when Supreme Deity Donglai was alive back then, if a figure like Yi Futian had appeared, he would be the cream of the crop and would be brought up as a successor. If such a prominent figure appeared in Shangguan clan, I can rest easy, said Shangguan Hong as he also walked out. He had initially been preparing to leave. Upon seeing that Yi Futian was breaking through to the next plane, he remained here, waiting until Yi Futian succeeded. Senior Shangguan, Yi Futian greeted Shangguan Hong with a smile as he nodded his head. At that moment, a voice instructed, "For now, do not let the news that he has broken through to the next plane get out." The voice was authoritative. It was the voice of Eastern Deity Island Lord. Before this, she had already given them a warning once before. This time, she must have said it for Shangguan Hong to hear, reminding him not to reveal this to the outside world. When Yi Futian heard the words of the other party, he thought to himself that the female island lord of Eastern Deity Island must be truly treating him as one of her own. She intentionally helped him keep his cultivation breakthrough a secret. She probably did not want to reveal too much news about him and draw the attention of the outside world. Understood, many people replied as they nodded their heads. Shangguan Hong also intentionally replied, "After I leave, my lips are sealed on all matters regarding Eastern Deity Island." Shangguan Hong knew his place. He knew that to maintain a good relationship with Eastern Deity Island, he had to first be able to keep secrets. Just a few years ago, the Jun clan and Yun clan were eradicated. Shangguan Hong would not do something to displease Eastern Deity Island. After your cultivation breakthrough, you can use pills to aid your cultivation and fortify your plane, the female island lord continued. She was naturally speaking to Yi Futian. There are still many quality pills in Alchemy Pavilion. Now, your level of attainment in pills is higher than mine. You may choose whatever pill you please, the other party continued. Yi Futian said, "Many thanks, Island Lord." Yi Futian was moved. Yi Futian grinned as he looked at the alchemy masters of Alchemy Pavilion. As expected, he saw the other parties' faces darken. The Island Lord was excessively picking favorites. Was she giving Alchemy Pavilion away to Yi Futian? "Masters, I have not concocted pills for a while. Let me see whether I have made any progress," Yi Futian said with a grin. The alchemy masters of Alchemy Pavilion shuddered when they saw his grin. They could only nod their heads begrudgingly. "All right, let's go." Yi Futian headed over to Alchemy Pavilion with the masters happily. After his cultivation breakthrough, he concocted pills for a period of time. A few days later, the fragrance of pills could be picked up coming from Alchemy Pavilion. There were also bursts of colorful lights. Many alchemy masters had gathered over there. Every time a pill was successfully concocted, they were astonished. As expected, after Yi Futian's cultivation breakthrough, his skill level in concocting pills improved once again. The pills he managed to refine were of an even higher grade. Today, the alchemy cauldron was vibrating violently again. A burst of rainbow light shot up into the sky. The sky above the alchemy area was covered in colorful light. It was as though the shadow of a divine tree had appeared. Endless aura of the great path of life circled the area. Green divine halos rained down, enveloping the vast space. On the divine tree, a glittering and transparent pill appeared. It is a fruit of the way of life. It is a flawless level middle-grade elixir, the alchemy masters exclaimed as they narrowed their eyes. They stared at the fruit of the way. Futian could already concoct a pill of this level. This fruit of the way immediately consumed the divine halo of the great path around it. It was full of unparalleled life force. Futian opened his eyes and extended his hand to grab it. The pill took the form of a fruit, and its shape was perfect. His level of concocting pills had already far surpassed what he could manage just a few years ago. Many cultivators stared at the pill. Futian simply passed the fruit over to Xia Qingyuan, who was beside him. He said, "This pill should be useful for your cultivation." Xia Qingyuan gently nodded her head and kept the fruit away as she received it. She indeed also needed to work hard and cultivate to improve her own abilities. Futian's growth was too rapid. Soon, she would not be able to keep up with his pace of advancement. Many alchemy masters rolled their eyes at Futian. They could only watch as Xia Qingyuan kept the pill away. This B***st* road Futian had once again pocketed the goods, leaving all the benefits to those beside him. Yet, the alchemy masters could not do anything. The island lord had acquiesced it. They could only watch and hope that Futian would concoct pills for them. It appears that one's cultivation is indeed beneficial for concocting pills. I have tried my hand at it these past few days. I will concoct more pills in the future if I have the chance. I will now continue cultivating in seclusion for a period of time, Futian said. The crowd stared wide-eyed at him. That was it. What about their pills? Wasn't he going to continue concocting? Before this, he had selected many of their precious pills for his own use. Wasn't he planning to compensate them with a few concoctions? I am somewhat tired. Masters, I will come again when I have the time, Futian said as he ignored their gazes and made himself scarce. These old fellows were all thieves, he had to first grow their appetite. He indeed had to improve his cultivation first. As everyone else was staring wide-eyed at him, Futian left just like that. After he returned to his palace, he began another period of cultivating in seclusion. However, this time, he did not seek to have a breakthrough in terms of planes. Instead, he cultivated law power. Within the memories that he inherited from Supreme Deity Donglai, there were many incredible law powers. Back in the day, Supreme Deity Donglai was an alchemy grandmaster at the pinnacle of the profession. His knowledge on the subject was vast, and he knew many law powers. Some of them he had cultivated himself while others were stored within his memories. After Futian left Alchemy Pavilion, he was no longer seen by Eastern Deity Island members. This fellow actually continued to cultivate in seclusion. It was as though the only thing on his mind was cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. On a training platform in Futian's palace, Futian sat cross-legged. Aura of the Great Path emanated from his body. Two different powers of the Great Path circled his figure. One was yang, and one was yin, one was hot, one was cold. The two different powers of the Great Path crisscrossed as they circled him, forming a miraculous spiral of the Great Path. At that moment, an extremely dazzling scene appeared in Futian's life palace. In the world of the life palace, a gigantic pattern of a divine artifact appeared in the sky. It seemed to be a pair of yin-yang fish. One was yin, and the other was yang. The two extremes of yin and yang seemed to become the sun and the moon. The power of yang and the power of yin appeared to emanate from them. Futian possessed the power of yin as well as the divine fire of Wutong. Although the divine fire of Wutong was not the true fire of the sun, it was also of the yang attribute and was extremely overbearing. Futian could faintly make out the shadow of the ancient tree from within the pattern. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree spread out and merged with the two powers of the Great Path, causing it to become a complete pattern. What was even more frightening was that at the edges of the pattern, sword will emerged from the power of yin and yang that had been raining down constantly. It was as though the power of yin and yang became shadow swords as well as sun swords. They circled the yin-yang diagram. This scene was astonishing. Its might was terrifying. This art was derived from an extremely powerful way of the Great Path. Now, it was being comprehended by Futian. He wanted to forge it into a new divine wheel of the Great Path, merging this power of the Great Path with his technique. If he succeeded, its power would be extremely terrifying. Days passed. Futian seemed completely absorbed in cultivating to the point of obsession. Today, on a training platform, the extremely dazzling power of yin and yang appeared above Futian's figure, circling him. His entire body was shining, as though a yin-yang diagram had appeared on his body. His figure resonated intensely with the surrounding power of the Great Path. Rumbling sounds of the Great Path kept coming from inside his body, causing the Great Path around him to resonate with him. A brilliant sun and moon appeared at the same time. Intense currents of the Great Path spiraled around him and gradually became a frightening pattern. The pattern's structure was extremely stable and resonated with Futian's figure. After a long time, they formed a dazzling picture. The sun and moon were in the sky, and the yin-yang fish circled them, completing the entire arrangement. Vibration sounds could be heard from the palace. The gazes of many people turned towards the direction of the training platform where Futian was. What commotion was this fellow causing while cultivating? However, the crowd knew better than to disturb Futian, allowing him to continue cultivating. Baigong Ao was already used to it. No matter what earth-shattering actions Futian did now, Baigong Ao would not be surprised. He had already accepted that the fellow was a monstrous existence. Let alone back in the continent where the Dongyuan Pavilion was, even in the current Penglai continent, there was no one who could be compared to Futian. No one was even qualified to be compared with him. Otherwise, with Baigong Ao's 8th-tier cultivation, he would not willingly follow Futian. The cultivation world always prioritized one's ability above all else. Right then, on the training platform, Futian opened his eyes. His jet-black eyes seemed to contain the light of the sun and the moon. He lifted his head and glanced at the yin-yang diagram in the sky. He had forged another divine wheel of the Great Path. However, he still needed to increase the level of this divine wheel. The power of yin and yang complemented each other. If he supported this power with his swordsmanship, how powerful would it be? Futian thought to himself. The light of divine swords emerged from the edges of the yin-yang diagram. The next moment, his will shifted, and the power of the Great Path in the sky above, as well as the dazzling divine light disappeared, immediately surging into Futian's body. However, he did not leave, instead continuing to cultivate. His cultivation plane was already that of a 4th-tier middle-level Renhuang. This meant that he already had flawless 4th-tier divine wheels of the Great Path. In reality, his divine wheels had all been proven. Now, even if he comprehended a new divine wheel, with the foundation of his plane, it would still be improved very quickly. He extended his hand and opened his palm. He had a handful of pills. Futian threw the pills directly into his mouth and then swallowed them. Instantly, rumbling sounds came from inside his body. The aura of the Great Path was extremely rich. His life force was growing stronger, and his vitality also became more powerful. The pills were too nourishing, however. These were all the pills that he concocted himself. It would be a waste for him not to consume them. The pills that he concocted did not forcefully increase his abilities and did not have any side effects. They only fortified his foundation. Very quickly, his aura became very powerful. He continued cultivating for a period of time. A few days later, the rumbling sounds of the Great Path in Futian's body sounded around the training platform. When the dazzling pattern of the Great Path circled him, the heavens changed color. Only then was Futian satisfied with the result of his training. As he lifted his head and glanced at this new divine wheel of the Great Path, he smiled. The next moment, the light of the Great Path surged into his body and disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal. As he stood up, he finally ended his period of seclusion. When Futian emerged, he encountered the phoenix. Zifeng looked at him and asked, "Have you ended your seclusion?" Futian replied with a nod, I will probably not be cultivating for a very long time in the future. After his cultivation breakthrough, Futian spent a lot of time fortifying his plane. He also forged a new divine wheel of the Great Path. For now, he had reached a certain level where it would not be beneficial to continue cultivating. Hence, he had no reason to continue his seclusion. What about my divine fire? Didn't you say that you would bring it along to aid me in my cultivation? Zifeng asked as she looked at Futian with her beautiful eyes. Ehem. Futian looked at the phoenix and said, Zifeng, the divine fire is already inside of me and has merged with me. If you wish to sense it, you can do so by cultivating by my side. Zifeng stared at Futian quietly and did not say anything. These past few days, aside from concocting pills, Futian had only been in seclusion. Since when did he give her the chance to cultivate by his side? Had this fellow been scheming all along ever since he played the Flight of the Phoenix pair on Wutong Island? As expected, the words of men could not be trusted. I'll drop by Alchemy Pavilion to pay a visit, Futian said as he prepared to skedaddle. Women were not to be offended. Although she was a phoenix, she was also female. Buzz. Suddenly, wings appeared on Zifeng's back, spreading out wide. Terrifying, flaming aura of the Great Path emanated from the dazzling divine feathers. Each feather seemed to contain frightening amounts of power. A formless might immediately enveloped Futian's body. Zifeng said, You have now proven your way and reached the middle-level Renhuang plane. You should have improved greatly after cultivating in seclusion for such a long time. Why don't we try out your abilities now? Zifeng did not allow Futian any time to disagree. The divine fire of the Great Path immediately flared onto Futian's body. Futian sensed the oncoming current of the Great Path. He speculated that this phoenix had a huge grudge against him. All right, Futian answered. His figure flashed, and he dashed into the sky, appearing high above the clouds in an instant. The phoenix similarly became a flaming red divine light that shot straight through the clouds. Her speed was incredible as she rocketed straight up. In the palace below, many people stepped outside. What was going on? Condor Sama stared wide-eyed at the intense waves of the Great Path in the sky. As expected of this overbearing phoenix, it was incredible for her to dare to provoke Master into battle. Condor Sama was trembling. High above the clouds, the two of them only stopped when they reached an extremely high point in the sky. They needed to maintain a high enough altitude for the shockwaves of their battle not to reach Eastern Deity Island. Even so, Will still swept up towards them one after another. The people below seemed very concerned about the situation up here. Yet, no one came to stop them. Buzz. Scorching gales howled. A gigantic shadow of a phoenix appeared around Zifeng's figure. The giant phoenix spread its wings and flapped them downwards, causing an extremely hot gale of flames to sweep up in the sky above. It seemed capable of burning everything in its path. The light of the Great Path circled Futian. He quietly stood there, facing Zifeng. As expected of the aura of the flawless level divine fire of the Great Path. Even with Futian's current cultivation, he still felt a threatening aura coming from the flames. Countless flaming feathers of the phoenix danced and coalesced into one in the sky. Gradually, a true gigantic phoenix appeared. It covered the sky and blocked out the sun. It immediately covered this part of the sky. It was a majestic sight to behold. Futian could naturally tell that Zifeng was serious this time. She wanted to see the level his ability was at now. She was different from other cultivators. Her Great Path was also flawless. She was naturally much more powerful than ordinary cultivators. Futian and her were birds of a feather. Aside from wanting to vent her dissatisfaction with Futian for cultivating in seclusion, she also wanted to know the level of Futian's current true ability. Futian understood what Zifeng was thinking. It appeared that to convince this proud phoenix, he would actually need to show some of his skills. His will shifted. In an instant, the sun and moon circled around him, and heavenly signs appeared. Above him, an extremely resplendent divine pattern of the Great Path appeared. The power of yin and yang flowed around him, and the sun and moon appeared in the pattern. They frenziedly consumed the aura of the great path in the vast space. This pattern expanded rapidly. It became a gigantic pattern that covered the sky in a short amount of time, directly shadowing the huge phoenix. The power of yin and yang descended and immediately enveloped the gigantic shadow of the phoenix. The phoenix let out a deafening screech. Her sharp claws immediately reached out to rip apart the huge yin-yang diagram in the sky. She was extremely overbearing. Buzz. The halo of yin and the halo of divine fire descended on the phoenix at the same time. The figure of the phoenix turned somewhat illusory as she was faced with extremely terrifying pressure. Countless divine swords flowed in the sacred yin-yang diagram. The next moment, the sword chi of sun sword and shadow sword slaughtered their way over. The phoenix once again let out a long screech. She lifted her claws to swipe the attacks away and block them. She wanted to use her fire to directly melt the sharp swords, but it was difficult for her flames to do so. In an instant, the gigantic phoenix seemed to be drowned in sword chi. Very soon, the humongous shadow of the phoenix disappeared. This caused the hearts of many Renhuangs on Eastern Deity Island who were observing the fight to tremble. Had Yi Futian's cultivation reached such a frightening stage? Zifeng stared at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She had a look of dissatisfaction on her face. "If you want a good spa, I will have all the time in the world to keep you company," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Come. Follow me. I am going to meet the Island Lord." "Why are you going to meet the Island Lord?" Zifeng asked. "To bid him farewell," Yi Futian replied. He had been cultivating on Eastern Deity Island for a couple of years. Now that he had broken through to the next plane, he should bid farewell and leave. 2. Were they leaving? Zifeng thought to herself. A couple of years ago, she had prepared herself to follow Yi Futian and leave Eastern Deity Island. However, they had cultivated on the island for a few years after that. This day had finally come. Yi Futian was prepared to venture out into the divine prefecture. Yi Futian took Zifeng to the place where the Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island resided. Upon seeing the two, the female Island Lord said calmly, "Are you ready to leave?" Clearly, she had already guessed that Yi Futian was leaving. After the turmoil regarding the Jun family had been resolved, Yi Futian was basically in a state of retreat. Besides cultivation, he was concentrating on alchemy. Now that his cultivation had greatly improved, his temperament had also been transformed. The only reason he was here to see her. It could only be that he was preparing to leave. "Yes, and we have come to say goodbye," Yi Futian nodded. "Very good." The Island Lord nodded readily, not asking him to stay. She continued, "How about having Baimu take some people and escort you?" Yi Futian was not sure of the other's true intention. He had enjoyed many benefits on Eastern Deity Island. It would not be realistic for him to cut off all contact with Eastern Deity Island after leaving. It would be too ungrateful, and the Island Lord would probably hunt him down. He swallowed the elixir, the divine tree was integrated into his body, and the divine flame was absorbed by him as well. He had inherited the alchemy art of the supreme deity Donglai, and enjoyed an unknown number of treasures in heaven and earth. Now he was about to kidnap a true phoenix from Eastern Deity Island. Don't overthink it, it's just to ensure your safety. It would be a small group because it doesn't make sense to have more. I will pick the most outstanding ones, said the Island Lord. With my current strength, the protection of the people from Eastern Deity Island won't be necessary. Yi Futian said, even if there are elders who are more powerful than me, it would not be by much. Moreover, I will not be staying put. If something comes up that cannot be solved, with the elders of Eastern Deity Island along, it will only complicate things. The Island Lord looked at Yi Futian and said, You mean, you want to leave by yourself? Yi Futian looked at the other in the eyes. Clearly, she was still worried about him, but it was not unexpected, who wouldn't? There are no outsiders here. I have already appointed you internally as the second Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island. If you surpass me in the future, you could inherit the position as the Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island. Everything here that is mine can be considered to be yours as well, said the female island lord. Mine? Yi Futian blinked. Was he now the second island lord? This woman was no joke, she was willing to give him the entire Eastern Deity Island. Did this mean that all the goddesses of Eastern Deity Island were also his? As his thoughts turned to this, he immediately stopped himself. He viewed himself as a righteous gentleman. The female island lord nodded, it's all yours. If you can get to that day, even I have to obey your orders. Yi Futian looked at the stunningly beautiful and noble face in front of him, and his thoughts drifted to the unspeakable. Ahum. Yi Futian looked at the island lord and said, I hardly deserve such honor. You have swallowed the elixir and the divine tree. You inherited everything from my ancestors. You are now the heir of Eastern Deity Island, and there is nothing wrong with passing the island to you one day, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island continued. Yi Futian's eyes flickered. Since the other had said so, then there was no need for him to remain coy. He looked at the female island lord and said, however, this has nothing to do with whether the people of Eastern Deity Island would follow me. Their following means little, unless. Unless what? The female island lord asked. Yi Futian looked at her, seemed to want to say something more but stopped himself. If accompanied by someone who was a top renhuang, it would be much safer. Unless they get tangled up with some mighty figures, there would be little trouble. If you have anything to say it, the female island lord said coldly. What was this guy thinking? Those roving eyes were making her very displeased. How about the island lord also go with me for a bit of air? Yi Futian said weakly. Although he was already of the middle renhuang realm, his tone seemed to suggest a little lack of confidence. After all, this was a powerful existence that had slain cultivators in the 9th realm, such as Jun Xiaoyao. Although she was gorgeous, he was not deceived by her appearance. In the battle a few years ago, she had the most number of renhuang kills. As Yi Futian's voice fell, an invisible pressure of the great path suddenly fell on him, making him shaking like a leaf. Next to him, Zifeng watched dumbfounded at Yi Futian. Was he really asking the island lord to follow him? This B***** was too bold. Yi Futian looked at the beautiful island lord weakly. Since she had already said that Eastern Deity Island would be his sooner or later, he was only exercising his power in advance. He could feel the coercion, the pressure was great. The female island lord had been staring at Yi Futian. She stepped forward, her long skirt moved upon the ground, noble and cold, with unparalleled grace. She now walked next to Yi Futian. If the island lord disagrees, then ignore what I just said. Yi Futian's attitude weakened considerably. The island lord stared at him and said, very well. Yi Futian blinked and looked up at the stunning face in front of him. She agreed. He didn't ask forcibly, and the other party actually agreed. The island lord's strength was extraordinary, and with her by his side, renhuang realm opponents wouldn't be a concern anymore. I'm with you. The beauty that was the island lord said while she stared at Yi Futian. Suddenly, a small smile appeared, one that could turn all living creature upside down. However, Yi Futian had no time to appreciate such beauty. On the contrary, he felt a tightness all over. Would there be any conspiracy? When do we leave? The island lord asked. I'm going to refine some medicine, so how about after 7 days? Yi Futian raised his head and said in a low voice. His voice had lost much of its forcefulness. Good, I will work out the route of the trial so that you can do your own thing with peace of mind, said the island lord. Looking at her, Yi Futian felt that he was being led into a trap. The sense of conspiracy was getting stronger. Did he get this wrong? You came from the original realm, unfamiliar with divine prefecture, and I know Donghua domain better than you. Don't worry. I'm just leading the way. After all, this time, I'm just your follower. Island Lord Yi, she continued, emphasizing the last 3 words. The island lord is too courteous. It is settled, then. Yi Futian left quickly, still trembling. He fled without caring much for Zifeng, who was left behind. Watching Yi Futian's departure, Zifeng was a little speechless. She looked at the island lord and said, Sister, are you really going? Why not? The island lord looked at Yi Futian's departing figure with an intriguing smile. This little guy was truly daring, asking her to follow him. She gave him just a little taste, and he wanted to swallow the entire Eastern Deity Island up right this moment. Now, he even had some strange ideas about her. In this instance, on account that she hadn't been out for quite a long time, she would go with this little guy for a walk in the outside world. For the next 7 days, Yi Futian had been spending all his time in the alchemy laboratory, completely immersed in it. And this time, there was no one observing. Everyone was waiting outside, and Yi Futian didn't let anyone disturb his work. In the direction of the alchemy laboratory, wisps of terrifying aura permeated. A greenish divine splendor soared, turning into a divine tree, faintly covering this entire space. Inside, a medicinal fragrance flowed continuously from it. At this time, a terrifying flame of the way rushed into the sky, with a faint sound of the phoenix. When all the armorer looked over there, they saw a phantom of the phoenix appearing, circling outside. A loud cry of the phoenix was heard, and a beating sound came from inside the alchemy laboratory. The divine phoenix swayed upward and cried 9 times, piercing into the sky, like an unusual vision of heaven and earth, with incredible radiance. Rays of divine light soared into the sky, and a vibrant fragrance permeated the air. The great path's divine brilliance illuminated the laboratory, and everyone fixated on the vision in front of them. Alchemy, and an unusual phenomenon. This is, someone murmured. He should be, someone next to him responded, and they were all shocked. They finally realized why Yi Futian's attainments in alchemy were so strong, and his progress was so rapid. No wonder the island lord favored him and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. So, he was the heir of supreme deity Donglai. This was the alchemy of the supreme being Donglai, and Yi Futian had inherited his art of alchemy. All the medicines were left in the cauldron. All you elders may distribute them amongst yourselves. I'm going to have to take my leave now. A voice was heard, and all the crowd saw was a figure in white on its way out, already gone. Only then did everyone came to their senses and rushed into the alchemy laboratory. A medicinal smell greeted them, strong and fragrant. Inside the alchemy cauldron, the divine light of the great path was flowing about. Buzz. A shadow rushed in. In the next moment, several shadows came out at the same time, all rushing toward the alchemy cauldron. Soon, there were bursts of booming sounds that came out of the alchemy laboratory. Yi Futian moved in the void, as many voices kept coming from behind him. Voices were heard, followed by a loud bang. It was the sound of the alchemy laboratory exploding. Yi Futian sighed. It was not that he didn't want to help them, but rather that he couldn't bear for them to turn on one another. On this day, many alchemists fought each other violently. Friends fighting friends. They had no regard for their own dignity, while some had even gone to war directly. There was a panic on Eastern Deity Island as it was turned upside down. When someone reported to the island lord, they discovered that the island lord had already left Eastern Deity Island with Yi Futian and the others. Outside of Eastern Deity Island, a group of people walked in the void and mist. Baigong Ao stole a glance at the woman next to him from time to time, still in disbelief. His eyes, when they looked at Yi Futian, were full of worship and admiration. This guy was a real genius to have actually kidnapped the island lord of Eastern Deity Island. Did you do that deliberately? The island lord of Eastern Deity Island questioned Yi Futian. Huh? Yi Futian pretended to be confused. Alchemy laboratory, the island lord prompted. A complete misunderstanding. I just wanted to keep some medicine, Yi Futian replied, much aggrieved. The island lord glanced at him but said nothing further. The group continued moving forward, preparing to leave the Penglai continent. In the vast sea of clouds, the black-winged condor shuttled through the clouds and mist at an extremely fast speed. On the back of black-winged condor's massive body, there was a group of people, some were sitting, and some were standing. The island lord of Eastern Deity Island was dressed in all red, standing in front, emanating a majestic elegance. Baimu stood quietly behind her. This time the fact that her master agreed to come along with him had shocked Baimu. Not only that, But her master even claimed that Eastern Deity Island might be handed over to Yi Futian in the future. This was holding Yi Futian in the highest esteem. Yi Futian sat quietly behind them, with Xia Qingyuan sitting on his left side, while Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were on his right. Zifeng sat alone in front near the head of the little condor. Occasionally, the little condor would tease her, but Zifeng had no interest in engaging him. Such a group of people may seem like a strange combination, but they were interacting harmoniously. At the moment, Yi Futian was drinking with Beigong Ao. Of course, the wine was brought from Eastern Deity Island, precious delicacies with the whey hidden in the wine. One would be losing out to pass it over. Baimu, come and have a few drinks with us, Yi Futian said to Baimu, who was standing there. Baimu looked at Yi Futian, then at her master in front of her. Since the master was here, she still had to pay attention to her manners. If she was no longer the only one to accompany Yi Futian, she might be able to be a little more casual. Island Lord, the journey is long. Why not come over and have a few drinks? Yi Futian called out. The Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island turned her head and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and said, "The wine is from Eastern Deity Island. If you don't drink it, then there will be more for me." Baimu was somewhat speechless. This guy really didn't hesitate to speak his mind. On Eastern Deity Island, no one dared to speak to her master like that. Her master seldom revealed herself, and she was not fond of words. However, she was authoritative and uncompromising, nonetheless, extremely decisive in her action. There were no simple folks who could cultivate to the pinnacle of Renhuang. Their mind, means, and courage could not be affected by ordinary folks. The Island Lord walked over to Yi Futian and sat down in front of him. Yi Futian smiled and took out a wine glass to pour for her. He then raised his glass and said, "Now we are all one family, and addressing you as Island Lord sounds way too formal. The Island Lord is older than me and a descendant of the Supreme Deity. As half of a disciple of the Supreme Deity, how about addressing you as senior sister in the future?" Next to her, Baimu was dumbfounded. If Yi Futian was to call her master senior sister, then, did this mean she would have to call him Uncle Master? Island Lord now became senior sister. This guy was so truly audacious. Beigong Ao lowered his head and smiled slyly. This kid was indeed quite a character, resorting to all these relations, such as this senior sister business. This relationship suddenly got a lot closer, and because the other party held Yi Futian in high regard, most likely they would not refuse him. Sure enough, the Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island nodded and said, "It's up to you." Then it's settled. Yi Futian smiled and said, "I, as the junior brother, should drink first." As he spoke, he picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing his action, the Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island also raised the glass and followed suit. "We are no longer in Eastern Deity Island, so we won't address you as Island Lord anymore. How about Goddess Donglai?" "Please," Beigong Ao said, raising the glass with both hands. The Island Lord was a descendant of Supreme Deity Donglai, with the last name Donglai. Therefore, Goddess Donglai was a fitting title for her. Goddess Donglai had another glass and asked Beigong Ao, "Why do you choose to follow him?" Beigong Ao was now in the 8th realm and had great opportunities at Eastern Deity Island. She wanted to know why Beigong Ao did not choose to return to his own continent to be number one, but choose to follow someone of a younger generation. Even Goddess Donglai is willing to accompany him to come out for trials. "What reason do I have not to?" Beigong Ao said with a smile. It was as if he didn't say anything, yet everything was said. The reason was simple. Why would Goddess Donglai be willing to accompany him? Then Beigong Ao would have no reason not to do the same. The two were only one level apart, but there was, in fact, a huge gap between them. They were not at the same level, whether in status or strength. Goddess Donglai nodded. She understood that very well now. "Sister, the memory I got from the Supreme Deity was a little fragmented. What happened back then? The other side went against Supreme Deity, but why leave Eastern Deity Island untouched?" Yi Futian asked. "My father had some friends back then. The other party had done some unjustifiable deeds, and couldn't go to the extreme and was subjected to some restraints," said Goddess Donglai. Supreme deity Donglai was a master-level top alchemist, with many friends and people who owed him favors, and some of them were powerful individuals. Yi Futian nodded. But such danger has always existed. This hidden danger was the reason why Eastern Deity Island had endured this for many years silently, avoiding any outings, just to accumulate strength. Endure. Accumulate strength. Goddess Donglai glanced at him, and there seemed to be a self-deprecating smile on that stunningly beautiful face. I guess you are half right. Not enduring in silence, but we dared not leave, dared not be visible. As for enduring in silence and accumulating our strength, it is probably just some wishful thinking on our part. Even if we accumulated enough power to sweep all of Penglai, it is meaningless. If we cannot produce a top figure, no one would pay any attention to us. Today's Eastern Deity Island is unworthy. As she spoke, she raised the glass and drank up by herself. Her tone seemed to be tinged with some sadness. Eastern Deity Island was unworthy. What others perceived as silent endurance was actually Eastern Deity Island's wishful thinking. They did want to save their strength and improve themselves, but that made very little sense in reality. Unless there could be a peak existence one day. So, Yi Futian listened to what the other said and started to understand a little better. So, there you have it, Goddess Donglai said. Yi Futian had given a glimmer of hope for Eastern Deity Island. On Yi Futian, she saw the potential for him to become a giant. Therefore, she was even willing to give him the entire Eastern Deity Island and accompany him for trials and cultivation. There was only one goal, and that was to help Yi Futian reach the top. At Eastern Deity Island, she had observed Yi Futian's behavior and found that he was good to those around him. If she could assist him and turn over all of Eastern Deity Island to him, he would at least have a sense of belonging toward Eastern Deity Island. Whether he would be willing to take revenge on behalf of Eastern Deity Island was something else. Still, if he climbed to the top, Eastern Deity Island would be freed and would no longer be living in fear of moving around at will or being too visible and causing trouble. She had named Yi Futian as the second island lord, and she was willing to go so far as to abdicate and make way for Yi Futian in the future. Of course, it was all for a purpose. Handing Eastern Deity Island to him for preservation. This was the foundation left by her father, and she didn't want to see it disintegrate one day and became the dust of history. If you reach the top one day, I will give you Eastern Deity Island. I hope you can accept it. Goddess Donglai's beautiful eyes were looking directly at Yi Futian. Only at this moment did Yi Futian finally understood her intention. Eastern Deity Island was not enduring in silence, but it was the fear of being too visible. To teach the world of opportunity of the Great Path was only for recruitment purposes. Even if the Eastern Deity Island had recruited someone, not much could be changed. At the very least, someone like Jiang Jiuming would never agree to join Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian was an exception. Perhaps it was fortuitous for Eastern Deity Island that such a person was sent to them. Everything was a destined coincidence. Very well, I accept. Yi Futian nodded and made a toast to Goddess Donglai. His feeling toward Eastern Deity Island was very good, as they had gotten rid of the Jun family for him. Even as he partook the elixir and swallowed the divine tree, they had never threatened him, including those alchemy masters who were really quite lovely to him. Eastern Deity Island had always treated him with honesty, so it was not like he was influenced by those beautiful goddesses and the island lord after having received so many favors. It was so that he would take over Eastern Deity Island in the future. He had no reason to refuse such a request. Goddess Donglai nodded. Yi Futian's promise was much relief to her, so she replied softly, "Thank you." "I should be the one to thank you," Yi Futian said. "Senior sister, where are you planning on taking me this time?" The divine prefecture was vast. With Goddess Donglai as his guide on this trip, he need not worry about anything. Goddess Donglai was more familiar with the divine prefecture than him. "It's to pave the way for you." Goddess Donglai looked into the distance and whispered. She agreed to accept Yi Futian's invitation this time because she had already given the matter a lot of consideration. Yi Futian's appearance may attract the attention of their enemies, and if his performance was too dazzling, he might be in danger. Therefore, she immediately agreed to go along with Yi Futian. On this trip, She was going to take Yi Futian to the main continent in Donghua domain, where there were old friends of her father. She intended to pave the way for Yi Futian so that if he were ever in real trouble in the future, there would be people who could protect him. Yi Futian didn't ask much, just nodded casually, while several of them continued to drink. Below the clouds and fog, they could see parts of the continents from time to time. They were passing through continents, one after another, and met many other cultivators on the way. Basically, these cultivators were all existences of the Renhuang realm so that they could travel over continent. Chapter 1954, Alchemy Emperor. Before they knew it, they had been on the road for many days. Although it was a little monotonous at times, they had a few drinks here and there and chatted. Overall, it was a pleasant and easy time. One more cluster of continents, and we will arrive at our destination, Goddess Donglai said while standing in front, looking into the distance. Continental cluster? Yi Futian whispered. Goddess Donglai responded, still looked forward. This vast area has a cluster of continents, all on the same massive plate, interconnected with one another, surrounding the main continent of the divine prefecture, the Donghua domain, Dongxiao continent. In actuality, this entire cluster of continents lies within the area of Dongxiao continent, and almost all of them can be considered as a subsidiary of the Dongxiao continent. This plate is self-contained but separated from each other. Goddess Donglai continued, memories in her eyes. It was as if she was recalling a time long ago when she had come here with her father. She had stayed in Dongxiao continent for some years, so she seemed to have a lot of knowledge about this vast and endless plate of land. The black-winged condor spread its wings and traveled fast over the tumbling clouds. They could see many cultivators because there was a continent right beneath them, and many cultivators were also traveling in the sky. After coming to the plate belonging to Dongxiao continent, they could perceive that there were now many more cultivators, and from time to time they encountered others who were traveling in the void. As they continued moving forward again, they came to the sky above the mainland's central area. Goddess Donglai's divine consciousness diffused toward the sky below. Those brilliant eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the void and looked into the sky below and said, "Down." A flash went through black-winged condor's eyes, and Yi Futian transmitted a thought to him. Suddenly, his body went into a dive and swooped down, headed toward this continent. "Senior sister, didn't we just reach the outer plate of Dongxiao continent?" Yi Futian asked. "To visit a friend. Strictly speaking, he can be considered as half of a senior brother to you," said Goddess Donglai. Yi Futian, a little taken aback, said, "In the memory of the supreme deity, this disciple does not seem to have existed. Could it have been just a fragment? Not exactly a disciple, but someone he had instructed, so it counts as half of a disciple. His situation was different from yours," said Goddess Donglai. "Understood." Yi Futian nodded and didn't inquire further. He could guess a thing or two. It must have been a cultivator who was instructed by the supreme deity Donglai, so that even though it was not a real master-disciple relationship, he was considered a half-disciple. It seemed that supreme deity Donglai had spent a lot of time in this area. The reason for Goddess Donglai's journey here seemed to have something to do with this. They might have quite a few acquaintances at this place. The black-winged condor quickly broke through the clouds and mist and flew at a lower altitude, with a very clear vision of the buildings below. "That tallest tower in front," Goddess Donglai said, and the black-winged condor flapped his wings fiercely, his body turned into a dark stream of light, moving in that direction. Soon, they came to the periphery of this building complex. Except for that tallest sky-reaching tower, many ancient temples were towering in the surroundings, like the complex of a royal palace, with a solemn atmosphere. Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. Yi Futian glanced at the tallest sky-reaching tower, with 3 elegant characters engraved on it. They seemed to contain the power of the Great Path and were extremely eye-catching. The Tower of the Alchemy Emperor seemed to be the holy land for alchemy. Below the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor, it seemed that many people had gathered here, as if holding a banquet. A middle-aged man was sitting on the main seat on the stairs in front of tower, wearing a robe of purple and gold. From him, A strong aura of mighty and great authority could be detected as he conversed animatedly with everyone around him. But at this moment, he seemed to have perceived something as he raised his head and looked toward the void. Those eyes penetrated the void directly and locked onto the position of the black-winged condor. At that instant, the black-winged condor suddenly seemed to be subjected to the great path's terrifying coercion. His body swooped down as if out of his own control. However, the pressure disappeared instantly as the middle-aged man saw the person on the back of the black-winged condor. He stood up, and his eyes fell on the foremost figure on the back of the black-winged condor, Goddess Donglai. The pressure on the black-winged condor decreased sharply, but his body continued to dive downward nonetheless and came to the place of the banquet. In an instant, the eyes of many cultivators fell on the newcomers, a little surprised. They had swooped down from the sky and crashed their party. How rude was that? However, none of them spoke. Judging from their host's movements and eyes, they seemed to be acquainted with one another. In the next moment, a smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He smiled and said, "After such a long time, I didn't expect Junior Sister to be able to join us." Junior Sister? Many people looked interested. Everyone present knew that Alchemy Emperor was not taught by any master. If there was anyone close to it, it could only be the master alchemist himself, Supreme Being Donglai, who had instructed him many years ago. The Alchemy Emperor had always held him in the highest regard and referred to him as teacher and paid him the respect of a disciple. So, this Junior Sister, could it be her? "It's been a long time," Goddess Donglai said. Yi Futian watched quietly. It seemed that this half a disciple of Supreme Deity Donglai was the top figure in this continent and had created the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. Many of the guests at this banquet had strong cultivation skills, with quite a few of them being Upper Renhuang, and the aura of that middle-aged man was especially tyrannical. Judging by his perception, he should be a cultivator of the 9th realm at the peak of Renhuang. "I didn't expect Junior Sister to be here. Come and take a seat," Alchemy Emperor said as he stood up and walked down from his seat to greet her personally. Goddess Donglai and her party landed and moved forward under everyone's gaze. At the banquet, many people's attention was focused over there, and someone said, "Alchemy Emperor, aren't you going to make an introduction?" "Very well." Alchemy Emperor smiled and nodded. He led Goddess Donglai to his side and faced everyone, saying, "This is my Junior Sister. When my master Supreme Deity Donglai was on his journey, I was fortunate enough to have met him, all of which made today possible. No doubt that all of you have heard what happened afterward." Indeed. Everyone trembled in their hearts, knowing that the descendant of Supreme Being Donglai had actually left Eastern Deity Island and came here. Whatever happened at the time had caused a great disturbance. Although Eastern Deity Island and Penglai continent were far away, they had all heard about the incident, and at the time, this continental plate was also involved. However, it was still unclear why the descendant of Supreme Being Donglai had come out from their lair this time. Greetings to Goddess Donglai. Many people stood up and bowing with their hands together, acting quite politely. As the progeny of a known clan, Goddess Donglai was a top figure of the Renhuang realm, even if the fortune of the clan had waned considerably. Goddess Donglai nodded in return, as her gaze drifted to Yi Futian, who was next to her. "Senior brother, allow me to introduce someone to you, Yi Lionian." Alchemy Emperor looked at Yi Futian curiously and saw that his temperament was quite extraordinary. He concluded that he must be a genius talent. He nodded slightly at Yi Futian. "One look, and one knows that our little brother is no ordinary folks." Yi Lionian greets Senior brother. Yi Futian bowed slightly for the Alchemy Emperor, which stunned the Alchemy Emperor so that he looked at Yi Futian and then at Goddess Donglai. "He is considered to be an heir of my father's," Goddess Donglai said. "Master has an heir?" Alchemy Emperor sounded surprised. Yi Futian looked so very young, and Supreme Being Donglai had fallen for many years. Even then, before his fall, no one had ever heard of him excepting a last disciple. Father left some inheritance, and was inherited by Lionian, so indeed he is father's successor, Goddess Donglai said. Alchemy Emperor was a little surprised, but still, he nodded. "I didn't expect that I would have a junior brother. With Junior Sister and Junior Brother here, I will have someone to talk to," and I can have a good exchange of alchemy techniques with junior brother. The people below were very surprised that the supreme being Donglai had actually left an inheritance. Now, the inheritance had been inherited by this man. Was it the art of alchemy? How dare I exchange with senior brother? I'm afraid it is I who need to learn from my brother. Yi Futian's demeanor was humble and polite. Goddess Donglai glanced at him and didn't speak. Brother Yi is young, but if you could inherit from the supreme being, you must have outstanding qualities. Your alchemy techniques must also be extraordinary, perhaps not much less than the alchemy emperor. A young man below smiled and commented. Supreme being Donglai now has an heir. It is indeed a happy event. The old man next to him smiled and added, I wonder how many grades of alchemy are you capable of now? The old man smiled gently, but his eyes were filled with brilliance. Yi Futian smiled and looked at the other. He replied, I am just beginning to dabble in the arts of alchemy. I dared not speak of alchemy, and I need to learn more from senior brother. The old man nodded slightly. You are too humble. Even if you are just at the beginning, you have started higher than most. With the alchemy emperor's guidance, your accomplishments are to be expected. Let's be seated. Alchemy emperor seemed to be quite pleased, as he was full of smiles. He had seats prepared for Yi Futian and his party, which were arranged directly next to his. This demonstrated that the alchemy emperor's closeness with goddess Donglai and the others. Chapter 1955, Traveling Together. Yi Futian and his people sat down, following which the many virtuosos of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor also took their seats. Actually, today's banquet was meant for the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. I did not expect you would be here too. It's such a coincidence. A few days later, I will be bringing some of the practitioners here along with me to the Dongxiao continent. Why don't you join us? The Alchemy Emperor smiled and said as he sat down. On our journey this time, we definitely will be paying that person a visit. The Donglai goddess nodded her head slightly. Naturally, she knew who that person was. This was her goal for traveling to the Dongxiao continent. Yi Futian represented the future of the Eastern Deity Island, and it was unfortunate that the Eastern Deity Island had a powerful enemy seeking revenge. She had to do something. It is really a fortunate coincidence this time. You came at the right time. If the senior knew that our teacher had an heir, he would definitely be joyous, the Alchemy Emperor smiled and said. That figure was friends with his teacher in the past, and they had a very close relationship. When his teacher passed away, the person felt deeply regretful. If he could see their teacher's heir, he would probably be pleased. I came to find senior for this matter indeed, the Donglai goddess said. I did not want to bring Junior Lionian there myself. The Alchemy Emperor let out a quizzical expression and looked at the Donglai goddess with some curiosity. The Donglai goddess continued, Senior, you also know what his personality is like. When has he ever cared about the superficial rules of the world? Of course, with father's position, I won't have any trouble getting to meet him. However, I do not wish for that to be the reason that they could meet. Since we have met coincidentally here, then I can only ask to borrow a slot from senior. The Alchemy Emperor immediately understood her meaning. It seemed that she had great confidence in Yi Futian. As for the personality of that senior, he, of course, understood a little too. If Yi Futian was not exceptional enough and only relied on his status as the heir when he met the senior, even if he were willing to provide guidance, he would probably not believe that Yi Futian was deserving of the inheritance of the supreme deity Donglai. Since the Donglai goddess said this, she meant for Yi Futian to first prove himself worthy before meeting the senior. However, that would only succeed provided Yi Futian was outstanding. Otherwise, he would just be eclipsed by all the other prodigies and appear all too common. The rest of the people at the banquet tensed a little upon hearing the Donglai goddess's words. Even though they had considered that this might be a possibility since the Donglai goddess had said it herself that she wanted Yi Futian to also travel to the Dongxiao continent. This meant that Yi Futian was going to take up a slot and become part of them. With the Dongxiao continent as the center continent tile, it was natural that the surrounding continents would look up to the Dongxiao continent. Furthermore, the good friend of the supreme deity Donglai was a truly exceptional figure from the Dongxiao continent. He stood at the pinnacle even among the extremely powerful, and on this continent, he had an incomparably high status. Every year, each continent would send their prodigies to the Dongxiao continent in the hopes that they would be able to cultivate at the cultivation court that he was at. Okay. Leave this matter to me. The alchemy emperor nodded his head in agreement. He could still decide on this matter, however, whether Yi Futian could get to meet him without using his status as the disciple of a goddess of the supreme deity Donglai was another matter. Since it had already been decided, everything else would depend on Yi Futian himself. Since our little friend Yi is the disciple of the supreme deity Donglai, why is there a need to go through all this trouble? With such an important status, you could meet with the senior directly, an elderly man seated below suggested. Well, there's no harm. He can treat it as an experience, the alchemy emperor replied. Hearing the reply, the elderly man kept silent. Since Emperor Yi obtained the inheritance from the supreme deity, surely he must have exceptional talent in alchemy. Even though Emperor Yi humbly claims to only be a beginner, but if he were truly common, how could he have obtained the supreme deity's inheritance? A middle-level Renhuang smiled and asked. Today, among us all, there are quite a few people who are alchemists, seeking guidance from the alchemy emperor all along. Since we have been fated to meet, could we ask Emperor Yi for advice on the path of alchemy? Yi Futian looked toward the person who spoke. It seemed like he was inquisitive about his alchemy skills. Who would not be curious about the heir of the supreme deity Donglai? Even the Donglai goddess did not inherit her father's position, rather, it was an outsider who did it. I have mentioned before that I have only just started down the path of alchemy. It was only recently that I even began trying my hand at refining elixirs. I don't have much talent in this aspect. Regarding how I obtained the inheritance, it was probably sheer luck, Yi Futian replied, smiling. There was no need for him to show his true ability in alchemy, it would only cause him more trouble. Emperor Yi, there is no need to be overly humble, someone said with a smile. Since the Donglai goddess brought Yi Futian from such a remote place to join the Dongxiao continent, there was no way Yi Futian lacked in talent or strength. I am speaking only the truth, it's not that I'm humble. Furthermore, seated before me today are so many virtuosos. How could I possibly be more skilled than you? I would only be embarrassing myself, Yi Futian replied with a smile. He truly believed that his potential in alchemy was quite common and that there was nothing exceptional about it. As for showing off his alchemy skills here, he never practiced alchemy casually. In the past, when he refined elixirs, he did so because he had a practical need for the elixirs. Showing off his alchemy skills was meaningless to him. Hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone understood that it was probably impossible to have him practice alchemy in front of them. This man hid his ability very well. They wondered just how skilled he was. All right. Even though I originally arranged this gathering for you all, since my junior sister has coincidentally arrived, I shall not hold you back any further. In a few days, let's head towards the Dongxiao continent together, the alchemy emperor said. In fact, he was already hinting that he would like to end the gathering and for them to leave. Everyone certainly understood and respected his wishes, and one person after another got up to leave. Before taking their leave, several people still glanced at Yi Futian once more. They were full of curiosity about this heir to the supreme deity Donglai. After the crowd left, the alchemy emperor also rose and said, I'll show you the way to the pavilion. You can rest there today. The Donglai goddesses also rose and followed behind the alchemy emperor. Apart from them, there were a couple of the alchemy emperor's disciples. They were also staring at the Donglai goddess and Yi Futian. However, they all knew their place and kept their mouths shut, not saying anything. They only followed silently. Since the outsiders are no longer around, can you tell me the truth? This time you decided against using teacher's status to get Yi Futian to meet with the old senior. How confident are you that by taking this route, Yi Futian would succeed? The alchemy emperor asked. 100%, the Donglai goddess replied, causing the alchemy emperor to halt for a moment. 100%. He thought. This meant that even if Yi Futian solely relied on himself, he could definitely still make it to the side of the old senior and cultivate with his guidance. With that accomplished, if he revealed his identity in the end, it would be a nice surprise for the senior. The Alchemy Emperor nodded his head seriously. Since you trust Yi Futian so much, I am suddenly a little excited. Junior Yi, since you have obtained teacher's inheritance, I hope you can inherit his position as well. I'll try my best, Yi Futian replied. The Alchemy Emperor did not say anything else and continued casually chatting with the Donglai goddess. A couple of days later, an entire legion of practitioners departed majestically. This time, their numbers increased quite a bit. They were all headed towards the same destination, the Divine Prefecture, Dongxiao Continent. This was one of the main continents. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,